everyone and welcome to today's session on Microsoft Azure. Do you know, friends, that Microsoft Azure is a cloud computing service provided by Microsoft that allows application management through Microsoft managed data centers. Before we discuss our today's agenda, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So first, we are going to discuss about managing Azure subscription and resources. Then we are going to study about management groups. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about Azure subscriptions and accounts. Then we are going to discuss about enterprise hierarchy example. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about tags and enforcing tags with policy. Then we are going to learn about creating VM. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss cost analysis and implementing Azure policies. Then we are going to discuss about resource scope. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about Azure App Service overview benefits. Then we are going to discuss about types of apps in App Service and its plans. Then we are going to learn about creation of App Service. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about Service Help Blade and backups. Then we are going to learn about scaling and scale out. Then Traffic Manager overview. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about serverless computing concepts overview to Azure functions. Then we are going to learn about Logic App Designer. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about multi-region deployment, enhancing security. Then we are going to learn about core Azure services, database, and analytics. Moving ahead, then we are going to learn about core Azure services, AI plus machine learning. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about core Azure services, identity and management. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about hands-on architecting an application on Azure. Then we are going to have a quiz and Azure certification complete hands-on.
So you all, as a part of 104, may already be aware about Azure subscriptions, Azure resources. But today, from a 303 perspective, we are also going to talk about a lot of other aspects like what are management groups, what are different kinds of subscriptions, how the subscription hierarchy works at an enterprise level. Apart from this, we're going to talk about billing, cost management, and a lot of other aspects there. So we would be talking about managing the Azure subscriptions, the access management for cloud resources. You will have a thorough understanding of how the Azure subscriptions and how the resources functions in Azure. Starting with managing Azure subscriptions. So we will be talking about policies. We will be talking about different subscriptions, the role-based access control, user management, group management, billing, and a lot more there. Your tags, Azure policies, all of that part. Talking about management group. So this is fairly a new concept in Azure. So if your organization has got several subscriptions, you should have a way where you can efficiently manage the access policies, the compliance, how people would be accessing those subscriptions. And that's where this management group falls into place, where it provides you a level of a scope above subscription so that you can organize your subscriptions into containers, which are called as management groups. And using these, you can apply your governance conditions to the management group. So management group basically enable the organizational alignment for your Azure subscriptions via the custom hierarchies and grouping. So if you look at this diagram, we have got a root management group. Now there can be different departments in your organization, or basically different teams, or you can call it as maybe different verticals in your organization. So let's say there is HR, there is IT, there is marketing. Now, within HR, there can be further sub teams. Within IT, there can be different teams. Within marketing, there can be different teams or different subscriptions. So let's say if it is marketing, within marketing, there are two subscriptions, which are these two. Similarly, let's say within IT, we have got another management group, which is production. This production is again divided into two different geographical regions, depending on maybe your company is working into two different places, and both of the locations have got their own subscription to use. And these are all E subscriptions, which are enterprise agreement subscription. Now, let's say you want to apply a policy to all of these subscriptions. One option is you can go individually to these subscriptions and then apply the policies. Or another option is I create a management group and I just delegate that policy to just this management group. And any policy which is applied on this management group will automatically get delegated down the line and automatically get applied to this. So this is actually helping you save time and also be more compliant with respect to your organization's security and compliance goals and objectives. So that's the main focus area from a management group perspective. So you can also, another advantage is you can have targeting of policies and spend budgets across subscriptions and inheritance down the hierarchies. So let's say if I want to uh, disable the creation of virtual machine in some, let's say, US West region for these two subscriptions, I can create that policy and enforce onto this marketing management group, which will automatically enforce that policy on these subscriptions. Apart from this, it also lets you get the cost report. So let's say if I want to get all the cost related data with respect to, let's say, HR management group, I can just fetch the cost for this group and it will automatically give me the cost within the Azure cost analysis dashboard corresponding to all the subscriptions and all the underlying management groups which are falling under the HR head. So that's the advantage of the management group. All the subscriptions within the management group would automatically inherit the conditions which are applied to the management group. So it's fairly a new concept in Azure which is available. It is not at all necessary for you to use management group, and also not everybody can go ahead and create the management group. So that's another important point. It does need you to have a specific role. Let me quickly show you this in the Azure portal. So this is the Azure portal. I hope you all are familiar with this. So if we go to the all services option and we go to all, under the general category, you see there is something called as management groups. Now within this, you can go ahead and create management group. It would need you to give a group ID. You can give any random ID of your choice, and you can give the display name corresponding to a management group. This would let this create a management group, and then you can go to that management group and add further management groups. Now, as I told you, it does need you to have a specific permission on that Azure subscription and the Azure Active Directory so that you can play around with these management groups and move these subscriptions. So not everybody within an organization will be able to do this. You need to be a directory admin as well as the owner on that subscription. Then only you will be able to play around with this concept of the management group. Apart from it, if you want to delete a group, you can simply go to this option and you get an option to delete a management group. So you can also delete the management group. So that's pretty much about how the management group concept has came into existence and how it can benefit your organization to achieve the compliance goal, as well as it is also reducing your overall number of operations that you would have otherwise done to apply individual policies on the individual subscriptions. Moving on to Azure subscriptions. So you all have been using Azure. I hope you all have spinned up your free trial subscriptions in Azure. So what is this subscription? This is a logical unit of Azure services, which is linked to the Azure account. So your subscription is something to which all of your billing related tasks are tagged. All your charges are corresponding to a subscription. A very simple analogy. Today we see a lot of OTT platforms where we can watch movies or any of your favorite series or TV shows. Could be Netflix, could be Hotstar, could be Amazon Prime Video. To use any of these services, you need to have an active subscription. And subscription is something to which your cost is tagged to. So let's say if it is Netflix, if you go ahead with a one screen choice, there is a different pricing for that subscription. If you go ahead with a 2 screen, 4 screen, there are different pricing. So at the end of the day, you should have an active subscription to use the services. In a similar way, when we are using Azure, we should have an active subscription, and all our charges corresponding to services that we use are tagged to our subscription. So the billing for Azure services is done on a per subscription basis. Also, subscription would have accounts, and the subscriptions are typically associated with an Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is an identity and access management service in Azure, which is the reason when you basically go to the Azure portal and enter your username and password, you are able to sign into the Azure portal because your identity is present within the Azure Active Directory. That means you are available as an individual user within the Azure Active Directory. So if you look at this diagram, we have got Azure subscriptions. You all have an access to Azure subscription, which could be a free trial subscription, could be a pay-as-you-go subscription. Using these Azure subscriptions, you create Azure resources and resource groups. The resources that you create, it would ask you to enter a subscription or select a subscription when you're creating those resources. So all your resources that you're creating are basically asking you for a subscription, and all your billing is basically getting tagged to this subscription. Now, you are able to create resources into the Azure portal after signing in onto the Azure portal. So you all are available as users within the Active Directory, and you all, when enter your username and password, you are authenticated and authorized to sign into the Azure portal and perform different operations. So that's how the relationship between the subscription and the Azure account functions. So are you all aware about app registrations? In the Active Directory, you all might have talked about something called as app registration. Service principal is just another name for this app registration. So this basically generates a application ID and a application secret for programmatic access. So when you would want to perform some operations in Azure using a code, how would your code get authorized to perform the operations on the Azure portal? That's all using the app registration or service principal. So these are one and the same thing. During the Azure Active Directory module, you might have talked about the app registration. If you are all not aware, I'll cover it up at a later point in time and let you know what the app registration is. Clear on the relationship between subscriptions and the Azure account and how you're signing in and how you're getting authenticated and authorized. For now, just think like app registration and service principal are one and the same thing. And whenever you want to do something using the code, let's say you're writing a code to create a virtual machine using maybe Java or .NET Core or something else, that's where you would need a token, basically application ID and application secret, which can authenticate you to sign into the Azure portal and perform the operations. Why subscriptions are linked to the Azure Active Directory? Subscriptions are tagged to the Azure Active Directory because with each subscription that you have, you would be incurring the charges. And apart from the charges, when you as an individual want to access any resource or create any resource, that resource would be incurring some charge, which in turn would get tagged to a subscription. So you are part of the Active Directory, and also the subscriptions are linked to the Active Directory. And typically using the Active Directory, you are granted an access point to a subscription. So that's where all of these things are interrelated. Okay, moving forward, talking about getting an Azure subscription. So you all are already aware on how to create an Azure subscriptions as a part of the Azure administrator track. Now talking about few more subscriptions that you have apart from the free trial. Also guys, just to let you know, this is not a AZ104 session or this is not an administrator basic track. We are talking about AZ303 and we gonna talk about the enterprise agreement and all of those perspective. So in case you are having a feeling that we are doing a recap of AZ104, no, we are not. These are just the basic things that we are talking about. Going forward, we're gonna talk about all of the enterprise stuff. So this is not a 104 track, just to let you know. There are different ways to get a subscription. There could be an enterprise agreement. So when we talk about large enterprises, large corporates, those people basically get into an enterprise agreement with Azure, where they have to make an upfront monetary commitment to Azure. And this commitment is consumed throughout the year by making use of different combination of wide variety of cloud services, which are offered across different global data centers in Azure. Also, the SLA that organizations get with an enterprise agreement is 99.95% of monthly SLA. With an enterprise agreement, let's say if there is an organization called as XYZ, and that organization is making an enterprise agreement, that means that organization would do a minimum upfront monetary commitment, let's say $1,500 per month. So no matter what, whether that organization is using $1,500 worth of Azure credit or not, but they would still end up paying that $1,500. That's called an upfront monetary commitment. So that's where we have got an enterprise agreement. Then there is reseller. So you can buy Azure via the open licensing program, which just provides you a very simple and flexible way where you can purchase the cloud services from any of the Microsoft resellers. They provide you with a license key, and using that you can activate a new subscription. Also, you can add more credits to your existing Azure account. That's a Microsoft reseller. Then there are Microsoft partners, where you can basically go to an organization who is a Microsoft partner. So these are more of a vendor organizations. These are partner organizations where you can go to them. They would help you in designing and implementing your Azure cloud solution. And these partners basically have the business and technology expertise where they can recommend you a solution which would help you meet the unique needs of your business. So those are the Microsoft partners. So these are basically third-party vendor companies. And lastly, you all are aware of a free trial account or a personal free account that you all can use. Upfront monetary means that they have to pay the amount irrespective of the resource they use, or is there any restriction on the resource level? Irrespective of the resource they're using, they have to pay that amount. Even if they consume $1,000 and they have made a commitment of $1,500, they would end up paying $1,500. That's what is the upfront monetary commitment. Also, there is difference in terms of the pricing that an enterprise gets and what you get as an end user. If they exhaust the upper limit as compared to the upfront monetary commitment, they would have to additionally pay that amount. Yes, they would have to additionally pay that charge. So it's just a minimum commitment. Obviously, their utilization can go more than what they have committed for. So they would basically pay based on their utilization. But again, the pricing that they get is an enterprise price. In terms of subscription usage, free trial gives you 200 credit for first 30 days with limited access for 12 months, corresponding to some services with an active subscription. I hope you all are aware with the free trial subscription and would be using it. Pay as you go, that means what you use is what you pay for. So you're charged based on your utilization and you get a monthly credit. It's more of like a postpaid mobile bill where you use and what you pay at the end of the month. Enterprise, where one agreement with discounts for all the new licenses and software assurance, which is targeted at enterprise scale organizations. Then there is a student subscription, which does include $100 for 12 months. So in case you are currently doing a PG, or if you are doing any of the courses from a certified university, you can basically validate your student ID. You should have a student email. So let's say if you're working into XYZ university, you should have something like abc@xyz.ac.in or whatever is your university email ID, so that you can verify your student access. So you all are aware with the Azure free trial subscription. Then there is something called as EA Dev Test subscription, which is an enterprise dev test, where again, this is a part of an enterprise agreement, where when it comes to enterprises, they have a different website called as ea.azure.com. So enterprises, or specifically the enterprise admins, they would have access to ea.azure.com. We as an individuals will not have access to this website. And using this ea.azure.com, the enterprise administrators can manage the overall cost across different departments, across different subscriptions. Going forward, we will look at how the overall enterprise hierarchy functions. Talking about the Azure account hierarchy. So just to understand, anybody of you who have already gone through this? Is there anyone who has already gone through this Azure account enterprise hierarchy? Just want to quickly check. So talking about the Azure account hierarchy, so when it comes to enterprises, we start with the Azure Enterprise, where we have ea.azure.com. And within enterprises, they can create departments. And under the departments, they can create the Azure accounts. While we all as an individual, we start with the accounts. So we create an Azure account, we sign up for an Azure account, then we sign up for a subscription. And then using that subscription, we can create resource groups and the resources. So that's how the overall Azure account hierarchy functions. Talking about the relationship, so there is Azure Enterprise Enrollment. So one Azure Enterprise Enrollment can have multiple departments. And your departments can be based on multiple different underlying choices. Could be based on the geographic location, could be based on the business divisions, could be based on your workflows that you're trying to operate into, or could be based on your verticals in the organization. So there can be different uh, ways in terms of you trying to decide upon the departments. One department can have many accounts. So within one single department, I can have multiple Azure accounts. Similarly, one account can have access to multiple subscriptions. So you all as an individual, when you work into an enterprise, it is not just one Azure subscription that you would be working with. There may be multiple Azure subscription. There could be one subscription for development, one for testing, one for production, one for staging. So there may be multiple subscriptions that you would be dealing with. And then using these subscriptions, you can create the resources. So that's the account to subscription relationships. This is how a typical enterprise hierarchy looks like. You have an enterprise enrollment. Within the enterprises, you can have different departments created. Let's say this could be IT, this could be finance, that this could be, let's say, maybe HR. Within these departments, you can create accounts. Within each of the accounts, you can have access to different subscription. So that's how the overall enterprise hierarchy functions. Now, the enterprise admin will have a complete control over in terms of the cost across these departments and the subscriptions down the line these departments. Talking about the enterprise hierarchy, we have got a enterprise administrator at, at an enterprise enrollment where we have ea.azure.com. This enterprise administrator would be managing the Azure accounts as well as all the account administrators. This person would be managing the enterprise administrators. The enterprise admin can view the usage across all the accounts. So whether it's different departments, across the departments, the enterprise admin would have a view of how the Azure is being used and what are the usage across all the accounts. Also, they can view the unbilled charges across all the accounts. So in terms of cost, this person has got the complete access. After enterprise administrators comes the department administrator. So the department administrator can create account under his or her own department only. So if this is a department admin, this department admin can only create account under his department. Similarly, another department admin can only create account under their department. Now, this is where we all actually start in general. Until here, it was a enterprise hierarchy. Starting from here, we all create an Azure account and we are the account admins by default when you're trying to create an account. So the person who creates an account can create and manage subscription. You can manage service administrators. You can view the usage of your resources across all the subscriptions. That means basically you can look at cost management and billing. Under the account comes the subscription, where you have got service administrator who can access and manage subscriptions and all your development projects or resources or resource groups on the Azure portal. And lastly, under the service administrators comes the co-administrator, where you can have up to 200 co-administrators along with the service administrator for the Azure account. So that's the overall enterprise hierarchy when we look at from a ea.azure.com and move on to the Azure portal. Some of the common scenarios where you would want to do the distribution of departments. So it could be based on a functional division, like there is a finance team, there is a IT team, there is a merchandising team, and so on and so forth. There is a marketing team. So that's one way of dividing the departments. Then it could be based on the business division, like I have automobile, I have aerospace, and so on and so forth. It could be based on the geographic location. So let's say North America, Europe, US East, India, China, whatever it is. So there are different ways where we can basically go ahead and have the division of the departments done. So trying to distinguish between the different administrators. So if I talk about who can add other admins, so enterprise administrator would be able to add enterprise admins, department admins, and the account owner. The department admin would only be able to add the account owner that two under his or her own department. Then we have got account owner. The account owner can add the service administrators. Service admin cannot do any such operation. though the service administrator can add the co-administrators. Then talking in terms of departments, so enterprise administrator would be able to add and edit the departments. The department admin can only edit the department that he belongs to. Account owner and service administrator will have no access to the departments. In terms of adding or associating accounts to the enrollment, the enterprise admin can do that. Department admin can do that only to the department that he or she belongs to. And then account owner and service administrator does not have access to this. In terms of adding subscription, very important, only a account owner can add the subscription. So that means even if at all enterprise administrator want to add a subscription, the enterprise admin will have to make himself as account owner, and then only they can go ahead and add a subscription. So only the account owner can go ahead and do this. In terms of viewing the usage and charges data, the enterprise administrator will be able to view this across all the accounts and subscriptions. The department admin can only do it across their department. Account owner can do this across their own account. Service administrator does not have access to the cost and billing data. In terms of viewing the remaining balances across the different departments, or I would rather call it an organization, this is something which only an enterprise administrator can do. No other administrator, whether it's department admin, account owner, or service administrator, none of these can actually go ahead and perform this operation. So going forward, talking about checking the resource usage and the quotas, where we talk about checking the resource limits. So Azure provides the ability to see the number of each network resource type that you have deployed within your subscription. Or it could be any other service apart from the network resource type. That's just an example. And then at the same time, you can also see what are your subscription limits. And you've got a good ability to view the different resource usage against the limit, which is helping you track the current utilization. And based on your current utilization, you can also plan for the future use. So if you look at this diagram that we see in the slide, there is public IP address where it says 3% of it has been utilized and 2 out of 60 has been utilized for the South Central US. So though when we are using cloud, it seems like that resources are available in unlimited quantity, but then we are at the same time bounded by shared technology vulnerability. So though it feels like that you are having things in unlimited quantity, but then obviously you all are bounded by some certain limits. Now it may be possible that you may be reaching a limit. So there is a request increase option. So in case you have not yet reached to the max limit, which is allowed by Microsoft, you can click on request increase link in the Azure portal and raise a request or raise a support ticket with Microsoft, where Microsoft will help you increase the limit if at all the limit can be increased. Okay, so let's go to the Azure portal. And within the Azure portal, if I go to all services and subscriptions, let's go to the subscription that I have. Now within the subscription, if you scroll down, you will see usage plus quotas. And in this usage plus quotas, you can see the utilization of your services that you have currently been using or currently consumed. And then there is this request increase option using which you can raise a support ticket with Microsoft and ask them to increase the quota. If at all there is a possibility to increase that further, Microsoft will help you increase those quotas. So that's where you get this option of request increase. Talking about the resource tags, how many of you are aware of the tags? Perfect. Couple of you. So for people who are not aware, you can go ahead and apply tags to your Azure resources, and this would help you logically organize them by the categories. So when you're trying to architect a solution, again, the resource tags help you in terms of one is organizing your resources, and another is this is helping you with respect to billing management for your different resources. Now, how does it help us in billing management? Let's look at this. So we can apply tags to the Azure resources, which would help us logically organize them by the categories. Each tag would consist of a name and a value pair. So something like when we say name as Ayush, that's a key and value, right? Key value pair, name value pair. Similarly, environment as production. So that's again a name and value pair. So you can apply these tags to your resources. After you have created the tags, you can associate them with the appropriate resources, which would help you with respect to different benefits. So with tags in place, we can retrieve all the resources in our subscription with the specific tag name and value. This also means that I can retrieve related resources from different resource groups. So it may be possible that I'm trying to design an e-commerce application, and that e-commerce application has got different components, like let's say virtual machine. There is a virtual machine scale set, there is a load balancer, there is a database, and a lot more. Now, maybe I have created all these resources in different resource group, and I want to look at all of these resources together. So what I can do is I can attach this tag to all of these resources, and within the Azure portal, I can use a filter option to get the all resources which are having a specific tag. So that's the advantage of the tags in place. Now, each resource or resource group can have maximum of 50 tag name value pairs. Again, corresponding to these number games, guys, these numbers keeps on changing. So keep this link handy. Wherever we are talking about numbers, you can double check on this.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Because today it's a competition between all the cloud providers, and everybody is trying to provide you with best of the benefits. So that's where the numbers keeps on changing. So on this page, you will be able to see all the number related information. Let's quickly check. So let's go to the general limits, search for tag here. So if you look at, these are the limits corresponding to the tags per subscription are 50. So you can have 50 tags applicable on one single subscription. Similarly, there are some tags limit in terms of the number of characters and the number of the number of characters for name and the number of characters for the value, depending on different services. Also, one very important point, tags which are applied to resource group are not inherited by the resources in that resource group. That means if I have a resource group, let's say Docker VM, so I can apply a tag onto this resource group. I can also apply a tag on the resources. But having said that, if I apply a tag on a resource group, then this does not mean that it would automatically get delegated to the resources which are part of that resource group. So tags do not get inherited. Very important. You will have to apply individual tags to these resources. Some of the tagging examples. So your tags can be based on different criterias. It could be based on region. So I would want to, let's say, have a region tag. I can have an environment tag, like whether it's a development resource or a staging resource or a production resource. It could be based on a maintenance window, basically the window where you would want to perform some maintenance operation. Could be based on expiration date, could be based on department, application name, cost center, description, technical context, or basically people who are owning that resource. Based on data classification, regulatory compliance. These are just few to name. Again, you can have tags based on what makes more sense to your organization, your business, and your project. So these were just few common examples. Also, there is nothing like these are mandatory. I mean, some usually you would want to keep these tags as mandatory, but then these are all not mandatory. It's all dependent on you. But in general, when we talk about a production environment, these are considered as mandatory tags. Right, you should give tags. That's a good idea. Talking about enforcing tags with policy. So let's say if I want to ensure some compliance and I want to mandate that a user applies tags to the resources, then you can also do that using policy. Where let's say somebody tries to create a virtual machine or maybe a resource group. If a tag is applied, it would allow you to create the resource in the resource group. If a tag is not applied, it would ask you to apply a tag, and then only it will proceed with creation of the resource group. So there are a lot of inbuilt Azure policies like applying tags and its default value, billing tags policy initiative, enforce tags and its value on the resources, and enforcing tag and its value on the resource groups. So these are some pre-built policies available in Azure which you can enable within the policies in Azure, which would mandate the creation of tag while creating a resource group or while creating an individual resource. Let's have a look at an example of a tag. So what I will do is I will quickly spin up a Windows 10 virtual machine. Let's click on create. I'll create a new resource group. Let's call this as Ayush VM, or maybe let's call this as Windows VM. I'll name this as Windows VM, location being Southeast Asia, and keep these to default. Let's give a username. Let's give a password. Maybe I'll enable the ports. Moving on to disk, I'm going ahead with the default settings. Moving on to networking, I'll keep the settings to default. Moving on to management, just disabling the boot diagnostic and the auto shutdown. Moving on to advanced, and then lastly, you see there is an option of tags. So when you're creating a resource, you get to define a name and value pair. So let's say I can define the name as environment as production. And then it will apply the tags to all of the related resources. So I think corresponding to a question that one of you asked on how these can be enforced on the related resources. So when you create a VM, it gives you a choice of applying these to all the related resources that it would be creating. And I click on review and create. So this would apply a tag environment as production to all the resources which would be getting created as a part of this virtual machine. So validation has passed, and let's click on create to create this VM. Okay, my virtual machine is created. Let's go to the virtual machine. Let me pin this to dashboard. That's where I have the VM. And if you look at, we have got the tags available, which is environment as production. Now let's say if you want to make some changes or add new tags, you can click on the change option. So for all the resources under overview, you will see this option of tags where you can click on change, and then you can add new tags to the resources or modify your existing tags or delete them. That's how it basically functions. So now the advantage of this tags is, let's say if I go to all resources, right now in my subscription, there are very limited resources available. But assume when you're working into an enterprise environment, there would be thousands and thousands of resources which would be available. And that's where these tags would be more useful to you. So I can add a filter here and I can select tags with environment as production. I just have one, so it's okay. I can select all. And then it will filter out and only show me the resources which are having environment as production. So giving you the first benefit is giving you an easier way to manage your resources, right? We are easily able to manage all of these resources. Now let's say tomorrow there is a project called as XYZ which is getting decommissioned, and I want to ensure that all the resources corresponding to that project are deleted. I can just go to the tags, and if I have applied a tag called as project equal to XYZ, I can filter the resource with project equal to XYZ. It will give me all the resources. I can select all the resources and delete them in one single operation. So that's the advantage of the tags. Another advantage is billing. We will talk about billing in some time. And at that time, I will also show you how these tags that we have applied would help you in that journey. Once you apply a tag, it can take up to 24 hours for these tags to have an impact on the billing. So when you go to billing, when you try to filter your data with respect to tags, it may be possible that it would not immediately show you these all the resources that we have created, but it takes 24 hours for it to refresh and have overall visibility on the billing dashboard. Okay, let's go forward then. So talking about billing, as a part of billing, we have got something called as Azure Cost Analysis. Again, one of the very good services in Azure, which basically helps you with respect to all of the billing and cost related data, is the Azure Cost Analysis. Using this, you will be able to explore and analyze the complete organizational cost across all of your subscriptions, all of your management groups or resource groups, and filter the data corresponding to maybe the utilization based on the months. Maybe over a year, you want to see the utilization, you want to see it over a month or over last 15 days. So there are customization options available by which you can filter those. Also, you can view the aggregated cost by organization to understand where the costs occur over time, and you can also identify the spending trends. So let's say you have an Azure subscription, you deployed some resources, and you suddenly saw that probably in 5 days it has consumed some 10,000 INR, or maybe let's say $200 approximately. So you might want to understand on the utilization, and you might want to identify the spending trends, like what is the resource which is incurring the highest cost, what is it that is basically charging me the amount. So that's where we can use this cost analysis option to go ahead and basically have the visibility in terms of the data. Also, you can download the reports data for the further analysis. So this is again another advantage that you get with the cost analysis board, where you can export CSVs or XLS or PNGs corresponding to your utilization. And maybe you might want to consume these data within your different data analytics applications to visualize it even further. Could be Tableau, could be Power BI, where you can have this data available and imported, and then trying to analyze those even further. Let's have a look at the cost analysis here. So if I go to the cost analysis, we can go to, so there are multiple different options. You can go to all services, and you can go to cost management and billing, or you can go to subscription, and then within subscription, you can go to cost analysis, one and the same thing. So I'm going on to my subscription for which I want to see the cost. Now we are on to our subscription. Under the subscription, you will see something called as cost analysis. So if you look at it, is basically showing all the data corresponding to the cost that I have incurred for this invoicing period. I can change this. So this is where you can change your billing period. If I want to see the costs that I have incurred, let's say last month, which is January, I can go to last month, and then it will tell me the overall cost that I have consumed. And also, if I want to look at this 1834.52 INR has been incurred on what services, I can even get that level of granular data. So I can go to this view, and I can go to cost by resource, where it would tell me that these are the resources which have incurred the overall data. The period has changed. Let me change this to last month. So if you look at this, it tells me that, okay, there was an operating system disk which was running, and which is a premium disk, which has incurred a charge. Then there is a virtual machine which is incurring charges. There were app service plans, virtual machine skill sets, and so on and so forth. So I can see all this data. And do you see something interesting here? There's something called as tags. So to all the resources, wherever I have applied some tags, I can filter this data based on these tags. So if I want to look at what was the cost that I have consumed corresponding to the resources, which were having tag as environment as production, I can add a filter, tag environment as production. So you see all the resources which were having the tag as environment as production were incurring or has incurred 75 INR for the last month. Similarly, you can have tags corresponding to project, which would help you understand how much charges have you incurred for running those individual projects. That's the advantage of applying these tags. There are a lot of other filters. If I want to, let's say, filter the data based on some specific resource type or a specific resource group name or a service name or a service tier, I can apply all of those filters as well. Moving back to the accumulated cost. Now, another advantage is, let's say I was looking at data. Let's try to look at the data for current billing period, or maybe let's look at from last month. Okay. Now I get an option to download the cost analysis report. So I can download the complete cost analysis data where I can go to cost by resource and I can try to get the complete data for last month, and I can download this data, and within this again you will get the information of all of these when the report was generated. And in the data, if you go, you can basically filter data using the resource ID, using the tags. So let's say I want to filter all the resources which were having tags as production. I can filter those resources and I can get, so there is cost in USD, there is cost in INR. It tells you the service tier that you were using, what is the name of the resource, which location it was created in, what is the resource provider, and so on, the resource ID, and so on and so forth. So that's how the tags are useful for you, where you can leverage these tags to get the data. Is it mandatory to have tag names? No, this is not at all mandatory to have the tags name. So if I go to cost management and billing, I have this option of cost management, where I can go to cost analysis. And within the cost analysis, you will need to select your scope. So as of now, I just have the subscription available with me. But let's say if you want to have a scope as the management group or any other subscription, you have this option of switching this scope. Even if I want to change the scope to, let's say, a resource group, I can even do that. So it even gives me an option to look at the cost of individual resource group. Does that make sense? Perfect. Okay. Apart from this, you do have option of applying cost alerts and budgets. So you can create budgets. So let's say you are running a project. Specifically, this is very useful when you're trying to design an architecture and you have been given a dedicated budget, or maybe let's say you have got a fixed amount, or you are the cost center owner, you are a manager, you are a delivery head, and you basically also want to monitor the overall cost and ensure that the overall cost does not go above a certain limits. So you can set up the budgets here. You can add a budget. You can enter a unique name for your budget. You can have the budget reset on a monthly basis. It will tell you the creation date. You can choose the creation date and expiration date when your budgets would get expired. And you can define a budget threshold. So let's say it is also recommending you based on my current utilization. It tells me that my maximum monthly forecast. That means for this month, the max amount that I can use is, let's say, 1872. That's where it's telling me the max monthly forecast. Let's say I want to set up the budget at 2000. I can set up the budget at 2000 and I can click on next. Now it gives you an option to set the alerts. So you can set up alerts at different level. Here, let's say I want to receive an alert when the 50% amount is consumed. So as soon as 1000 INR is consumed, it would basically give me an alert, and you can enter the name of the recipients to whom you want to send an alert. So let's say I want to send an alert to something like xyz@gmail.com. It would send an alert to all of these recipients as soon as 50% of the budget would be consumed. So this is how you can create the budgets, and at the same time, what we are looking at, the second part that we are looking at is the cost alert. So first part was creating a budget, and then we can at the same time create these cost alerts as well, where we are trying to set up the alerts. That's about the cost analysis within the Azure portal. Guys, creating budgets. Let's say if I create a budget of 2000, that does not mean that it will not allow me to use services beyond 2000. It will still allow me to use those services beyond 2000. But just that if you create cost alert, it will also notify you. It will tell you that you have crossed your budget threshold limit. Talking about another Azure service offering, which is Azure Pricing Calculator. So the Azure Pricing Calculator helps you with respect to providing an estimate in terms of the cost before you actually create any of the Azure resources. So it does provide you estimates in all the areas, including your compute, networking, storage, web databases, and a lot more. Also, the prices are estimates. These are not the actual price quotes, but then very close to the actual pricing. Because the reason is when you actually use the services in near real time, your utilization would change. And also there are price differences depending on the location, depending on the services that you're trying to use, and when are you trying to use that service. Because there may be price differences compared to now. If you look at 1 month later, maybe there can be some Azure services where there may be price differences observed. So talking about the pricing calculator. So this is Azure Pricing Calculator. This is also very helpful for people who are into top management or specifically people who are trying to go towards an architect, where you would be also taking care of the budget allocation. So let's say a lot of time it happens that before a project starts, you would want to tell the cost that you would be incurring for that project, or you may want to basically decide on the number of resources that you're trying to create and how the cost of the project looks like. So that's where this pricing calculator again helps you out in that journey. So let me remove these resources. Okay. So let's say if I want to look at a cost for, let's say, virtual machine, I can select a virtual machine. And there could be a lot of other solutions. As a part of your solution, there can be a lot of other services that you would want to use. So even you can use these services and add more services onto it. So if I scroll down, you will see that we have got virtual machine added, where you can look at the region that we are basically into, the operating system that you're using, what is the type, what is the tier of your VM, what is the size of the virtual machine that you would be using, how many such VMs you would be creating, what is the total number of hours that you would be running the VMs for on a monthly basis. And do you want to bring in your own license, which is your Azure Hybrid benefit, or you want to get a license provided by Microsoft? And based on that, it tells you that the overall pricing of your virtual machine is $150. Now, in case you are into an enterprise agreement, you get to choose the licensing program option. So from here, you can actually choose the enterprise agreement. And if at all you're part of enterprise, sign in with the enterprise ID, and you will get to see any of the agreement that your enterprise owns. So if you're part of an enterprise and if your enterprise is in an enterprise agreement with Microsoft, all of those agreements would appear here. And if you select the agreement, the discounts would apply right over here. So that's the Azure pricing calculator. Okay, moving on to the Azure policies. Again, one of the very important aspect where we look at from a compliance perspective. That's where we have got the Azure policies, which would help us in that journey. So it's basically a service in Azure which helps us to create, assign, and manage policies. All of these policies would help you enforce different rules on top of your resources, which would help us ensure that all of our resources are staying compliant with the corporate standards and the service level agreements. Apart from this, Azure policy also kind of runs some kind of evaluations of your resources, scans your resources, and also lets you know if in case your resources are not complying with the policies that you have created. As a very simple example, I can create a policy which would only allow the users to create a certain size of the virtual machine. Now, what are the main advantages of the Azure policy? One is the enforcement and the compliance. So we can turn on the built-in policies. There are a lot of built-in policies available. If you want, you can build some custom ones for all the different resource types that we have. Also, there is a real-time policy evaluation and enforcement. Also, there is a periodic and non-periodic on-demand compliance evaluation as well available on top of the resources that you have created. Then you can apply policies at a scale. That means I can apply policies to a management group with the overall control access for my entire organization. I can apply multiple policies. I can aggregate policy states into the policy initiative. Policy initiative is where I want to club multiple policies together and create a policy initiative and then delegate this policy initiative onto some individual resources. Also, I get an option to define the exclusion scope. So if I want to exclude some resources, I can even do that. Lastly, there is a real-time remediation and the remediation on the existing resources. Now, Azure policy is something that would be important to you in case your team is running an environment where you want to govern multiple engineering teams, or let's say you're part of a team where you are trying to govern multiple engineering teams where you want to deploy and operate in that kind of environment. In case you're planning to govern multiple subscriptions, again, the Azure policy is very important. In case you want to standardize or enforce how the cloud resources are being configured, again, you can create Azure policies. And lastly, one of the very important benefit is managing the regulatory compliances as well as the overall cost control, the security, and also the design consistency that we look at from the Azure policy perspective and the scope. Now, how do we implement these Azure policy? So it's basically a 4-step process where first you browse through the policy definition. So policy definition basically would express what needs to be evaluated, what actions needs to be taken, and every policy definition would have a condition under which it would be enforced. And also it would have some accompanying effect which would be taking place if the conditions are not met. As an example, I want to only allow people to deploy resources in Southeast Asia. I can create a policy which would only allow you to create resources in Southeast Asia. Likewise, I can create different policies. After this comes creating initiative definition. So initiative definition is set of policy definitions which will help you track your compliance state for a larger goal. Let's say you want to ensure that a complete branch office is compliant. I can create initiative definitions. That means I am trying to club multiple policies together. I want to enforce the location constraint. I want to enforce the kind of virtual machines that can be created. So if that's the case, I can go ahead and then have a policy initiative definition created. Then I can scope the initiative definition. That means where I want to apply this policy. Do I want to apply it on a subscription? Do I want to apply it on a management group? Do I want to apply it on an individual resource or a resource group? I can define this initiative definition. Lastly, I can view the policy evaluation results. So once the initiative definition is assigned, we can evaluate the state of the compliance of all of our resources. The individual resources could be resource groups, could be subscriptions within the scope. Also, apart from it, if you want to do some exemption, it may be possible that I'm creating a policy, but I want to exempt one single resource group from maybe that policy. So I can select a resource group on which the policy will not be applicable. So there are always exceptions, right? So that's where we can also do the defining of the exclusions, where all of these exclusions would be handled individually for each of the assignment that we do. So we start with the policy definition. There are a lot of built-in policy definitions that you can choose from. Apart from it, if you want, you can also import policies from GitHub. You can have the policy definitions defined. Each of your policy definition has a specific JSON format. JSON is a JavaScript object notation file format. where your policy is defined. Then you can create initiative definitions. So once you have determined which policy definition you need, you can go ahead and create an initiative definition. So it would basically have one or more policies. So it's more of like I'm trying to combine multiple policies together and club them into one policy initiative definition. The advantage is rather than I applying each policy on individual resources, I club all of them together and just apply that initiative definition on top of the resources. So that's the advantage of the initiative definition. Then I can scope the initiative definition. That means I can assign the definition to individual scope, whether I want to apply it on a resource group or I want to apply it on a management group, or I would want to apply it on a subscription. So these are three important areas or scopes where a policy can be defined. Also, as of now, you can have up to 100 policies clubbed all together where you can define an initiative definition. Lastly, we can determine the compliance, where you will be able to figure out what are the non-compliant initiatives, what are the non-compliant policies, and what are the non-compliant resources. So once our condition is evaluated on all the resources, we'll come to know what are the resources which are not actually compliant with the policy, and then we can take the remediation steps correspondingly. So let's go ahead and look at how we can go ahead and create the policy within the Azure portal and enforce that on one of our resource group or the subscription. How to identify what are the policy being applied to particular resources. In the policy, you can basically see the policy assignments. So in the assignment, you will be able to see if at all there are policies created, all of those policies will be available over here. And you can see the scope if they're applied at a subscription level or at an individual resource group level.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So you have this option of assign policy and assign initiative. So if I go to assign policy, the first thing that we do is select the scope. That means where you want to apply the policy. Do you want to apply it at a subscription level, or do you want to apply it at a management group level, or do you want to apply it at a resource group level? So these are three different areas where you can apply the policy. So currently my scope is subscription. So if I'm applying a policy on subscription, that means it's getting applicable to all the resource group within that subscription as well. Then we have option of exclusions. So as I told you, we may want to exclude some individual resource groups from the from being exempt from the policy. So you can choose individual resource group. It may be possible that you have created some resource groups where you're trying to do some POC which needs you to have an exception. So for that, you can create the exceptions here, where you can define the exclusions, and policy will not be applicable on those resources. This is where you select the policy definition. There are a lot of pre-built policy definitions available. As an example, we were talking about tags. So if you go to tag, you can see add a tag to resource, add a tag to resource group, append a tag and its default value to resources. So these are all policies. Require a tag on resource. So if you select this, and if you go on next, you can define a tag name, and if at all that tag is not applied, it will not allow the creation of the resource. Similarly, you can search for location, allowed locations. So if you select this, it gives you a choice. When you go to next, it will tell you to select the locations that you would want to allow. So you might have noticed a lot of times in organizations, they only allow you to create resources in certain locations. So let's say your company is based out of US and they are specifically operating in some specific locations there, they would want to only allow you to use the US data centers like Central US, East US, and Southeast Asia. South East US, South Central US, SCUS. So it all depends on what kind of policies makes more sense to your organization and your business. Similarly, I might want to have a policy like SKU, allowed virtual machine size SKUs. Similarly, we have got allowed virtual machine size SKUs. If I select this, it would only allow you to create the virtual machine of certain sizes that you allow. Again, this can be helpful for you in an environment where you are trying to create something like a sandbox, where I want to allow only people to create a very basic virtual machine, so that my cost is also very minimal there. So that's on the allowed size SKUs. And after that, you can just review and create the policy. So this would get applied. Similarly, I can assign initiative. Before that, you would need to create initiative. So you can go to definitions and create a policy initiative. Initiative means I'm trying to combine multiple policies together. So if I go to next, I get an option to choose the policies here. It says no policies found in the given scope. So we can add policy definitions here. And then you can kind of add multiple policies right from this. So let's say I want to have these policies. I can add these policies. So this is basically helping you put up these policies and enforce them on all together. Rather than you trying to create individual policies, you have created a initiative definition, which is helping you achieve a larger goal. Similarly, if you want, you can create your own policy definition. So if you go to policy definition, you can either create a new one, or you can use an existing one. So if you want to use an existing policy, let's say we have got tax. So it basically kind of allows you to use an existing policy corresponding to a tag. And then if at all you want, you can basically make changes. Similarly, if you want, you can create a new policy, and you can basically write the policy in terms of a JSON notation. There is a complete policy definition structure that you will need to follow. Also, there are a lot of policies available on that GitHub. So you can use this GitHub to basically explore various policies which are available over here. There are a lot of pre-built policies which are available right over here. There is no cost for policy, Madhuri. In this, you will find a lot of policies available right on the GitHub. There are all built-in policies, built-in policy references that you can refer to. So that's about the policy and how a policy can be enforced. Cool. Moving forward, talking about access management for the cloud resources. So as a part of this, we will be talking about users and groups and the role-based access control. I hope you all might have already touched based on the different types of user accounts that you have as a part of the Azure Active Directory. So as I told you, we all are also available as a user within the Azure Active Directory, which is the Microsoft cloud-based identity and access management service, where we can create users, create groups, create service principals, or the app registrations. Now, there can be different kind of users available within the Azure Active Directory. What are those three different kinds of users? So one is a cloud identity. That means a user which only exists in the Azure Active Directory. So these are the users which would be available only in the Azure Active Directory. And those users would be something like this. So you see a default directory, and a domain here is ayushrati15outlook.onmicrosoft.com. So these users specifically belong to this domain, which is available. And let's say if I have to create a user, it could be something like xyz@ayushrati15outlook.onmicrosoft.com. So this is a cloud identity user. Okay, talking about the user account. So one was the cloud identity, which is a user which only exists in the Azure AD. Then we have got directory synchronized user, which are users which are brought into the Azure AD using the Azure AD Connect. That means your organization may be using the on-premises Active Directory. Your organization may be using the cloud Active Directory as well. So on your on-premises Active Directory, there is this Azure AD Connect tool installed, and the users from your on-prem Active Directory are brought into the Azure Active Directory using a sync activity. Those are called as the directory synchronized users. Then there are guest users. So these are users from outside Azure, that means if I want to invite users like something like XYZ at the rate abc.com, XYZ at the rate outlook.com, XYZ at the rate gmail.com, I can also invite those guest users into the Azure Active Directory. So these are called as the guest users, which are users from outside Azure. By default, when you sign up for an Azure account, you're basically a cloud identity user, where you get your Active Directory domain created and then you get added to the Active Directory. Yes, service principals are the cloud identities only. To add a user account, we can go to the Azure Active Directory. I hope you all might have gone through this workflow in your AZ104 sessions, where we have a default Active Directory already available for all of us. And as a part of this Active Directory, we can go to users and you can click on new user and either create a cloud identity user, which is using a create user option where you see something like XYZ at the rate ayush15outlook.onmicrosoft.com as a user who can get added. Or if I want, I can invite a user. This is a guest user which can be invited. This could be any user, something like ayush at the rate xyz.com, ayush at the rate gmail.com. So this basically a guest user that you're trying to invite. Now, by default, you have this domain which is created for you. So let's say if you sign up from an email ID, which is, let's say, xyz at the rate gmail.com, then your domain would be xyz.gmail.com. Sorry, xyz.gmail.onmicrosoft.com. So that's basically how this domain is created. So whatever email ID you have used to sign up, followed by .onmicrosoft.com, that's basically the domain. You can add the users at the rate these domains. Apart from this, if you have your own domain, let's say I am an organization, example TCS, and I want to add someone like ayush at the rate tcs.com, then in that case, I will need to first of all validate that I am the real owner of that xyz.com domain. And then only I will be able to add users at the rate xyz.com. So that's where you can enter the username. Then you can enter the name, the first name, the last name. You can select the groups that the user would be belonging to, the roles. By default, it would be user role. And then if you want, you can enter some more details. These are the details usually that you see within the Outlook. When you hover over a user, you basically get to see the job title, department, the company, and the manager that user belongs to. So that's on to the user creation. Makes sense? Then we have got group accounts. So if you're using group, these would help you basically assign a set of access permissions to all of the members of the group rather than you doing it one by one. So assume you are a group of 10 members in a team, and tomorrow 2 members from your team are leaving and there are another 2 members, new members joining the team. Now you want to ensure that those 2 members joining the team has got the same set of access to different resources, subscriptions like the 2 members who have left the team. And at the same time, you also want to ensure that the 2 members who have left the team should get all of their access revoked. So one of the simplest way to do that is using a group account, where you can create group. There are 2 different types of groups which can be created. One is a security group, another is a distribution group. For all of the access and identity management aspects, we create a security group. By default, security group is security enabled, and this is used to assign the permissions and control access to different resources. While there is a distribution group, which is used by your email applications, the normal Outlook DLs that we talk about in our enterprise environment are actually the distribution groups. There are 2 ways to add the members. One is directly assigned, where you can manually add the users. Another is dynamically assigned, where there can be rule-based dynamic assignment. But this would need you to have an Azure AD Premium P1 license available. Let's look at how a group functions. So you can go to Azure Active Directory. After users, there is an option, something like groups. Click on new group here. You can select the group type, security or Microsoft 365. If you are explicitly creating a group for the role-based access control and the identity and access management, then do create a security group. Then you can enter the name of the group. Let's say I enter the name as, let's say it's an Ayush Ecom group. I'm trying to create a team for e-commerce applications. I name it as Ayush Ecom. You can enter group description. By default, membership type will be assigned because we don't have an Azure AD Premium P1 license. In case you have that license, you can do a dynamic assignment. You can select owners for the group. There can be people who are basically managing the group, and those are the owners of the group. The owner of the group need not necessarily be the member of the group. So I can have someone who is managing the group, but maybe that person is not actually a part of the group. And then I can add members to the group. So I can either add members during the resource creation. If at all I want, I can create these members, or I can add these members at a later point in time as well. So for now, I'm just creating the group. Create the group. So you can see the group has been created, which is Ayush Ecom. Now the advantage that I was talking about. So I can delegate applications to this group for single sign-on. I can add some subgroups to this group. So this group can become a part of another groups, or if I want, I can make another groups part of this group. That's basically a nested membership. I can see the Azure role assignments here. So in case this group has got access to some Azure resources, that can be visible over here. So the advantage is any new member joining, and if I want to give the similar level of access, I can just add that member to the group. And by default, that member will automatically be delegated to all the applications, licenses, and the Azure role assignments that this group would be having. So that's the advantage. So it's the capability for us to grant appropriate access to the users, groups, and the services, where if you look at this hierarchy is very important for you to understand. By default, if I give somebody an access on the subscription, the person will automatically have access to all the resource groups and all the resources. If I give somebody an access to individual resource group, then person will automatically have access to the resources which are part of that resource group. And if I only delegate an access to individual resource, then person would only have access to these individual resources. So that's how the access getting inherited down the line functions. Also, there are different roles like owner, contributor, reader. These three are the top level roles. But apart from this, if you look at, there are a lot of other roles which are available within the Azure. So using these, you can define what actions would be allowed, what actions would be denied for an individual user. Apart from this, you can also associate the role with a user group or service principal. That means I can assign a role to an individual user. I can assign this role to a group, or I can also create an app registration or a service principal and assign this role to that as well. Also, you can scope this to a subscription resource group or specific resources. That's what we saw. The inheritance down the line is again starting from subscription, going towards resource group, and then lastly to the resources. Now, as I told you, there are three top level roles: the owner, contributor, and reader. So owner is someone who can manage everything, including the access. Contributor is someone who can manage everything except the access. And then we have reader, where reader can view everything, but the reader cannot make any changes. So these are some of the roles, but apart from this, if you look at, there are a lot of other roles which are service specific roles available. Let me quickly show you this. So let's say if I want to give somebody an access on a resource group, we can go to the resource group and then you can select an individual resource. Let's say we created a Windows VM and I want to give somebody an access on this. I can go to the Windows VM, go to access control. So whether you are at a subscription or at a resource group or at a resource level, you get this option of access control, which is the third option, which is IAM, Identity and Access Management. You can click on add role assignment. You can select a role. Let's say I want to select a role as owner. And then I can select an individual user to whom I want to delegate that role. So that's how the role can get delegated. Similarly, there is contributor, reader, and then there are a lot of services specific roles. Like for example, if I want to see a role specific to virtual machine, there is something called as virtual machine administrator login, virtual machine contributor, virtual machine user login. So these are all service specific roles. That's how a role based access control functions. And this is how you can get the roles delegated to different people within the organization. So let's say tomorrow you're part of the storage team and I just want to make sure that the person only can use the storage services. I can just give you access to the storage. So likewise, how we did it for a virtual machine, I can do it similarly for the resource group. I can do it similarly for the subscription as well. So I can go to individual resource group, go to access control, or I can go to individual virtual machine. Let's say if I want to give somebody access on only this virtual machine, and I don't want that person should be able to see any other resource, I can just give access on this virtual machine. Click on add role assignment. You can select an individual role, owner, contributor, or reader, and then give that person access just on this virtual machine. So that's how the access control functions. Talking about the resources scopes, so roles can be assigned for resource groups as well as we saw that it can be done for individual resources as well as for subscription. Again, this is very important diagram that you should always keep in mind. There is always an access inheritance. So somebody getting access on subscription automatically gets the access on the resource group and the resources. Somebody who has access on this resource group only will be able to access these resources. This person will not have any access on other resource groups. Somebody having access on just this individual resource will not be able to play around with any of the other resource. So this identity and access management is very, very important aspect, very, very important service that Azure provides you with respect to the access management, allowing people to only access the services which they have to deal with and not the all services. And guys, from an architect perspective, from security perspective, always ensure that you all follow a principle of least privilege. Principle of least privilege means if somebody needs to be given a reader access on this resource group, then do not give overly permissions. So you know that the person should be given reader, but then let's say you end up giving an owner access. That's where you have given an overly permissions. Giving an owner allow the person to delete the resource group. While if there is a reader access, the person can only see this resource group. Similarly, if somebody needs to be given an access on this resource group, then do not end up giving an access on the subscription. A lot of times people give wrong access, which can again be harmful for you and also can basically have a major impact on the security. So do take care of those aspects. We did talk about different role assignments. So we talked about users, we talked about groups. Then there's service principal. These are service identities which are represented as service principals in the directory. So you can authenticate with the Azure AD and have a secure communication with the one another, where it could be any of your services, it could be any of your applications. So this is again something where you can go to the Azure Active Directory. Within this, you can go to the app registrations. The service principal and app registrations are one and the same thing. And you can register a application. Let me delete this, create a new one. So I can do a new registration. I can create an app with the name Ayush Ecom app and click on register. Now I get an application ID. So usually when you want to do some coding and you want to authenticate your application or your code to perform some operation on Azure, you would need an application ID and application secret. This is very important from a developer standpoint. So you get an application ID, and then in the certificates and secrets, you can go ahead and create a new client secret. So this application ID along with the client secret would act as a token for you, where you can authorize your applications to access the Azure resources. This app registration that we have created, Ayush Ecom app, similar to how we are giving access to individual resources, individual users or groups, in a similar way, you can go to access control and then give that service principal the access on this resource group. So here, if I search for Ayush Ecom app, this Ayush Ecom app is something that we just created, which is an app registration. So if this app registration or service principal have an access on this, programmatically you can perform any operation on this virtual machine. So that's the app registration. Going back to Active Directory, we can go to app registrations and delete that. Now this is altogether a OAuth mechanism, Krishna, where you're just trying to use the um, application ID and application secret. So just like how you basically use app ID and app secret to perform any operation on any of the applications, in a similar way, it basically uses this. It's not using any of the CyberArk authentication login. It's all Azure inbuilt services that they're trying to use. So getting started with the design and implementation of the Azure App Service applications. Now talking about what you should know. So we're going to talk about only the Azure applications here, which is the Azure Web Apps as of now. Later on, we would be talking about the logic apps and the function applications. We would be talking about the Azure Resource Manager portal, and then focus on code from the IT infrastructure point of view. So these are the things that we're going to focus upon. When we say IT infrastructure point of view, we are also going to talk about a bit on the PowerShell and CLI command. So when it comes to infrastructure as a code, that's where you will also be able to do all of these things using PowerShell and CLI. Moving on, talking about the Azure App Service overview. So as we all know, Azure App Service is a platform as a service which is PaaS offering from Microsoft, which enables you to build, deploy, and scale web applications. Now, when we are saying it is a platform as a service offering, that means platform as a service is for developers, it is for architects, where they don't need to get into the infrastructure level complexities, right? I want to get rid of the underlying infrastructure. That's where I'm preferring to use the platform as a service, where Microsoft would be taking care of all of the underlying infrastructure. A very simple example. Let's say when I have to deploy a web application on a virtual machine, I start with deploying of the virtual machine. I choose whether I want a Windows virtual machine or I want a Linux based virtual machine. That's where you choose the choice of operating system. And then depending on whether it's a Windows or Linux, you would want to have a web server up and running. So if it is a Windows machine, you would either want to go ahead with WAMP stack where you have Windows, Apache, MySQL, or if you would want to go ahead with, let's say, IIS web server or Node.js web server, you have to deploy that web server also. And thereafter, you start with the application deployment. So this whole lot of steps of the infrastructure deployment, right from creating VM to managing all of it, RDPing into it, and then rest of the other stuff, all of these things are wiped off. These are some things which the cloud provider would take care for you. That's where we are calling it as a platform as a service offering. Few of the another advantages, it is just allowing the developers to focus on their project or the product that they're trying to create. So from a quality perspective, again, your focus is very much into the product rather than you worrying about the underlying backend infrastructure. Though obviously today cloud has become one of the very important aspect, and at the same time when you're trying to architect a solution, you also keep in mind the scalability, the high availability. So obviously those parts also needs to be integrated with the platform as a service offering. And another advantage of PaaS is you get a lot of inbuilt features and functionalities, which otherwise in case of IaaS based deployment, you will have to take care of. So there is automatic scaling that I get. There is automatic HANDR functionalities that I get. There is automatic backups in place, configuration of custom domain name, whether it's SSL certificates, whether it's direct integration with third-party applications like sign in with Facebook or Google. All of these things are provided to you as a feature. Then there is automatic load balancing as well. So I'm completely getting rid of all of the underlying infrastructure level complexities and dependencies. So that's where we have the Azure App Services in the form of a platform as a service offering. A similar service in AWS is AWS Elastic Bean Stack. Just trying to let you compare these services in case you are also studying AWS, or if you are already from an AWS background, you just need to understand what are the services. So Azure App Services is very much equivalent to your AWS Elastic Bean Stack there. Talking about various benefits, multiple languages and frameworks. So with this app service plan in place, I get multiple languages and framework support. So it's not like that Azure App Service is something which is being provided by Microsoft. So I only can use Microsoft based languages like .NET or .NET Core or maybe C#. So it's not at all like that. You can feel free to use your own choice of language, your own choice of framework, whether it's Node.js, Python, PHP, XHTML, CSS, JavaScript, whatever you want, you can feel free to use your own choice of language, your own choice of framework. Another is it integrates with other SaaS platforms and even on premises. That's the another advantage that we get. So if you want to integrate your application with, let's say, Office 365 or Twilio or any other SaaS platforms, Azure gives you all of those functionalities to integrate it with the SaaS platform as well. Apart from it, there are wide variety of templates already available. So in case you're trying to have an web application or maybe specifically a WordPress based stack or maybe something like Joomla or any other template based CRM deployment, all of those are already available for you. So that's the biggest advantage that you get. Just give me a minute, guys. Okay. So it does give you a wide variety of templates where I can directly integrate with the WordPress. So if I want to do a WordPress based application deployment, it's just a single click deployment. So if you compare it with a traditional model of deployment into WordPress, you would ideally buy some hosting space from a hosting provider. You would go to WordPress application, you would download the WordPress zip file, you would unzip it, you would upload all of the WordPress content via FTP to your web server. And at the same time, you will need to separately configure the database. All of these things are wiped up. It's a single click deployment of the WordPress based application. So that's the advantage of the WordPress based deployment of the application. Apart from it, it does allow you to integrate the applications with Visual Studio. So this gives developer a flexibility to basically debug their application right inside the Visual Studio version 2017 and 2019. So that's where you can integrate your applications with the Visual Studio. Very helpful for developers. All your applications are highly scalable. That means I can scale out. That's where we are talking about horizontal scaling. And I can scale up. That's where we are talking about the vertical scaling. So both of the scaling part are available. When I talk about scale out, this is something where I'm talking about the automatic scaling.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So you get all sorts of scaling functionalities as well available. This is where automatically your load balancing part is also handled. When you scale out, your number of instances increase, and those instances are automatically load balanced. Lastly, you can run your applications across any platform, across any device. So your applications would run on wide variety of platforms, whether it's iOS, Android, to let's say Apple iPhones, to all your tablets, handheld devices, everything basically. So it's on web, so it can run across wide variety of devices. Okay, just trying to understand integration with Office 365 scenario. Can be different scenarios in terms of integration with the applications. Could be Office 365, could be Twilio, could be any other application. Integration with Office 365, as in, let's say I would want to go ahead and maybe integrate the data from the O365, or I want to use the O365 login for the user. So before a user signs into the application, I want to use them with the login of the O365 or Outlook. So that's where I can do an Office 365 integration. Similarly, within my application, if I want to allow users to maybe get some data from O365, something like an Excel data or any other kind of data, that's where it gives me that easy integration with different SaaS platforms. So when you say what is the need depends on the business use case or the business solution. So that is where the business need would come into picture. So it all depends on what kind of product you are trying to build, and depending on the product, there can be need of integrating it with different systems. A very simple example: today you use all of these applications like maybe Uber Eats or Zomato or any of the food applications, depending on the country you're based out of. So when you use these food ordering applications or cab booking applications, all of these applications are integrated with Google Maps. So they are using that Google Map API and integrating that with their applications, so that you can see a real-time tracking of the vehicle or your food delivery order. So that's where the integration would depend on the kind of product that you're trying to create or design. Apart from it, if we talk about the another question, what are the disadvantages? In terms of disadvantages, specifically Ghansham, if I talk about, there are few disadvantages. So in case, not really disadvantages, but then cost wise, if you look at, your solution may be bit costly, again depending on what kind of plan you're trying to use. Apart from this, you have a limited choice here. So in terms of the underlying infrastructure, you will get a choice of predefined infrastructure which would be available for you, and you have to select from that option. So I don't get that choice. Let's say I want to have some 500 GB of data. I can't do that. That I get advantage with the infrastructure as a service offering. So here there are predefined t-shirt sizes, moreover, I would say, and you will have to pick one of the choices which is best fitting in your requirement. So as and when we move, you will be able to figure out that how this is getting compared with the infrastructure as a service offering, and what are the major advantages and disadvantages when we compare both. So each service that you're using has got their own advantages in terms of the platform that you get. Here you get an easy integration with different third party offerings as well. But on the same side, if you're more involved into networking based scenario and you want to really RDP into the machine and have a complete control over the choice of operating system and want to control that, again, IaaS is for you, then PaaS is not for you. So again, it all depends on what exactly you would want to use. Okay, now talking about the scale up, scale out scenarios. So when I say high scalability, I'm actually talking about two different scenarios. One is scale up. Scale up is also called as vertical scaling. Now, when we talk about vertical scaling, a very simple example. Let's say today you are using iPhone 7. You move from iPhone 7 to iPhone 11. This is called as scale up, where you are changing the complete underlying infrastructure. You have changed your phone completely, right? It was not just that in iPhone 7 I could have upgraded a chip and it becomes iPhone 11. It's a complete change of the underlying infrastructure, right? That's called as a scale up. When we talk about a scale up, we also talk about a scale down. Scale down means you downgrade from iPhone 7 to iPhone 5. Very simple example, right? So this is where you are scaling down. This is where you are scaling up. Now, when we talk about scale out, that's where we talk about the horizontal scaling. This means let's say today I was just running one virtual machine. Now this virtual machine is not able to handle all the traffic. So I run multiple such virtual machines in parallel. So let's say I run 5 of these VMs in parallel. These are all same virtual machines. This is called as a scale out. So when your traffic comes in, that traffic goes to these different machines, and that's where the load balancing is also happening. Similarly, when your demand is low, you can reduce to just 2 machines. That's called as a scale in. So this is horizontal scaling. And this is something which can be automated also. This is something where you can achieve automation. While this is something which is usually manually done. So that's the difference between the scale in and scale out. Let's move on. Talking about different types of applications and app services, that's where Sridhar we are talking about the comparison. So there are different kinds of application. Like we have got web apps, we have got mobile apps, we have got API applications, and then we have got the logic applications. Now, explicitly, we are talking about the web apps as of now, where we will be looking at websites and web applications. So today, if you talk about Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, all of these are actually the web applications. At the same time, you also get their mobile versions. You use them on mobile. That's where we have the mobile applications. So mobile applications mean mobile backends. So let's say when you go to Facebook, you hit the like button. What happens? You see an increment in the number of likes. But behind the scenes, there is some code getting triggered, which is performing that operation. So that's where for mobile backends, you have got the mobile applications available. Then there are API applications, which are basically the RESTful APIs. So APIs are application programming interface. So when you want to expose something which can be consumed or used by your vendors, or you want to give a API in the form of a third party service which others can use into their application. A very simple example of the Google Maps that I gave you. All your applications are basically using the Google Map API to integrate into their existing application. So those are basically the API applications. Then we have the logic apps, where logic apps integrates system and data without writing code. So this is something where we would be covering this as a part of the next module after this. Specifically with logic apps, the good part is it's more of like how you design a PowerPoint presentation. You drag and drop different things and you create a PPT. In a similar way, with a logic app, you just need to have the business flow. If you know the business flow, it's very easy for you to create a logic app. A very simple example: if I want to create an application which reads a data from database or a Excel sheet and tries to figure out all the students which are going to attend the session today at 8 p.m. IST, and fetching the details of those people and then sending them a push message, push notification, or an SMS or an email notifying them about the session. What do you think? How long would an application of such kind take to create? What do you think? What would be a general time to design such kind of application? The question is, guys, I have an Excel sheet or I have a database where I have details of all the people attending my session at different times, different days. Now I want to figure out, or basically I want to fetch out the details of all the people attending my session today at 8 p.m. and then send them a push notification or a mobile SMS or maybe email notification notifying them that they have a session today. What do you think? How much time would such an application take? I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking about making use of the logic application. Guys, you have to design a working application, not a prototype. I see people saying within 1 minute. We are not just talking about a business workflow. I'm talking about design an application, complete code, writing complete code with a UI where you can do all these stuff. Okay, all the guys saying less than 5 minutes. Can you please come up with an approach? No, guys, I'm not asking you the time it would take to process this. I'm asking you how much time. Let's say you are a developer, you have to design this application. How much time it will take a developer to design this application is what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you how much time it will take to send these messages. Okay, so corresponding to all the answers I see, let's take an average of 2 days. Okay, I see a lot of people taking 1 month, 1 week, 15 days. Let's take an average of 2 days or 5 days to create an application. Let's say you're novice and you're trying to do it for the first time. But with logic apps in place, you can design such kind of application in 30 minutes to 40 minutes, integrating various components. So you would need a component to read the data from an Excel sheet. You've got a connector and actor already available there, which can perform that operation for you. You would need a component which can send in SMS or which can send, let's say, push notification or Outlook mail. Again, we have got predefined components available which can perform those tasks for you. So that's where with logic apps, you can design such kind of application in 30 to 45 minutes. But my question was more on, in general, if you are not using logic app, how much time you would take? So it would ideally be 2 weeks, two days at least, with all testing and stuff done. Okay, perfect. So that's about the different kind of application that we would have here. Difference between API and REST API. So REST basically is moreover a style of the web architecture, and it moreover governs the behavior in terms of client and server. While API that we talk about is moreover, guys, just a general set of protocols. So that's the major difference between the API versus REST API. REST API is more of a RESTful API that we talk about. where it allows you to have the integration with the RESTful web services using a REST architectural style. Okay, so moving on, let's focus on the web apps. Now you've got different app design options, so you can choose your own choice of an app design option, whether it is ASP.NET, Node.js, PHP, Python, or XHTML, CSS, JavaScript. These are just few to name. So you have got a wide variety of application choices which you can choose from. Getting started with deploying web applications. So as a part of this, we're going to talk about creating app service plans, deploying and moving applications, deployment slots and rollback, deploying using Visual Studio Code, and then deploying your application using the GitHub. So that's what we're gonna basically talk about as a part of this course. Now, XHTML, Neeraj, is moreover an extensible hypertext markup language. It is even more stricter than the HTML. So it basically is moreover an XML version of HTML. That's what is XHTML. XML plus HTML equal to XHTML. Moreover, you can think it of like that. Talking about the app service plan, I hope you all would be knowing about app service plan. Anybody here who is listening about app service plan for the first time? Guys, how many of you are listening about app service plan for the first time? Okay. So I see a lot of people very new to it, but yeah, for people who have already been with it in the 104, it would be kind of quick recap. So talking about it, app service plan is a Azure resource that you will need to create in order to deploy your application. So app service plan serves all the underlying infrastructure which is needed to deploy and run your application, right from the CPU to storage to memory to different features and functionalities that you get for your application are provided by the app service plan. So as I told you, we don't have to worry about creating the underlying infrastructure. So all of this underlying infrastructure would be created as a part of this app service plan. Okay, so let's say this is your resource group. Within the resource group, I can have multiple app service plans. Okay, so I can have an app service plan 1. Similarly, I can have an app service plan 2, and so on and so forth. That's what we're talking about here. So first point, you can host multiple applications in a single service plan. So I have got a resource group within which we create an app service plan, and then I can create web applications, web app 1. Similarly, I can have multiple applications using this app service plan. And we have this arrow here. So all these applications can actually use the same app service plan. An app service plan is something which is providing all the underlying infrastructure to run these applications. So the first point that we had was you can host multiple apps in a single service plan. So with this one single app service plan that you create, I can create multiple web apps. Now, very important to understand that the cost that I pay for is not the web app, but the app service plan. So all the cost that you are paying for is for the app service plan, not for the web apps. Okay, so to run a web application, a app service plan is very much needed. Without an app service plan, I cannot run this web app. All the applications share the resources on the service plan. That means subscription, region, and resource group are common. So this app service plan is in this resource group, and all these web applications are also part of the same resource group. That means all these applications would be part of same resource group. When you create this app service plan, it would ask you to select an Azure subscription. And corresponding to this, the web applications also would be deployed in the same subscription. And then you would also be choosing the location for this app service plan. So in whichever location is my app service plan, in the same location will be my web applications also. So that's where all your applications would be sharing the resource group, the subscription, and the location. You can have multiple app service plans in a resource group. As an example, I can have one plan for production, one for testing, one for staging, one for development. So I can have multiple app service plans. Like how I can create multiple virtual machines in a single resource group. In a similar way, I can create multiple app service plans within the resource group. Is app service plan a collection of VM? No, app service plan is not a collection of VM. That's a wrong understanding. Though behind the scenes, when you are creating an app service plan, it is actually creating an underlying infrastructure, which is actually a virtual machine, but that virtual machine is abstracted away. So when you're creating an app service plan, obviously there is a web server getting spinned up behind the scenes, which ultimately is a underlying virtual machine getting spinned up. But that is all abstracted away. In the Azure portal, you will not be able to see a virtual machine running. So that's where we have got the app service plan. Abstracted away means, Neeraj, you will not be able to see the virtual machine which is running behind the scenes. You only see an app service plan. That's what is the meaning of the abstracted away. Talking about the different kinds of the app service plans that you will get. So we get a free and a shared plan. So there are the different plans: free, shared, basic, standard, and premium. With the free plan, I get 1 GB of storage. With the shared plan, I get 1 GB of storage. With the basic plan, I get 10 GB of storage. With the standard one, I get 50 GB. With the premium, I get 250 GB. That's the difference in terms of the storage capacities that these plan offers you. Apart from it, there will be price differences between these plans. Also, different plans are used for different purposes. So free and shared plans are usually used for test and development environment. So in case you're using or creating an app service which you would want to initially use for test and dev, you can start with the free and shared plan. This does not mean that I cannot use basic or standard for my development environment. You can definitely use, but a general recommendation, because as you go up, your price also increases. Then I have a basic plan, which is in generally used for low traffic applications. So let's say if you are a startup and you are trying to launch a product, you want a marketing application for it, a marketing website, I can go ahead with a basic plan, which would support low traffic. It provides manual scaling, so you don't get a support for auto scaling here. You will need to manually scale your resources, and you can scale up to 3 instances. So we just talked about scale in and scale out. That means I can run 3 instances of the basic plan in parallel. Similarly, talking about standard, you usually use the standard plan for production applications. It does support auto scaling. So if you want to use auto scaling, you will need to at minimum start with the standard plan. And it does support the backup. So if you want to enable the backup, which is again a part of your high availability, and similarly would also help you in case something goes wrong and you want to bring your application back from an earlier backup, that's where again it would be useful. Then it supports up to 10 instances. That means I can run 10 instances of a standard plan in parallel. So ideally that means behind the scenes there would be 10 VMs actually running. Lastly, we have got a premium plan which makes use of an app service environment. This is a premium offering where I get scaling up to 20 instances. This is moreover something where I get an isolated environment. So where we have an app service environment. So with an app service environment, it's a premium offering, and you get isolated and dedicated secure environment for running the applications. It is used for very high scale applications, or specifically applications which would require a very high memory. So for your mission critical applications, you use the app service environment. We will be talking about creating an app service plan within the Azure portal, which will give you more insights in terms of the different features that the app service plans would provide you. Let's look at creating an app service plan in the Azure portal. So to create an app service plan, we can go to create a resource, search for an app service plan. There we go. We have got app service plan. Click on create. We start with selecting a subscription. In my case, it's this. In your case, it could be a free trial subscription or pay as you go. We have to start with creating a resource group. Let's create a resource group and call this as Ayush Web App. Let's give a name to the app service plan. So I'm giving the name as Ayush Plan 1. You get a choice to choose the underlying operating system. So if you are looking forward to a Linux-based web hosting or a Windows-based web hosting. So depending on the choice of underlying web server, you can go ahead with a choice of operating system. I am going ahead with a Windows-based app service plan. Then you select a region where you want to create the app service plan. So I want to create the app service plan in Southeast Asia, which is the Singapore data center. Now talking about the very important part, which is the pricing tier. Let's click on change size and understand these tiers. So they have segregated these tiers into dev, test, production, and isolated. So, I mean, this is just a segregation, but you can feel free to use any kind of plan depending on your requirement. Starting with the F1, which is a free plan, which gives you 1 GB of memory. And then it provides you with 60 minutes of per day compute, right? So 60 minutes of per day compute, basically we are talking about the CPU time that is being used during the day. So that means it allows you for 60 minutes of the CPU time utilization during the day. That's the 60 minutes of per day compute. So you get some amount of memory, which is 1 GB, 1 GB of storage. That's it with the free plan. Moving on to shared plan, I get 1 GB of memory. This is where you see the difference with respect to free and the shared. I get 1 GB of memory, 1 GB of the storage capacity. Instead of 60 minutes of per day compute, I get 240 minutes of per day compute. 240 minutes of computation is based on the CPU time that you are using during the day. And the cost is almost 700 INR per month. So you are paying a cost for this. And in terms of additional features, I do get a support for custom domain name. So by default, when you create a web application is created with something like, let's say if the name of my web app is Ayush. So it would be ayush.azurewebsites.net. But this doesn't dictate professionalism. I would rather want it to map it to something called as ayush.com. So that's where this custom domain name helps you to perform these operations. Then we have a B1 plan, B2 plan, and B3 plan. These are all the different variants of the basic plan. In terms of features, B1, B2, B3 will give you the same features. There is difference with respect to the compute capacity that these plan offer you. B1 offers you 100 total ACU. ACU is Azure Compute Unit. It is Azure's own unit to calculate the number of vCPUs and vCores. So if you're new to Azure Compute Units, you can refer to this link because we all understand vCPU and vCore, and this will actually tell you what number of ACU is equivalent to what number of vCPUs and what number of vCores. Now talking about the difference between B1, B2 and B3. So specifically the difference between the B1, B2 and B3 is the compute difference. So B1 gives you 100 total ACU, B2 gives you 200 total ACU, and B3 gives you 400 total ACU. Also, apart from this, if you look at B1, it gives you 1.75 GB of memory. with a A series compute equivalent virtual machine, which is running on an underlying layer. Similarly, with the B2, we get 3.5 GB of memory with the A series compute equivalent virtual machine. And with B3, I get 400 total ACU with 7 GB of memory and A series compute equivalent virtual machine running on an underlying layer. ACU is Azure Compute Unit. It is Azure owns unit to calculate number of vCPUs and vCores. We all in general know what is vCPU and what is vCore. So I have already shared a link in the chat. You can go through that link to compare the number of ACU with vCore and vCPU. So 100 total ACU is equivalent to what number of vCPU and what number of vCore is listed right over here. A A series equivalent virtual machine with 100 ACU is equivalent to 1 vCPU, 1 core. That means a machine with 200 total ACU is 2 vCPU, 2 core. As simple as that. You need not remember these stats and metrics, but you should understand the difference between the features and the storage. You need not remember these numbers, guys, but please remember the features and the storage differences. That will really help you in exam, because in app services, that's the major area to focus upon from an exam perspective. Most of your questions would roll about these features. And then you get 3 instances of manual scaling here. So you can manually scale up to 3 instances. That means I can run 3 instances of B1 plan in parallel. So if I have 1 instance, I can increase it up till 3 instances. Also, if 1 instance of B1 is costing, let's say 2300, then 3 instances of B1 will cost me 2300 into 3. Okay, that is 6900. So scaling doesn't come for free. If I'm adding more instances, my cost is also increasing at the same time. This is very important for you to understand, that your cost is also getting changed right at the same point in time. That's about the basic plan and the major difference between B1, B2 and the B3 plans. Then we have got, okay, one more thing here. So we get support for custom domain name like shared infrastructure, but we also get support for SSL, which means support for HTTPS. Okay, so by default, you would have HTTP over here, right? HTTP iuse.com. But if you need to have HTTPS, you would need to configure an SSL certificate, and that's where we get the support for it.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Moving on to production category, where we have got S1, S2, S3, which is the standard plan. Again, S1, S2, S3 will differ in terms of the compute capacities and major differences with respect to hardware. So now your storage has increased from 10 GB to 50 GB. Perfect, Aruna. Thank you. So your storage has increased from 10 GB to 50 GB as compared to the basic plan. You get support for custom domain name SSL. You also get support for auto scaling. So the support for auto scaling starts from the standard plan onwards, where I get to scale up to 10 instances. Then we get support for staging slots. So you can create up to 5 staging slots. So in general, in an enterprise environment, we all know that you cannot deploy an application directly to production. You start with development, move to testing, then UAT, then staging, and then to production. So these staging slots helps you to perform those similar operations here, where we can create staging slots and swap these slots before deploying our application onto the production. Then standard plan also supports backup, so you can have 10 times daily backup for your application. And then lastly, you get a support for traffic manager, which would help you improve the performance and availability, where we can route the traffic to the multiple instances of the application. So that's where we also get the support for the traffic manager. Traffic manager works at a DNS level. We will be talking about traffic manager as well as at a later point in time. So that's the difference between S1, S2, and S3. Since I write code and deploy it for web apps, why I need backup? So Mohsin, you're just thinking about the code and deployment of web apps. What about your database? What about data that you're capturing as a part of the web application? So it depends on what kind of application you are creating. Let's say you have an e-commerce application. Do you have code locally on your machine? Do you have all the data of folks registering, all the data of folks who have placed order? What are the orders in the queue? I mean, just a very simple example. So that's where there is a need of backup also. Hope that answers your query. Perfect. Then we have got different plans like P1, P2, P3, P1, V2, P2, V2, P3, V2, and then P1, V3, P2, V3, and P3, V3. Again, these would differ in terms of the overall underlying compute. In terms of features, now the features are same, just the numbers have increased. So if you look at the P1 plan, P1 gives you 250 GB of storage. So rather than 50 GB, my storage has increased to 250 GB. Auto scaling up to 20. Staging slots are also 20. I get up to 50 times daily back. So only these numbers will increase now, but no other differences. Then we have got P1 V2, which is something which Microsoft recommends. So if you want to have a greater compute capacity at a lesser cost, you can go ahead with P1 V2. If you look at P1 and P1 V2, P1 gives me 100 ACU, P1 V2 gives you 210 total ACU, 3.5 GB of memory, and a DV2 series equivalent virtual machine at a lesser cost, 10,000 versus 15,000. So that's where we have got the P1 V2, P2 V2, and the P3 V2, and similarly P1 V3, P2 V3, and the P3 V3 plans. So do remember the differences here. Custom domain names are equivalent to that VM gives any name. No funny. We have already talked about what custom domains are. I will talk about it when I will do the hands-on. Whenever you create a web app, your web app is created with the name something like ayush.azurewebsites.net. But rather than that, you want everybody to go to ayush.com. So this is where you get the support for custom domain name. Okay, I see a question. So meanwhile, what I'll do, let me quickly spin up this plan. So we'll go ahead with the B1 plan. Let's click on apply and review and create to create this app service plan. So do focus on the app service plan differences from an exam perspective. Okay, I see a question from Sridhar. When app service plan is tied to location RG subscription means all app instances are in a single location. Traffic manager, I believe, is for LB between regions, or can LB in single location? Yes, Sridhar, it's basically for diverting the traffic to different instances of your application running in different regions. True. So my app service plan has been deployed. Let's spin this to dashboard. And there we go with the app service plan. So that's where I have got my app service plan created, which is Ayush plan 1 with a B1 plan. And as of now, there is just one instance of this plan running. So if you look at, we have got this application created with a B1 plan, one instance currently running. There are 0 applications and 0 slots currently deployed. So there are no applications created. We haven't created any slot for this plan as of now. And right now we are into the Windows operating system. I mean, basically the operating system that we have selected is Windows. So we have got a Windows based hosting. We can also go to this apps to see how many apps are currently running. As of now, there is no deployment of any web application that we have done in the plan. We can go to file system storage to see the utilization by the file system in terms of the storage. So we have created an app service plan, which is a B1 plan. B1 plan gives me 10 GB of storage. Out of that 10 GB, I have not consumed anything so far. Also, if there are any applications deployed, you will be able to see the usage of those applications right over here in the file system usage by application part. Similarly, we can scale up and scale down from these options. So usually when we say scaling up in web app or scaling out in web app, though we say we are scaling out an web app, but we are scaling the app service plan, not the web app. Okay. So those changes are actually being done on the app service plan. So scale up means, let's say I started with a B1 plan and tomorrow I have a need of, let's say, more compute. I can go to B2. I can go from B1 to B3. If I want, I can go from B1 to S1. And I just need to click on apply, and it takes immediately action with a no downtime for your application. So now my app service plan has moved to an S1 plan. So that's how you can perform the scale up operation. It's a single click operation. Similarly, if I want to move back to B1, I can click on B1, click on apply, and I can move back to the B1 plan. So that's how the scale up functions. Scale out here works in a similar fashion how it works in the virtual machine scale set. So in the VMSs, how you do manual scaling, you have got this volume bar kind of button or option, and you can just increase the number of instances, decrease the number of instances, and it would automatically, and just click on save to perform the scaling. Now talking about the load balancing here. So depending on the number of instances running, app service plan will automatically take care of load balancing. So I don't need to perform any kind of load balancing over here. Load balancing is automatically handled here as a part of the app service plan. So you need not worry about this. So I don't need to separately have a load balancer. All of it will be taken care as a part of the app service plan. Does scale up have a downtime? No, scale up does not have a downtime. If I create app service plan in Asia, can instances be created in America? No, Neeraj. You will have to create the instances in Asia only. If you want to create in America, you will need to deploy a new app service plan in America. If you go for app service plan, can these app systems be integrated to our domain infrastructure, AD infra for any company? If you want to integrate it with the AD infra, you will need to basically leverage Azure Active Directory Krishna and have a AD connect first of all established. Then only you will be able to do these. So we need to create plans separately in different regions and deploy same web apps in different region for traffic manager use. Very true, Sridhar. You will need to have individual deployments of your application done in different app service plans in different region, and thereafter use traffic manager to basically do the deployment. I guess we have already covered this part, Sridhar, earlier when you were part of the AZ104 track. When we scale up, service gets restarted. No, Nathan, service will not get restarted. As I told you, there is no downtime for your applications or services here when you perform a scale up or a scale down operation. It's a hot swap and there will be no downtime for your application. Also, in a real-time use case, whenever you're performing a scale up or a scale out operation, there would be multiple instances of your application running. So not all the instances would be scaling up at the same time or scaling down at the same time. So that's where, from an architect perspective, you need to always ensure that you are preparing for the updates and at the same time ensuring your system does not go down, right? So that's where you should have multiple instances running in parallel. And whenever updates or rolling updates are to happen, those should be done sequentially, not parallelly. Never ever do the updates parallelly because it can hamper your complete system. Are you going to show how to do a ASP.NET web deployment? No, funny. I will just talk about a very simple HTML based deployment. In a similar way, you can deploy any language, any application in your choice of favorite language. Could be .NET, could be Java, could be Node.js or anything. So that's about the app service plan, guys. In case of a developer role, he has to go for 204. Yes, 204 is a developer focused track. Now, when it is a developer focused track, funny, let me also talk about a bit of the expectations there. So when it is a developer track, that does not mean that they would talk about how to do an ASP.NET deployment or Java deployment. When we say developer track, whatever today we are doing using Azure portal, you can do the same stuff using the code as well. So let's say tomorrow, if I want to create let's say virtual machine, and then I want to interact to that virtual machine via code or have all of those kind of stuff, or I want to use service bus or all of the Azure integration services, That's majorly something which is covered as a part of AZ204. So how your application or how you interact to Azure services using code or using different SDKs or different APIs, that's what is the major focus of the developer certification. So we just had a look at creating an app service plan using the Azure portal. In a similar way, you can also create the app service plan using PowerShell, where we have the command neo az rm. So instead of Azure RM, now it's neo az resource group, followed by the name of the resource group and location. So you have to basically provide in the same set of parameters that you usually do when you create it using the Azure portal. Similarly, neo az rm app service plan, name of the resource group, name of the app service plan, location, and the tier. Our tier being free, shared, basic, standard, premium, and then worker size being a small, medium, large, corresponding to, let's say, B1, B2, B3. So it's basically small, medium, and large. Similarly, you can also do this using an app service, using a CLI, where you can create app service plan using the command az group create. So anything that you need to create using CLI, the command is create. We need to create an app service plan. So we have az group create for resource group, and then for app service plan, you have az app service plan create. For a resource group, it's location and the resource group name that we provide as the parameter. For az app service plan, we basically provide resource group name, app service plan name, location, and the SKU. So again, you can provide the SKU like basic, free, shared, basic, standard, premium, so on and so forth. So those are the ways to create it using CLI, and CLI command syntax remains, it's the stock keeping unit. So like, let's say, for example, if I have iPhone 7, iPhone 11, these are different variants of the iPhone. These are called as different SKUs. In a similar way, here also by SKU, we mean B1, B2, B3. These are different SKUs. SKU is a very common term today, which is used industry wide. Whether it's e-commerce industry or any other industry, you will see the usage of these terms very much. Now, the CLI command will change across updates Mosin. Next, talking about deploying and moving applications. So in terms of deploying and moving apps, we will look at creating a web application, and then we will also look at creating another app service plan, and then moving the application that we create into that another app service plan. So let's get started with creation of another app service plan first. So as of now, I created a B1 plan. I will create another plan that would be an S1 plan. So let's get started. I'm selecting the same resource group. Let's name this as Ayush Plan 2. We'll go ahead with Windows, and this time it would be a Southeast Asia location again. And rather than B1 plan, it would be a standard S1 plan that we will go ahead with. Let's click on review and create to create this second plan. So we have got plan 1, which is a basic B1 plan. And then we have got a standard plan, which is this one. So we have got two different app service plans available. Now we'll go ahead and create a web application. Neeraj, I already answered why we are creating two plans. We will look at moving an application from one plan to another. That's the reason we are creating two plans. So we have created two different plans. One is a B1 plan, another is a S1 plan. Now let's go ahead and deploy a web app. So to deploy a web app, we go to create a resource, search for a web app, click on create. Start with a subscription. I will select the same resource group, which is Ayush Web App. Now this is where you give the name to your web application. The name that you give here, this should be unique, because this name will get appended with .azurewebsites.net to create the URL of your application, which will be available worldwide. So I will give the name as Ayush 20 Feb. So Ayush 20 Feb followed by .azurewebsites.net becomes the URL of my application. After this, we have got the publish option, where you can see there is a code-based option and a Docker container. So for now, we will go ahead with a code-based deployment of the application, where you can select a runtime stack. So depending on your choice of technology, you can select ASP.NET, Java, Node.js, PHP, Python, Ruby. I am going ahead with ASP.NET version 4.8. Now, if I select ASP.NET, by default, it will gray out the operating system, which is Linux. It will not allow you to have the Linux as the underlying operating system for .NET. But if I choose to go ahead with Node.js, it would definitely allow me to pick Linux or Windows. Now, you see, the app service plan that we created was for Windows. So if I try to choose Linux over here, it will see if there is any app service plan available in that location. If not, it will actually create a new app service plan for you automatically right here. So for now, I'll select ASP.NET version 4.8 with the region as Southeast Asia, where we have got our app service plan created. And you can see it has automatically picked in one of the plan. So you can select whether you want to go ahead with a B1 plan or a S1 plan. And apart from it, if you want to create a new plan, you can also create a new plan right from this specific blade. So these are the basic settings that we will need to provide here. So let's click on monitoring. I don't want any monitoring as of now. I will be disabling this. And let's click on review and create to create this web application. You can refer to the Azure official documentation. There is no link for any of the exams that Azure has. There are no official links for any of the Azure exam related contents. All of the things for exams are available in various Azure documentation. And just a general recommendation, I would always prefer you all to read the Azure official docs for any services that you try to learn, because these are always updated, all the perspective and from time to time. So you will always see the latest and greatest changes there with all the new snapshots of the changed UI. Because when it is cloud, you would see new UI coming every now and then. I mean, just if I talk about the major UI, the core UI of the Azure portal, it has been revamped multiple times. So it's not something which would be always same. If you today look at the virtual machine creation UI, last year there were a lot of UI changes, and continuously to make it a better user experience, the UI always keeps on changing. So given that, you should always prefer using the Azure official docs. So if you look at this is again a new UI. I mean, last year this got changed. Earlier the UI was a bit different here. We were not able to see all of these charts right over here. So UI keeps on changing. If you look at, there are new options. Deployment center classic is gonna soon get deprecated. Now here is just a deployment center and deployment slots. So whole lot of bunch of options moving. Now they've added a separate option called as app service plan. Earlier it was all mixed up. So these are some of the UI changes that you will always see. So direct link to Azure Docs is this one, where you go to this, click on any service, and you will always find the documentation. So a very simple example, if it is app service, just click on app service and it will take you to the app service where you will find information on all of the app service related aspects. So people who are trying to look at how I can get started with ASP.NET, this is where you can get your first ASP.NET application deployed. So you will get each and everything. From an exam perspective, not everything can be covered right as a part of this course. We are very much focused on what is important from an exam perspective. But right, if I just talk about app service, there can be at least 5 to 6 sessions done only on the app service. So if you are looking at greater deep dive, then the best place is to read through the Azure Docs, depending on what is the service which is of more use to you, depending on your organization use cases. Okay, now talking about this web application which has got deployed. So in this, we have got the URL, which is ayush20web.azurewebsites.net. If I click on this URL, currently my web application is live, up and running, where I see a default Microsoft web page. I'm sharing this URL in the chat. If you all try to hit this URL, you will see that this URL is up and running with the Microsoft default web page showing up right over here. So that's where our web application has been deployed and is up and running. Now, as of now, the web application is running in the, okay, they have changed the UI where now they're not displaying the data corresponding to the app service plan over here. Let's quickly refresh and check. Now it's coming. That's what I was looking for. So this data that you see, currently my application is running into a B1 plan. Now I have got some of the use cases for you guys. So now let's say we have got this app service plan B1, and let's say I've got app service plan S1. Now my question is, we have got all of these different kind of application running. Let's say I want to scale a web application from B1 to S1 plan. Any application I want to scale up from B1 to S1 plan, what could be the different options that you can think of, guys? I want to move an application from B1 to S1 plan. What could be the various options? Switch the app service plan from portal, change to S1 plan. Yes, we only need to change the app service plan for the application. So we want to move an application from B1 to S1 plan. So one thing that you might think of would be simply a scale up operation, right? How many of you suggest the scale up operation? Simplest approach. I want to move an application from B1 to S1. I can simply do a scale up. How many of you agree with it? Quick responses with yes and no. People with no, let me know the reason. Yeah, guys, so when you're trying to move an application from one plan to another, you're actually doing a scale up, right? I have a B1 plan currently running. I can do an scale up and move it to S1. That's a scale up operation. Moving from iPhone 5 or iPhone 7 to iPhone 11, as simple as that, right? So most of you suggested a scale up operation. This is a right answer, but not a right approach. Okay, so this is not a right approach. Now I will tell you why this is not a right approach. From an answer perspective, yes, I mean at the end we have achieved the goal. Now how we are achieving it and what impact it is having is a altogether different case. But if I want to move from B1 to S1, if I scale up, answer is correct, but the approach is wrong. Why the approach is wrong? The reason is, in one single app service plan, I have multiple applications up and running. Now my requirement is only to impact one application and move this from B1 to S1. If I change this plan from B1 to S1, I am actually moving all these plans to S1 from B1. But I only want to move this application. And that's where we have an option called as change app service plan, which would move only this application from B1 to this S1 plan, while all other applications will continue to work in the B1 plan. So that's the reason we created two different plans. Now you can search here for change and you will see this option of change app service plan. So you can see I can now choose a plan 2, which is the S1 plan, and I can click on OK, which would be basically performing the hot swap of this application to the new plan. So to move this application from B1 to S1, let's click on OK. And now you can see the application has moved to the S1 plan. Let's quickly do a refresh. Let me refresh the portal. And you can see the application has now moved to the S1 plan. So we have just impacted one single application and moved the application to the another plan. Now, another thing, when you're trying to perform this operation of moving an application from one plan to another plan, your both the app service plan should be a part of the same resource group and same location. So if your app service plans are part of different resource group or even different location, it will not allow you to move the app service into the another plan. It will actually not pop up that option itself. So that's how you can move an application from one plan to another plan. Any questions, guys? Hope this answers your query, Deepthi. For React application, Nathan, you can select both Windows as well as Linux. Both are allowed. What if my S1 plan is in a different location and I want to move app to S1 from B1? So this is something which you cannot do directly. There is a clone app option available that you can use in the development tool and clone your application to the another location. Same application cannot be moved. You cannot move it to the another location. Another option is you can, manually deploy a new application, or you can clone the existing and kind of move it to the different region. Cool. Let me move this application back to the B1 plan, and let's look at the other aspects of the web application. Cool. So now my application runs into a B1 plan. Okay. So as of now, we have deployed the web application using the Azure portal. We can also do the deployment of this application using the PowerShell, where you have the command new az rm web app, name of the resource group, location, app service plan, and the name of the web app. Similarly, you can do it using CLI, where you have az web app create, name of the resource group, name of the web application, and name of the app service plan. Next, talking about deployment slots and rollback. So as I told you, when you are into an enterprise environment, typically you would never deploy your application onto the production directly. You would need to go through different areas, like starting from development to maybe testing, UAT, staging, and then to production. So in Azure also, you can deploy the deployment slots, test your application, and then release your application to production. So you can think of these deployment slots as different staging areas.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Talking about deployment slots, so these are just a method which supports rapid development. Currently not available in free, shared, or basic plans. If you want to use this functionality, you will need to start at minimum with a standard plan. By default, the slot is named production. So the application that we created right now is by default the production slot or the production application. So whenever you create a new web app, it is by default the production slot. You can create up to 5 slots in a standard plan and up to 20 slots in the premium plan. You can also use dev QA and UAT environments. Also, each slot will have its own host name and configuration. That means each slot will get its own URL and would have its own configuration settings, because I would want to apply a different setting on staging, a different on testing, different on development, and different on staging, and different on production. So that's where we have got the deployment slots. So if you look at the workflow, you have an application. This application, let's say you have deployed into the staging slot. After the deployment, the testing team tests the application. Then there is a swap button available on the Azure portal. When you click on this swap button, the content of your staging application will move to production app, and the contents of production application will move to the staging, and users will not be aware of this transaction. So for users, it would be a fresh application which goes live. Very simple example. How many of you have kind of gone to the online shopping websites during the sale events, right? I'm pretty sure some of you might have even sat late night and tried to refresh the web page right after just 12 o'clock, right in the midnight post 12, you try to hit the refresh button and you saw all the deals popping up right there, whether it's a Cyber Monday or a Black Friday, whether it's your Amazon Great Indian Festival or Flipkart Big Billion Day. You see the latest and greatest changes right available there, right? So this is where actually when those changes happen, your website is live, right? And on a click of refresh, you get to see all the latest and greatest changes right there. So that's something that you can achieve using the deployment slots. Now there is also something called as rollback. Rollback means, let's say you have deployed something to production and suddenly users started noticing some error. Let's say mistakenly the price of iPhone 11 rather than 60,000, it was posted as 6,000 INR. Right now users have started noticing that error. So you can bring your application down and again swap it so that your older application will go live, and it would again swap the contents of production with staging and vice versa. Post that, you can go ahead, correct the errors, and run through the process one more time. So this is just a simple example that I'm talking about, but in reality, I mean, just for that a smaller change, you don't do a complete rollback. That was just an example. Okay, so when it is a large e-commerce application like Amazon or Flipkart or etc., they have all the mechanism from backend where they have that all CMS and e-commerce system in place where they have that option of changing the price of individual product right from the backend. So they don't do a complete rollback. But let's say when it is a new feature which has been rolled out where there is a problem, they always have this option of rollback for individual feature components. Are transaction preserved in rollback? So mostly usually transactions are stored in your database. So yes, transactions can be preserved in your rollback as well. Again, it will be depending more on how you have architected your solution. So if your transactions are not a part of the database, then yes, things like that will not be preserved and all of that will get refreshed. But ideally, that's the kind of data which is usually a part of the database. In Azure CLI, Neeraj, it was AZ web app create. So that's how the rollback works. Now let's look at these scenarios. Now, one more very important thing. What are the settings which will get swapped and what are the settings which will not get swapped? So when you're trying to perform the swap operation, there are a few things which will be swapped. There are a few things which will not be swapped. There are settings like general settings, application settings, connection strings, the handler mappings, monitoring settings, diagnostic settings, and web jobs content. These are the settings which will get swapped. Right now, do not ask me about these settings. I will be covering these settings at a later point in time. We will be talking about each of these settings later on. For now, just have a look like these are the settings which will get swapped. We will be talking about all of these later on. Then there are settings which will not get swapped. Something like custom domain name. People always know what is Amazon.com. They don't care about Amazon-staging.com or Amazon.staging.com or staging.amazon.com, whatever it is, right? So custom domain name is something which we do not swap. Similarly, there are SSL certificates and bindings that are again tied to your main domain. So these are the settings that again you will not be swapping. Then there are scale settings. These are again something which does not get swapped because you may want to have your production application running into a higher app service plan, while you may want to have a application which is, let's say, staging application, which you would want to run into a lower app service plan. So that's where scale settings are something which we do not change. Similarly, there are publishing endpoints and web job schedulers. These are again something which you would want to apply onto the main web application, where you are trying to achieve some kind of automation in place. So these are the things which you will not be swapping. Usually production and staging databases would be different. So when you're trying to move an application to production, again, your connection strings would be used corresponding to the production database. So that's where your connection string ideally would always get swapped. So that's about the deployment slot. Starting today, we will be looking at the service health first of all. Again, we are continuing on the path of the Azure App Services. So service health is something which will help you to basically ensure that all of the have a good view of what are the services that are currently up and running. If there is any issue from a Microsoft perspective, then you will be able to watch out for that. So whenever it comes to service availability, Microsoft is very transparent on that, and that's where we have this functionality of the service health available with us. So in the service health blade, you will be able to get a global map view of the different regions with the service issues, the review planned maintenance, and also you can be informed of the health advisories. Apart from this, you also will be able to see the health history. So let's have a look at this service. So that's where I'm onto the Azure portal. And if you go to all services under the search option, let's type for service health, and you all will be able to see this service called as service health, which is a global service. Now within this service health, you can see there are service issues. So as of now, if I select all the regions and if I zoom in, you will be able to see, just give me a moment, let me just quickly. So if you look at all the services, as of now, everything is pretty much green over here. That means there are no service issues found with respect to any of the Azure services. You can view the planned maintenance activities. So if there are any planned maintenance activities coming up from the Azure end, you will be able to see the list of those activities. This is where you can view the health advisories. Now, Microsoft would want to ensure that the underlying infrastructure on which your applications are running should always be healthy. And that's where we have got this option of health advisories, where if there are any planned reviewed maintenance activity from Microsoft, you all will be able to basically have a view of these activities right over here. Then we have got security advisories. As a part of the security advisories, you will again be able to see some security advisories that are coming up from the Microsoft end. So always Microsoft would be basically telling you about these advisories. Specifically, if you're into an enterprise subscription, the kind of granularity of the updates and stuff would be more as compared to a normal free trial subscription. Also, if you go to health history, you will be able to find the health history right over here. So you can see we have all the regions selected. Let me change the time range to, let's say, last 3 months. So here I will be able to see all the information about the different kinds of issues which may have occurred so far. So this is where you can see there was some Active Directory error notification that went out to users. There was an RC on Azure Active Directory issue, which was related to some kind of delayed log or some kind of logs which were missing for the users. So this gives you the information about different set of services in case those are down, or if there is any critical issues, or if there is a global failure corresponding to any service, or a region level failure corresponding to any services. Those issues are available in the health history. Apart from this, also they give you a RC. That means why the issue happened, what was the root cause, what is the summary of the impact. All of these things will be available right here. In case you are eligible for some service units, even they will help you, let you know about those things as well. This is where you can see the resource health. So you will be able to select a resource type, and then you will be able to see different types of resources which are currently available in your subscription and the health of those resources. As of now, I don't have much of the resources available right here. And finally, you can also configure the health alerts. Apart from this, we do have a service status website where you can go to this application called as status.azure.com. Okay. So this is the website where we see status.azure.com, where you can see it refreshes every 2 minutes. And depending on different geographies like America, Europe, Asia, Pacific, Middle East, and Africa, Azure government regions, which are the data centers which are dedicated to the Azure government and specifically the US region. And then we have Azure China, which is basically operated by a third party provider, which is Wire21. Now you can see different status of the services. Mostly everything is green now. That means all of these services are working fine within the Americas. Same for Europe. You can look at Middle East and Africa. You can look at government and China regions. So these are all the different regions that today Azure offers you. Everything pretty much is green. Sometime back, I think almost a week or 2 weeks ago, if you would have seen news, specifically in America, the South Central US location, there was a thunderstorm and lot of snow happening. So in case you were an enterprise customer or in case you have been using Azure services, there was an advisory from Microsoft that it's a good idea for you to configure your services for disaster recovery. The reason was because in South Central US, they had their data center. And because of this thunderstorm and a lot of ice and everything, they basically had to send out these advisories. Though the data center operated very well, there was power failures in the region. There were water supply issues. There were network issues. A lot of people were facing issues actually. So that's where Microsoft did initiated some kind of health advisory notice to people. What types of question will come from this section? Can you give an example? Okay, they can very simply ask you the service which gives you information about the Azure status or the set of available data centers and their availability, and they can give you different 4 options: Azure Service, Health, Security Center, maybe Azure Monitor, and then probably you have to choose one. So that's primarily the kind of question that can be framed out of that. It's morely the services specific question. When it comes to these kind of services, they cannot ask you to remember all sort of different matrices and regions and all. So the kind of questions are kind of pretty straightforward given these kind of services. At the same time, if I talk about app service, yes, they can go and talk about the different kinds of plan. They do expect you to know the different kinds of plan. But again, on contrary, when I talk about virtual machines, now in virtual machines, we have got like 100 plus different virtual machine sizes. So obviously, not everybody also, but nobody would kind of primarily remember those kind of different virtual machine sizes. Also, doesn't make sense for us to remember it, right? So they don't put you questions on those stuff. But where there are very minimal kind of offerings, they do expect you to know the differences, because only if you know the differences as an architect, that's where you know what to suggest when you're trying to deploy a web application. So from that perspective, the questions are basically framed depending on the underlying services. So that's about the Azure Service Health. Next, talking about how do you take the backup of the web application. So let me quickly deploy a web app so that we can have a look at how the backup of the web application function. Let me quickly deploy a web application so that we can configure the backup for it. Let's create this. I have got the resource group, so let me create a new one. Let's call this as Ayush Web App. Then I can give the name as Ayush 27 Web. Publish as code and version 4.8 Windows Central US. I'll change this to Southeast Asia. Then I will create a new plan. Let's call this as Ayush Plan 1. And there we go with the S1 plan. That should be fine. Next, moving on to monitoring. I don't need any monitoring. Let's review and create this. Let's create this. Okay, I have got my web application created. Let's pin this to dashboard. So here I am on the dashboard. We've got the web application. Now, the backup for the web application works in a different way as compared to our virtual machines or databases. So when I talk about the backups for the web application, we have this option of backups under settings. And this is very different from the normal backup process of virtual machines or databases. In case of virtual machine and databases, we make use of a service called as Azure Site Recovery, where we create a recovery service vault. So the resource that we create is called recovery service vault. But here the backup is something which is stored within the storage account. So you click on configure, you get an option to first of all configure a storage account. So let's configure a storage account. Click on a storage account and I would enter the name as Ayush 27 Feb. General purpose V2 account with LRS, and let's go ahead with location as Southeast Asia. How is this backup service different from Vault? This is different from Recovery Service Vault. In a way, Recovery Service Vault is a service in itself, but here I am just using a storage account to keep the backup. In case of Recovery Service Vault, I am not creating any storage account behind the scenes. Upfront. Right, so it's all the recovery service vault which is taking care of the automated backups and stuff for your virtual machines and SQL database. But for web apps, I cannot make use of the recovery service vault because this is a PaaS offering here. And for the web applications, we have not got any option in the recovery service vault. So that's where I've created a storage account and I select the storage account. It will ask me to create a container. I can create a container. Let's call this as Ayush. And I click on create. So it creates a container. You select this container and click on select and then click on save. If you want, you can schedule the backups. So you can have almost 10 times daily backup in case you're using S1 tier and 50 times daily backup in case you're using a premium tier. So for now, I'm turning off the backup, the automated backup basically. I can trigger it manually depending on my requirement. So I click on save. Let's say I want to trigger a backup. I click on backup and it triggers the backup. You can see the backup is in progress. Okay, let's refresh this portal. So you can see my one of the backup got succeeded. As of now, I did not had anything in the application. I can download the zip file. Also, if I want, I can go to the storage account. If I download the zip file, there would be simply that default Microsoft web page, which gets created as a part of the web application. If I go to the storage account, this is where I have the storage account. And if you look at this, we have got container where we have Ayush as the container. And this is where we have got the different log and the zip. Within the zip, you will be able to see that there would be a file available, which is basically the Microsoft default HTML file, which gets created as a part of the application deployment. So you basically get all your code available in the zip file. That's how the backup for the web application functions. If I want to delete all of these, I can just click on reset. Not delete, but I want to stop the backup. I can click on reset and this would reset the backup. Also, are there any extra charges for these? So for using this backup, you're not paying charge, but you do pay the charge for creating the storage account and storing the data there. So whatever data is being stored within the storage account, you will definitely be charged for that amount of data. Also, this can be restored, so you can restore it to the same application, or if you want, you can also restore it to some another web application in place. So in your existing app, you have got both the choices to restore the application. Now, again, also understand why do we need backup. So backup is just helping you in case something has got corrupted. So that's the reason you're taking backup. So given this, again, having just backup of one instance is more than enough for us to solve the case. So that's how it basically functions. So that's about the Azure web applications. Now, talking about the next offering, which is basically the scalability. So we did talk on a lot of other services as of now, which is configuring alerts, diagnostic logs, retrieving and streaming logs, monitoring of the application, the service health, and the backups. Now talking about the web application configuration with respect to scaling and resilience. So we will talk about auto scaling applications here, and then also looking at configuring the traffic manager. Talking about the auto scaling now, as the name suggests. So how many of you are very much familiar with the concept of scaling? Feel free if you don't know, please let me know straightforward. Upfront, do not hesitate. I will explain you very properly, but please ensure that the concept of scaling is clear. Okay, because this is something which is the core advantage. I mean, it is one of the core benefits of the cloud. People move to cloud because scaling is one of the biggest advantage that I can leverage. Talking about scale in and scale out. So scale in, scale out is basically your horizontal scaling, where you're trying to basically increase the number of instances corresponding to an application. Now, given this, if I have a basic tier, I can scale up to 3 instances. So for basic, we have auto scaling up till, manual scaling up till 3 instances. This is manual. For standard, I can do this up to 10 instances. For premium, I can do this up to 20 instances. That means today I have a need of 4 resources, basically 4 instances, I would say. I can create these 4 instances. Tomorrow my demand is increased. I want to increase further. I can add more instances to my application. That's how it functions. That's the scale out. Similarly, your demand goes in, you can reduce these resources and come in. That's called as a scale out, scale in. So this is scale in, scale out, where we talk about the horizontal scaling. Now this impacts all your applications running on the service plan. Because let's say today, if I have one instance running over here, this is my plan, and I have some 4 applications running on this plan. If I create copy, all these 4 applications also would run on this plan. So it's impacting all the applications in this plan for you. Then we have scale up or scale down, which is basically your vertical scaling. As the name suggests, you are moving up a tier or you are moving down a tier. So as an example, I can move from basic to standard, standard to premium, and vice versa. Even if I move from B1 to B2 or B1 to B3, that's also termed as the scale up operation. So that's how the scale up operation works, where I can move between these tiers, moving from basic to standard, standard to premium. This is again your scale down, where you're moving from standard to basic. So you're changing the complete underlying CPU, memory, disk space, the number of staging slots, and features and functionalities that you get right there. So let's talk about how this scaling would function. So if I have this web application, now normally when we talk, we say that I'm scaling my application, but it's actually the app service plan that we are scaling. Okay. So we have got the app service plan where I have scale up or scale out. In the scale up, if you look at, I am currently on S1. I can move down to F1, D1, or maybe B1, B2, and B3. Similarly, if you look at this, I can move to S1, any of the up tiers, which is premium tier. That's called as scale up operation. When I talk about scale out, currently I'm in S1 plan, which supports both manual scaling as well as horizontal scaling. The scaling that I talked about, the scale up, this has to be manual. Only the scale out can be automated. So I'm currently moving on to scale out. And in the scale out, you will be, just refresh this. If you look at this, in the manual scaling, it's more of like a volume bar kind of button, where I can use this and scale up till 10 instances, because I'm currently into a standard tier, which is an S1 plan. When I talk about custom auto scale, in case of custom auto scale, I get to define the scaling features in terms of different matrices. So I can create different rules which would allow me to automatically scale the resources depending on my requirement. If you look here, I have got manual scaling, I have got custom auto scale. Now moving on to custom auto scale. So I can scale based on a metric, or I can scale to a specific instance count. So I can add a rule. I have got different metrics available, like the CPU percentage, data in, data out, disk queue length, HTTP queue length, memory percentage, some TCP errors, and TCP matrices. So CP percentage is one of the most common metrics that we have in place. The time aggregation is average. This is exactly similar to how the scaling happens in case of virtual machine scale set, guys. Same thing is applicable here. I've got time aggregation as average, minimum, maximum, sum, last count. So I'm keeping it as average. We have CPU percentage average. Operator is greater than, matrix is 70, duration 10 minutes, time gain of 1 minute, time gain statistics is average. Now, just have a look here. How do we read this rule? If my average CPU percentage is greater than 70 over last 10 minutes, again, have a look. If my average CPU percentage is greater than 70 over last 10 minutes, this rule will be executed after every 1 minute because it is a 1 minute time gain. That means the rule will get executed after every 1 minute, and after every 1 minute it will check for the last 10 minutes of the average CPU percentage. Now if it is greater than 70, what action should be performed? So you can increase the count by, increase the percentage by, increase the count to, or decrease the count by, decrease the percentage by, or decrease the count to. So let's say I want to increase the instance count by 1. So I can say increase count by 1, which will add one more instance of your app service plan, which would run in parallel, so that there can be some automatic load balancing happening there. Also, there is something called as cooldown minutes, which is by default defined as 5. It's up to you, whatever cooldown time you would want to have here, you can define that cooldown time in minutes. This cooldown time means that after the scale operation has occurred, for how much time I want to wait. So let's say if this rule holds true and it has increased the count by 1. Now after increasing that, it would wait for next 5 minutes before triggering any other auto scaling rule. Because see, when an instance is added, you want to give some time for it to settle down the underlying resources, right? That's where we have this option of defining the cooldown time as well. So that's how the scaling happens.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Similarly, you can define what are the minimum instances required, what is the maximum instance required, and what is the default. So if none of the scale conditions matches, it will basically execute this scale condition. So that's how the scale up and scale out functions. Does instances means virtual machines? Is my understanding correct? So funny, not really. Like when we talk about the app service plans, here the instances means the app service plan that is running. Though behind the scenes, yes, there is a virtual machine running, but I'm talking about multiple instances of this B1 plan running in parallel. So that's what is the meaning of instances. But yes, behind the scenes, it's obviously the virtual machine which is baking up the app service plan. Okay, perfect. See, if you're stopping the service, where will your users go? So no need to stop the service. Even if it is a manual scaling, you need not to stop your services. You can continue to have your services up and running and you can do the scaling. Because if I stop my service, I'm basically stopping the traffic from my application. So think of a situation where Manish, you are doing a online transaction. You are about to transfer some amount to another account as an example of the financial transaction. And the cloud provider decides to stop the machine and scale it up. What would happen? For you as an end user, the service would immediately become unavailable. And maybe your transaction may stuck somewhere in between. So from an customer endpoint, again, not a very good customer experience right? Or not a very good user experience. So given this, we always try to design our solution in such a way which reduces the overall downtime of my application and ensure that my application is always up and running. Very simple example, guys. Um, how many of you in general go to google.com just to check whether your internet is working or not? I would say 99% of us would do that, right? 99% of us would go to google.com just to check whether your internet is working or not. So that's the kind of trust that you have built up with google.com, that if your internet is down, google.com would not open. You would never think that if google.com would not open, it may be possible that the Google website is down. No, that thought never comes, right? You always think that, oh, my server is down, or my maybe internet is not functioning. So that means Google has ensured that it is always keeping their services up and running. And whenever there comes a time where Google website goes down, it becomes a news headline. So that's the kind of trust it has built up with user, and that's where it is ensuring that its services are always up and running. This is one of the, again, another benefit of cloud, where we say high availability, ensuring my services are always up and running for a larger period of time. Is there any way to avoid the vertical scaling without outage? You're trying to do vertical scaling. That means you're trying to move from one tier to another tier. That's something which you would be performing manually. Obviously, you can avoid the outage. You can have multiple applications of the same kind up and running. So for example, if you're using an IaaS based deployment where I have virtual machines. Now, first of all, guys, you need to understand, that's a good question. Let me answer this because we are into an architect track and makes sense to answer these kind of questions because these are very important when you try to design an architecture. Talking about an IaaS model, or let's say whether even if it is a PaaS, one and the same thing in terms of the overall architecture. Now, let's say this is my application, which is running inside a virtual machine. And now the question is, how do I scale this without maybe stopping my services? The first thing you need to understand is, when it comes to these kind of services, you have to run multiple of such virtual machines in parallel. Okay. It's not just one machine which would run and do all the things for you. In such a case, I cannot ensure you that there will be 100% uptime. No, not at all. So there has to be multiple instances, first of all, running of the same application. Now, when it comes to updation, let's say this virtual machine is 1, this is VM2, this is VM3. As of now, all of them are with the same configuration. You want to scale this first, though you want to scale all of these things, but you do it one-on-one. So you do the scaling for this VM first. So only this virtual machine is currently down. So all the traffic which is coming can be handled by these machines. Still, there are two machines up and running which can handle the load. Now, once this becomes available, you can go on with this VM2, so that now this machine can take up the load. Obviously, you would need to have a load balancer also there. Same with the PaaS applications. Whenever you're trying to scale up any instance, so now in PaaS, load balancing is automatic. So let's say this is my app service plan S1, this is S1, this is S1, this is S1. You want to scale all of these to S2, right? So when you want to do these kind of things, you just do it for this. Now behind the scenes, Azure will do it one-on-one. First, it will make this S2. This will go live. Then only it will touch these rest of these. So it is ensuring at any point in time, whenever traffic comes, there is an application which can handle that kind of traffic. So that's how it happens, Sanjay, behind the scenes. Let's move on now to the next topic, where we will be talking about configuring the traffic manager. Okay, so getting started with the traffic manager. So the Azure Traffic Manager, it allows you to control the distribution of the user traffic to your service endpoints, which are running in different data centers across the globe. When I say these endpoints, that means I'm actually meaning web applications. Okay, so endpoints are nothing but the URL of your application. As an example, when I say endpoint, it could be something like xyz.com. This is a web application endpoint. So it's nothing but moreover a URL of your application. A lot of you have been talking about how do I ensure that my web application is not down, or maybe ensuring my application is running all the time, high availability of the application. So that's one of the biggest advantage where you can leverage the traffic manager. Now this service works at a DNS level. So it directs the end user request to the most appropriate endpoint. Also, the service endpoints are supported by the traffic manager. So it includes Azure virtual machines, web applications, different cloud services. You also can make use of the traffic manager with the external or non-Azure endpoints as well. Now the endpoint would be selected based on the configured traffic routing method. So we have got wide range of traffic routing methods as well available. Now, one of the very important point, if you look at the last one, you should have 2 or more deployments of your web application to leverage the features of Azure Traffic Manager. That means same application should have been configured in 2 to 3 different web applications or 2 to 3 different regions. So I should have multiple deployments of my application, then only I can leverage the traffic manager. Look at an example first of all. Just try to understand this. Okay, before this, one more thing. So all the Azure Traffic Manager profiles use the shared domain .trafficmanager.net. Like our Azure websites were using .azurewebsites.net. In a similar way, Traffic Manager uses .trafficmanager.net. Also, web applications in the same data center will automatically be load balanced. The web applications which are spread across multiple data centers will need to be load balanced. So that's where you make use of the traffic manager for applications which are spread across multiple data centers. Also, the endpoints need to be in the same subscription to provide the load balancing between the applications. So your endpoints should all be part of the same subscription. Look at this diagram. These are the users. Now, user would send a request to the traffic manager URL, which could be something like abc.com. This request goes on to the traffic manager, and then all the applications, these are multiple deployments of your same web application running in different regions. Based on the traffic routing algorithm, this traffic manager will divert the request to one of these and get back a response, which it sends to your user. So it's basically working on the DNS request and DNS response. And depending on that, the user would be hitting one of the application. Very simple example. When you try to go to apple.com, what happens? It usually diverts you to the Apple website depending on your region. If you're opening it from, let's say, India, you get diverted to Apple India website where you see the products which are available in India. The prices of iPhones are all corresponding to INR currency. Right? Similarly, when you try to open Apple website for Singapore, it takes you to the Apple Singapore website and so on and so forth. How does that function? So Apple has got different deployments of their application done in different data centers, different regions, and depending on the user request, the user get diverted to that application. Same with Amazon. When you go to Amazon.in, what happens? It gives you a message, do you want to get diverted to Amazon.com? Or vice versa. When you go to Amazon.com, what happens? It gives you a pop-up to kind of asking you about whether you want to get diverted to that website, which is kind of, if you're from India, it would ask you to go to Amazon.in. If you're from Singapore, it asks you to go to Amazon.sg and so on and so forth. That's all scenarios are being managed by the traffic manager. Now, the balancing happens based on different routing methods. So we have got different load balancing methods. You can use a load balancing method of your choice. So there are different kinds of routing methods. One is a priority based routing. So in this specific routing, all the traffic will be directed to a specific endpoint, but a backup endpoint is available if the primary becomes unavailable. So if you look at the example of this, I go here to traffic manager priority routing. In the images, you will be able to look at this. This is a priority based routing. This is priority.png where you can see the priority based routing. Okay. Now in this priority based routing, you can see what is happening eventually is this is the user. The user hits your traffic manager. Traffic manager is right now using priority based routing. That means there are 3 applications named as priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. They have got different priority allocated. Now, because this application is currently down, the next available application in the priority is this application. So user will automatically get directed to this application. So this is a priority based routing where you are always diverting a user to a specific application. That's a priority based routing. Similarly, there is a geographic routing. Geographic routing is based on the user location. So let's say if you are in India and there is an application deployment done in India as well as in US, so you would get your request served from the India data center because you are more closer to the India data center in terms of the distance. So that's a geographic routing. Similarly, we have performance based routing. So this means, let's say I have a same application deployed in US, deployed in India, deployed in Singapore or Europe or whatever is your region of your choice. Now, similarly, let's say if US is unavailable and the next available endpoint is North Europe, which is able to serve your request faster, your application request would be served from that application. So that's a performance-based routing. Similarly, we have got weighted routing as well. In weighted, basically you assign some numbers, and depending on this weight, the traffic would get diverted. This is typically useful in case you're trying to do some kind of A/B testing scenario, where a lot of times it happens that whenever there is a new feature getting launched, organizations don't kind of open it up for all the users. They first want to try out with some few number of users to just get a feedback on whether the new users are liking the feature or not. So you only roll out that feature to 10% of the audience, and remaining 90% of the audience maybe continues to use the old UI or old feature. Once you feel like, okay, the 10% users are good with it, you roll out to a broader audience. Because not always what the changes you make are liked by the people. It may be possible that today you're using Facebook and you are very used to it. You know where is the like button, where is the profile image. Now let's say tomorrow one fine day you're opening Facebook and the complete UI is revamped. Now there is no like button. They have hidden that like button somewhere else. You know the kind of look and feel you are expecting from. You expect something else and then you find something else. It can be possible that the user is not happy with that experience. So you don't prefer maybe rolling out that feature. So from that perspective, this A/B testing scenario, this specific weighted routing can be pretty much useful. So let's go ahead and look at different kinds of load balancing routing methods. Also talking about some of the advantage of the traffic manager, guys. So traffic manager is pretty much useful, and it gives you different kinds of benefits. Specifically, it improves the overall availability of your critical applications, where it is allowing us to deliver a high availability, where it is monitoring all our endpoints, and it also provides you with an automatic failover whenever an endpoint goes down. Similarly, it is improving your responsiveness for high performance application. If I'm using a performance based routing, I can ensure that, that's one of the highest used routing, because everybody want to ensure that the response time that your users get should be very low, right? So that's where you have got this performance based routing application, which ensures that my customer gets a low latency performance. Similarly, I can also upgrade and perform service maintenance without downtime. I think this was one of the questions from one of you. So if you're looking forward to seamlessly carrying out the upgrade as well as some kind of other planned maintenance operations on your application without any downtime, again, you can make use of Traffic Manager, which will ensure that you bring down one application, make the changes, make it live, and then you bring down the rest of the other application. So that's where we have the Traffic Manager. I see a lot of you asking about the difference between Traffic Manager, Application Gateway, the load balancer. So guys, your Traffic Manager is, I'll talk about the one major difference. Traffic Manager is working at a DNS level. Load balancer is working at the layer 4, which is HTTP and HTTP, which is TCP and UDP. And application gateway works at layer 7, which is your HTTP and HTTPS. So you use application gateway for path-based routing, while You use load balancer when you're looking forward to route the traffic based on the TCP and UDP. And with traffic manager, I'm not looking at any of these. It's just a DNS query and response. So this is very similar to a Route 53 service in AWS. Okay. So again, repeating it, do listen it carefully. Traffic manager works at DNS level. Load balancer works at layer 4, which is TCP and UDP, and application gateway works at layer 7, which is HTTP and HTTPS, basically getting used for path-based routing. Hope that makes sense. So let's look at the application deployments. Now I want a quick response from all of you. Can you quickly tell me your locations, as in India or US or Australia, Europe, Singapore, whatever it is? Can you quickly post it up? Okay, I have India, I have US, Canada, UAE. Most of the folks belonging to India, and I think a couple of you from US. So what I'll do for all folks in Canada or Germany or Nigeria, US, I will deploy one application in central US data center. So that would work for all of you. And for all the folks in India, I already have one application deployed in Southeast Asia. So consider the Southeast Asia, which is Singapore data center, as the India application for now. Let me quickly create one more application and deploy it in central US. Let's create a new resource group. Let me call this as Ayush Web App US, or maybe Web App 2 simply. Let's give the name as Ayush 27 Web 2. Location being central US, and we'll create a new plan. Let's call this as Ayush Plan 1, Plan 2. Also, guys, one more important thing. I can only use Traffic Manager if I am into a standard plan, okay? Your Traffic Manager is only supported starting the standard plan onward. So if you're using basic, Traffic Manager is not supported. So ideally, we would ensure that, in an enterprise scenario, what happens is you try to deploy the same application on all the web apps, whether they are in different region or same, for using Traffic Manager. Now it could be that, as I gave an example of Apple, in case I want to do the deployment in India data center, I might want to have a bit of changes in my application. So that can be done. Okay, meanwhile, this application is getting created. I already have this India application, which is basically the Southeast Asia data center. Oh, this is also done. Let's spin this to dash. Cool. So I've got two different applications available. This did not get available over here. Resource group, Ayush Web App. I think it should take a minute to appear here. Anyways, we will get started with this one. I have one application, Ayush 27 Feb. Okay. Let me quickly open VS Code. I will do deployment of the application into both of these web apps. Let's change this to India site, and this is India site. We are having fun learning Azure, right? Now let me do the deployment. So I go to this. It's basically gonna list all my subscription. Okay, this is the subscription and the two applications. This is where I want to make the deployment. So let's click here. I select my application, which is this, and let's click on deploy. Let's open up this. The deployment is underway. Okay, let's try to refresh this. So you can see it says this is an India site and we are having fun learning Azure. Next up, I have this application, which is, why isn't it listing the subscription? Let's search here, Ayush 27 Feb. Cool, now I have this another application. This is currently running in the central US with the Azure default web page. Let's make this as a US site, right? So what will happen now, I will create a traffic manager. and you will see that first. So I have my India website up and running, and then similarly I have my US website also up and running here. Should be live in a minute. Okay, deployment has been completed. If I do a refresh, I should be able to see. So now I've got an India site and a US site. Now I will deploy a traffic manager. So to create a traffic manager, we basically call this as traffic manager profile. Okay, so let's search for traffic manager profile, and let's create this. So we have to start with a name. Let me call this as Ayush TF 27 Feb. The routing method is performance, and I'll choose a resource group. Maybe I'll use the same Ayush web app here. Doesn't make sense. I mean, it's fine because traffic manager is one such service which is global. So when you create a traffic manager, you don't need a location for traffic manager. It was just a resource group location that it was showing you. So there are a few services in Azure like Azure Active Directory, Azure DNS, Azure Traffic Manager, which are global service. Azure Express Route, which is again a global service. So the traffic manager is created. Let's pin this to dashboard. This is where I have got traffic manager. Now, as of now, if I go to this URL, it would kind of give me an error because there's nothing deployed on this. So for all my end users now, this becomes the URL. Okay, so all of my end users would go to this URL. Now I need to configure these web applications. So we have something called as endpoints. We need to add endpoint. I can click on add, and there are three different types of endpoint: the Azure endpoint, the external endpoint, and the nested endpoint. Azure endpoint means you have a web application available in Azure. External endpoint means you have a web application endpoint which is outside Azure. And then there is a nested endpoint. Nested endpoint means you're trying to route a request from one traffic manager to another traffic manager. That's called as nested endpoint. So let's go to the Azure endpoint, and I'll give the name as endpoint 1. Now, the target resource type would be app service because that's where we have created a web application, and then I get to choose these two web apps that I have created. So I will go ahead with Southeast Asia as the first endpoint, which is basically our India application that we are calling. And let's click on add to add this. Similarly, I can go ahead and add the second endpoint as well, which will be endpoint 2. Type again being Azure endpoint, endpoint 2. This is a app service, and we have Ayush 27 Feb 2. Let's click on add. So I have got two endpoints. Now let's wait for the status of these endpoints to become online. So if you look at this diagram, it shows a nested endpoint. That means I used a traffic manager to divert a request to Germany, Mexico, Asia, and another endpoint. This is based on the geographic location. Now, if in case the geography is Mexico or Asia, then the request would go to another traffic manager, which would split the traffic based on the priority, or moreover, divert the traffic based on the priority. That means I want to leverage two different traffic routing algorithms, maybe in some scenarios. So that's where I'm trying to leverage this. That's a nested endpoint. So if you can look at this screen, it says both my endpoints are online. That means now if I go to traffic manager, and some of you may get diverted to India application, some of you may get diverted to the US application. So for me, let me try to open up this, and it gets diverted to India application for me. So that means the India application is able to serve my request faster. That's where I have the India site available, right? So I see a lot of folks going to US, a lot of folks going to India application. So all depend. It may be possible that some of you might be in India but is still seeing US. The only reason is because US application is able to serve your request faster. No other reason. Now, what I will do is, let me quickly bring one of these endpoints down. Okay, so there was a question of how do I do updates. So let's say you might want to make some changes on the US application, but at the same time, you also want to ensure that your customers are not seeing any downtime. So now what I can do is, let me bring this US data center down. I'm disabling this endpoint. I can make some changes on this application, right? Because this endpoint is currently disabled. That means no traffic will go to this endpoint. Now this is disabled. Can you all quickly hit the traffic manager URL again? If you're still hitting US, please try changing the browser or clear your browser cache. You'll be able to see that you are now getting diverted to India application. So my endpoint 2, which is US, is currently down. So all the folks which were earlier hitting US, you should now hit India, right? So I see all the folks which were hitting US earlier are now hitting India. So that means for you as a customer, your application is not down. Your application is still up and running. Just that you're hitting some another endpoint. Now, let me bring back the US endpoint. Let me enable this. And let me go ahead and disable the India. Now, everybody should go to the US data center. Just give me a minute. Let this get disabled. Yes. So this is now disabled. And now if you hit the traffic manager URL, let me try hitting this. Let me close the browser and reopen because it might have got cached. So you can see now, though I'm in India, I'm hitting the US application, the India data center application, which is Southeast Asia that we deployed basically. Not the India data center, but Southeast Asia is currently disabled. So all should get diverted to US. All the folks which were seeing India, you should now get diverted to the US application, right? So that's about the traffic manager. I will again enable this. So you can see multiple different benefits where our overall performance has improved. Also, I can do all kinds of upgrade and performance, maintenance. Everything can be managed without the downtime. Also, I can combine my on-premises and cloud-based applications with an external endpoint option. And you're basically distributing traffic for some of your large and complex deployments, which makes it very easy for you to kind of take care of the flexible traffic routing configurations.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Also, we have got something called as traffic view. So you can enable this traffic view. Once this traffic view is enabled, it will actually show you the data. That means from the different locations, the requests that are coming will be visible to you. So this gives you deeper insights into which newer location can I prefer to deploy my solution into. So for example, let's say currently you have your deployment in US and India, but you saw that the application is seeing a lot of traffic from, let's say, Europe or maybe UK. Then you may prefer to do another deployment of your application into the UK or Europe data center. So it kind of gives you a benefit of staying more closer to your customer and also increasing your overall performance, reducing the latency. That's something which is very important when it comes to the application deployments. So if I go to traffic view, it would tell that it would take almost 7 days for it to generate the 24 hours to generate the heat map, and overall information would be basically based on the last 7 days. So that's about the traffic manager. Can you update the routing method after creating the traffic manager? Yes, you can. You can update the traffic routing methods, but ideally always a good choice to do it right at the time of the creation. So logs is something which is not just specific to the traffic manager. It can be applied at a resource group level. So if I have this option of logs at resource group, I will have this option of lock at the service level. So you go to locks, you can add, there are two types, read only and delete. Read only means no modifications allowed, no deletion allowed. Delete means it will not allow to delete the resource, but it will allow you to make the modifications. That's what is the lock. Is the geography determined by browser, locale, or IP address? Yes, these factors are used. I mean, IP address is one factor, Mosin definitely, which is used for geography because it would need to determine your location. But behind the scenes, yes, Azure may kind of use more of it. They don't actually tell you, I mean, what they're using behind the scenes. But yes, that's definitely one of the factors that you may use. Okay. So this is load balancer. This is my virtual machine. So with load balancer, this basically works at your layer 4 in the ISO-OSI model, which is your TCP or UDP layer. Okay. So in this, it is just distributing the traffic to these instances. That is all based on the load. Okay. So you don't get to choose performance or geography or whatever it is. While with traffic manager, I have multiple instances of web application running. I can route traffic based on the different load balancing routing methods, traffic routing methods. Could be performance, could be geography, could be weight, could be priority. Make sense? Getting the difference between the two? So that's what is a traffic manager. This works at the DNS level, where it is based on all your query and response. Perfect. Talking about the Azure functions, it's basically a part of the serverless computing. So today, if we look at serverless, is something which is again trending now. And this is moreover an abstraction of server infrastructure and the operating system where you are trying to react to different events and triggers in near real time. So that means when I talk about serverless, we have got a couple of services in Azure, like we have got Cosmos, we have got Azure Functions. Azure Functions is kind of similar to your Lambda in AWS. And the major focus here is on you trying to run your code. So I only pay for amount of time my code actually runs. That's basically the serverless. So in general, abstraction means I am not able to see the underlying layer. Okay, that is abstracted away from you. So, I mean, as an example, when you go to an ice cream parlor to eat an ice cream, right? You are served with an ice cream, and all of the underlying behind the operations are abstracted away. The ice cream is not made in front of you. As an example, you don't know how it was prepared, how everything was done. You have just served with the ice cream. So here, when we say abstraction of the server, that means I actually don't know where the servers are. I don't get to see those servers. I am just using everything virtually, and basically I'm paying for the amount of time my code actually runs. So that's the meaning of the word abstraction. So with serverless, there is abstraction of server, infrastructure, and operating system. And it does give us a wide variety of benefits, as in it eliminates the management overhead, allowing your developer to focus more on the business logic, because obviously now your developers are not focusing on the infra part. Obviously, scaling and the reduced cost is another advantage that we see. So talking about the Azure functions, as I told you that this is part of the serverless compute. So it is eliminating the need to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure. So you don't have to provision any infrastructure. You don't have to manage any infrastructure. All of those things will be done by Azure, by Microsoft. And that's where it is enabling you to run the code on demand. So everything is being taken care by Microsoft here, by Azure here. It would incur charges only when active. That means I'm going to run my code and I'm only going to pay for amount of time my code actually triggers or my code actually runs. That's the Azure function. So it's a solution where I can easily run my small pieces of code or functions in the cloud. I can just write the code that I need for my problem in the end, and I need not worry about the whole application or the whole infrastructure that would be basically required to run that. So it is kind of making your development even more productive, because you get to use your own choice of development language, whether it's C#, F#, or Node.js, or Java, or PHP, or whatever it is. I only pay for the time my code actually runs. And the bigger advantage is, we can trust Azure to scale as and when needed. So we get the true auto scaling functionality. And also, Azure Function is one which helps us develop these serverless applications on top of the Microsoft Azure. So it features no code triggers which can be invoked based on changes in services. That means I want to perform some operation based on another operation. So let's say, as an example, when I try to upload some data onto the blob storage within the storage account, as soon as that data is uploaded, I want some operation to happen. I want something to get triggered. I want some code to run based on that operation. So that's where we have got multiple triggers available. These triggers help you to execute these different kinds of operations depending on the trigger that you're trying to use. So within Azure Functions, we have got different kinds of the triggers available. I would be talking about what triggers are. Similarly, we will be talking about what bindings are. But at very simple, it's more of like compute on demand solution where it is implementing the logic into readily available blocks of code. And these blocks of code are our Azure functions. Also, there can be different functions which are running anytime, anywhere, and all responding to the critical events as per the requirement. Now, talking about some of the important concepts when it comes to functions in terms of one is your triggers, and then another is your bindings. So when you're trying to use an Azure function, there comes two parts to the Azure functions where we have got triggers and then we have got bindings. Okay, I'll come to trigger and binding. Before that, let's just talk about some of the advantages that Azure Functions provides us. So in terms of the advantages that Azure Function has to provide us, there are a wide variety of advantages that you see. One is I get to use Azure Functions where it is supporting all the different kinds of programming languages. So you can write your choice of code anywhere, anytime. That's the advantage that you get with the Azure Functions. Another is I'm basically using a pay-per-use pricing model. So when it comes to pricing, Azure Functions give you flexible pricing options. You can make use of the Azure App Service plan that we were using in case of our existing Azure web applications. Then we were also using the App Service plan as a part of our application, and there was also premium plan if you look at. So there were two different types of pricing model that we were using in case of the App Service plan. On top of it, it offers us something which is called as consumption plan. So in case you're already having an app service plan which is being leveraged by your app service, you can use that with your Azure functions because you are not paying any additional cost for that app service plan. But let's say you're not using any of the app services plan, then you can go ahead with a consumption plan. With this plan in place, I only pay while my functions are actually running. So that's where I've got the consumption plan. Then it does support the custom dependencies. So it has got integration with NuGet and NPM based libraries. Also, it can integrate with all your most popular OAuth providers, where it is Azure Active Directory or Facebook or Google, Twitter, Microsoft, and a lot more. You can also integrate this with Azure services and SaaS apps. So as an hands-on, I will tell you how we can create a blob triggered Azure function. So that means I would be uploading some data in the blob storage. And based on that, we will be triggering an Azure function. Also, there are integration with other Azure services and different SaaS applications. You get flexible development opportunities. So if you want, you can do coding within the Azure portal, or if you want, you can use different tools like GitHub or VSTS or different other supported development tools. Also, this is basically baked by the open source. So all the code corresponding to Azure functions is available on the GitHub. And then there is ease of code reuse because developers will be able to reuse their functions in multiple applications. So I write one function and maybe I may be able to leverage the same function in different applications depending on what specific operation that function is actually performing. So these are some of the advantages and features of the Azure functions that we get. Talking about the hosting plans. So there are wide variety of choices that we get as a part of the hosting plans. Now, as I told you, one is you can already use the app service plan that you have created, but in case you don't want to go ahead with an app service plan, you can go ahead with consumption plan. Now the true auto scaling that I talk about is available in the consumption plan. So this consumption plan would automatically scale, and you would only be paying for the compute resources when your functions are running. So the instances of the functions are dynamically added, and these are dynamically removed based on the number of incoming events. It is the default hosting plan option that you get with the Azure functions. And the biggest advantage is you are only paying for the amount of time your code actually runs on Azure. So it is giving you true auto scaling. Scaling is automatic even when the load is very high. So I mean, all of the scaling aspect Azure is doing. In case of app service plan, you are doing the scaling. It could be manual scaling, it could be automatic, but at least I have to do some kind of configuration. Like maybe based on my CPU, I would want to scale. But in Azure functions, nothing of that sort is required. So that's where we have got the Azure functions. And that's where we have got different kinds of hosting plan options. So consumption plan is there. There is a dedicated plan, which is basically the app service plan. Also, there is a premium plan. So it would automatically scale based on the demand, where I can kind of again achieve a true auto scaling, and it could be very helpful for my applications which are mission critical. So that's where we have got different choices of the hosting plan options. Also, there are different templates available. So we have got different types of Azure function triggers. As an example, I have got HTTP trigger, where I can trigger the execution of the code by making use of an HTTP request. Similarly, there is a timer trigger where you can execute some kind of cleanup, or maybe you want to run some kind of batch task on a predefined schedule. There is GitHub webhook, there is Event Hub webhook, where you can respond to events which are actually occurring in correspondence with the GitHub repositories or Event Hub. Then there is Cosmos DB trigger, there is a blob trigger. That means you upload or process some data in the Azure storage blob, and based on that, the data would be kind of processing an Azure function, and whatever is written in that Azure function will basically get executed. Similarly, there is a queue trigger, so you can respond to messages as and when they're arriving within the Azure storage queue. So these are different wide variety of choices that you get with the Azure functions. We did talk on the different templates available. We did talk on the different kinds of hosting plan options that you have got with the Azure functions. Now talking about the concept of triggers and binding. So you have got triggers. These are all different types of triggers. Now trigger is something which will invoke your function, and your function must exactly have one trigger. So these triggers that you look at, these are associated with the data, and these are, I mean, usually the payload that would be kind of triggering the functions. So trigger is very important. This is something which will invoke my function. Now then I have bindings along with these triggers, which is basically an input or an output binding. So it basically is a declarative way where you are trying to connect to data from within your code. And bindings are something which are optional. Trigger are, required. This is the base of your Azure function, but binding is something which is optional. So your Azure function can have multiple input and multiple output bindings. So when we say trigger and bindings, these are, I mean, in general, just avoiding all the hard coding details of the services that you are working with. You don't need to hard code anything. Your function would receive the data in terms of the function parameters, and you would be sending the data by making use of some kind of return value of the functions. It is more of a service which is being used, which is focused from a developer perspective. So this is a developer oriented service, I would say. And if I talk about some of the use cases, I'm just giving an example of Blob because you all have worked with the storage account. So let's say I create a storage account. I upload a file to it. Let's say I've uploaded an image. Now, once that image is uploaded, I want that as soon as the image gets uploaded, there should be a function getting triggered, which is running some piece of code which is written in that function. So for those operation, the function is something which can be leveraged, which would kind of help you in automating such operations and run your code based on these different operations. So that's what is the Azure function. what is HTTP trigger type. It is just one of the trigger, Funny. So with the HTTP trigger in place, you are just trying to trigger an Azure function, which is again based on some of the HTTP requests that may have come. So whenever there will be HTTP request coming in, whatever piece of code has been written to execute, that would be executed as a part of the HTTP trigger. Some of the best practices as a part of the Azure functions. So one is you should avoid the long running functions, because if you're having a long running function, this may kind of not be able to perform all the operation, because these would cause some kind of unexpected timeout issues for you. Your function may become larger. It could be because of, let's say, your code is having some Node.js dependency as an example. Now, when you're trying to import the dependencies, maybe it would increase the overall time, or I would say the load time, which would result in some kind of unexpected timeouts. So dependencies are loaded explicitly as well as implicitly, and a single module which is being loaded by your code may load its own additional module. So that's where always ensure that you should avoid long running functions. So whenever possible, try to refactor your large functions into smaller function sets, which would work together and then would be able to return you the response as fast as possible. Another is cross-function communication. So the Azure Logic applications, as well as there is something called as durable functions within the Azure Function apps. These are built to manage the state transitions and communication between multiple functions. So with this in place, it's a best practice to make use of the some third parties, some another Azure services, not the third party, something like, let's say you're trying to use a storage queue. So adding such another Azure services in your solution would reduce your overall cost. As an example, let's say if I'm trying to use a storage queue, the individual message within a storage queue is limited to 64 KB. So in case, let's say there is a need to pass a larger message between the Azure functions, I can make use of service bus, which would support messages up to, let's say, 256 KB in a standard tier. And if you go ahead with premium tier, it would be again 1 MB. So in case of cross-function communication, it is recommended that you add some services in between, which can help you in terms of ensuring that the overall cross-function communication between application can happen in much more intuitive way. Then write your functions to be stateless. That means ensure that your functions are not having much of the dependency on the data. That's called as stateless functions. And corresponding to the stateless function, the idempotent functions are especially recommended with the timer triggers. So that's where we have got the functions which should be stateless. That means, moreover, these should be idempotent in case it is possible. And you can be associating any kind of required state information within your data with these functions. Also, write defensive functions. Also, guys, this is, as I told you, this offering is more focused from a developer perspective. So in case you are from a coding background, these things would make more sense to you. All of these things that I'm talking about are from the code perspective. If you are someone from an infra background, or if you're someone who is not from a development background, probably there may be a lot of things which you would be feeling like are pretty new to you. So moreover, this is a developer focused offering. When I say write defensive function, that means, let's say your function may encounter any exception at any time. So always ensure you're designing your function with the ability to ensure that it can continue from the previous fail point during the next execution. So I'll try to make it easy for you and give you an analogy. When we play, there were days when we used to play video games or maybe mobile games. Now you get those save points in mobile games, or maybe your any games that you used to play. That means if you are dead at any point in that game, you don't have to start your game right from the initial beginning, right? I just have to, if I have a save point in place, even if I'm dead, if I lose a life there, I will be able to start my game right from that save point. So that's what it means by defensive function. In case my functions are not able to execute altogether or are not able to complete, then I will need to ensure that I have the function which is more of a defensive function, so that my application can start right from the place where, or the execution can start right from the place where it actually stopped, rather than starting the complete execution from the beginning. So that's where you write the functions which could be defensive in nature. So let's take an example of creating an Azure function which would be triggered by the Azure Blob Storage. A very simple example which would help you understand why there is a need of a Azure function, or what can the Azure function be used for. Now we will be talking about an example of a blob triggered Azure function where we will be creating a Azure function. Then I will be uploading data to the blob storage, and based on that, whatever code I might have written in the Azure function will get processed. Difference between durable and non-durable Azure function: there is nothing called as non-durable. It's only a durable Azure function, Neeraj, first of all. So durable function is more of an extension of the Azure function, which is helping you write the stateful functions in the serverless compute environment. So it means Azure functions which are stateful are basically the durable function. Stateful means I'm having some dependency on the data, and I'm trying to define some kind of orchestrator where I'm trying to have some kind of different entity functions written along with the Azure function programming model. So ensuring that my function code is moreover stateful. Suppose we have a banking production application and development system. In development system, we generally use it for testing of DB and app function. In this scenario, what should we use in case of web app and function app? Obviously, web application, Keshav. It's a front-end user-facing application, so it has to be web app. So as I told you, function app is just for running a piece of code, Keshav. So let me go to create a resource and search for function app. Let's click on create to create this function application. We start by creating a resource group and selecting a subscription. So in my case, the subscription is Visual Studio Code, and the resource group is Ayush function app. Let's give the function application a name. So I'll give the name as Ayush 28 web, and I'll use a code-based method with a runtime stack as, let's say, we'll go ahead with maybe .NET. You can choose any of the runtime stack, kind of probably no issue with the choice of runtime stack that you choose. So depending on whether you're comfortable with JavaScript or PowerShell or C#, you can choose any of those. So we'll go ahead with .NET in this case right now. Now, next we will move on to the region. I'll select Southeast Asia. Okay, next on to the hosting. So when it comes to hosting, we will go ahead with the default choices. Now do remember, it's creating a storage account. Okay, so whenever we create a function application, there will be a linkage of it with an Azure storage account. So we're gonna use this same storage account for any kind of triggering of the blob. So storage account Ayush A6 CD is what's getting created. Okay, we are going ahead with the Windows. So I'm going ahead with Windows and going ahead with a consumption-less, with consumption plan, which is serverless. And let's go to monitoring. In monitoring, I'll just leave these stuff to default and moving on to tags and review and create. So the deployment is in progress. Okay, perfect. Also, guys, do not worry in case you're not from a development background or you don't know how to write a code. Okay. The reason we are also talking about Azure functions here is because when it comes to designing the right architecture, so you should understand what is the major role of an architect. Now, architect can be of different types. Let me just pin this to dashboard and let me talk a bit on that front. So architects can be of different types. Okay, there can be a design architect, there can be an implementation architect, there can be a pre-sales architect. So depending on what excites you more, so depending on that, you can basically have a choice of being what kind of architect do you want to go into. If you're more from a maybe core coding background or development background, and you are more into designing, probably you may want to end up being a design architect or implementation architect. Let's say you're more of a person who prefers marketing or a bit of sales and support, and you don't want to get into much of the tech level implementation stuff, you can go ahead with a pre-sales architect. So that's why you're just trying to recommend a solution to someone. And in an implementation architect, again, you are going to do all these kind of hands-on activities. So whenever you're a design architect, or let's say any kind of these architect, now you will be able to design the best solution only when you know different types of services. Now, maybe I can perform one single operation in Azure using 4 different choices of services. which is the best service corresponding to the solution or the need of your specific requirements. Based on that, you should be able to select the right service. And you only will be able to do that when you know different types of services which are available in Azure, which can be used to perform those different kinds of operations. Now, by this time, you would know that I can also use virtual machines to do an application deployment. I can also use the Azure App Services to do an application deployment. I can also use Kubernetes or maybe container instance to do an application deployment, right? I can also use a storage account, and I can use blob containers to do a static web application deployment. There is an option of hosting a static website. But then, depending on your solution, you would know, hey, this is the best thing that I should go ahead with, which will help me save the cost, which will give me a better performance. This also has integration with few other services that we would be using in our solution. So this comes only when you know what are different services available in Azure for you. And this is common with all the cloud platforms, guys. So tomorrow when you have to choose between Azure and AWS, or let's say your organization is using both and you are asked to design architecture on both of these platforms, then you should know the service comparison between both the platforms also. And that's one reason where, I am in between talking about different services getting mapped with Azure as well as getting mapped with AWS. So function application in Azure very similar to AWS Lambda. The app service that we talked about very similar to the AWS Elastic Bean Stack. So this is very important for us to understand and also have an idea on different kinds of services which can help you with your solution. Okay, we have got our function application created. Moving back to the function app. Now we will be creating an Azure Blob storage triggered function. So within the function applications, we have got this option of functions available where I can go ahead and click on add. Okay, by the way, now the UI that you see is very, very new. Okay, earlier there was a old UI which used to be a bit of different UI where all of these things were not pretty much available. Now these things are very straightforward, just like how we have it within the Azure Web Applications or App Services. So we have this option of functions. We can click on add, and I have this option of Azure Blob Storage Trigger, a function that will be running whenever a blob is added to a specific container. I click on add. Okay, so blob trigger 1. Samples-work items. Okay, this is something which is by default getting created. So this should be the name of your container, guys. Within the storage account, the name of my container should be samples-work items. So whenever
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
any blob would get uploaded to samples-work items container, then it would be triggering this Azure function. Let's click on add. So my function has got created. Now you can go to this code plus test option. So you can see this is a piece of code which should get triggered whenever I upload something to that container. So it's a C# blob trigger function process blob. Whatever will be the name of the file that we upload and whatever will be the size of that file, that should be displayed in the logs. So what I'm going to do is I will open a storage explorer so that we can see both the things simultaneously. My subscription is this one. So within this, there was a storage account which got created along with this Azure function. This is the storage account A6CD. Within this, we have this blob containers, and I can create a new blob container with the name samples-work items. Right, this was the name. Now within this, let's upload a file, and I'm selecting a file which is named as iPhone X. Let's click on upload. So the file is getting uploaded, and you can see the file got uploaded, and here in this log screen I have got this function getting executed. So as soon as I uploaded the file, you see this function got triggered. C# blob trigger function processed blob. Name of the file was iPhone, x.jpg, and the size of the file has been calculated, which is 34073 bytes. So based on we performing any operation, this function was triggered. Similarly, you can have any piece of code available right over here, which would get triggered and perform the operation that you have written based on the corresponding trigger. So that's about the Azure function. What if you upload multiple files simultaneously? It would trigger the function that amount of time. If you're uploading multiple files, one after the another, you will not do a simultaneous upload. Obviously, it will be a one-on-one upload to the Azure blob storage. So based on that, there would be a millisecond examples, millisecond use cases where you would be kind of having difference in terms of the amount of time you upload the files. Finally, I also talked about some of the another use cases. Guys, first of all, in case you are doing practicals along with me, please hold on, do not do it. Do pay attention to what we are talking about here. Another use cases of Azure functions I already talked about. Let's say you're trying to, for example, upload an image. I talked about an e-commerce use case. I'm talking this time about another use case. Let's say you have been asked to upload an image somewhere. Now you upload a 2 MB image, but as a part of that application, that applications want to ensure that the image is optimized. So though user has uploaded a 2 MB image, let's say user has uploaded that image, behind the scenes that application is written in such a way that the image is going to the blob storage. As soon as your image is uploaded to a blob storage, there would be an Azure function getting triggered where I would have written a code to resize that image to some X by X pixel size and then re-upload that image to maybe another blob storage and delete the existing image. That's another use case. So I'm trying to optimize the image file size that a user is uploading as a part of the application. Likewise, there can be a number of use cases, all depending on your application that you're trying to create. This is just another example. So I can perform any operation using code here. That's the main agenda of this function application. And the good thing is, so you see, we have written this function, a blob triggered function application. This function will only get executed whenever I'm uploading something to the blob. That means I'm only paying for amount of time my code is actually getting triggered. As of now, I'm not paying any price with the consumption-based plan. So that's the advantage of the Azure functions. Next, talking about the logic app. So how many of you have heard of Microsoft Flow or Power Automate? How many of you have heard about it? So Microsoft Flow has been rebranded with the name of the Power Automate. And if I talk about the logic application, it basically makes use of that. So behind the scenes, it's the Power Automate which is being leveraged. Cool. So talking about the function app, this is something which will kind of probably bring more interest for you. I mean, in general, let me talk about the logic application now. And this is like how you design PowerPoint PPTs. You try to bring different components together and you create a beautiful slide. In a similar way, I have Azure function applications where I have got predefined components available, which I can bring together and create the logic application. So it's a cloud service which will help you to schedule, automate, and orchestrate different tasks, different business processes, as well as different workflows when you're trying to integrate your application or data systems, services across your organization or businesses or enterprises. So it kind of simplifies in terms of how you design and build your scalable solutions with respect to different integrations, whether it's a application integration, data integration, enterprise integration, enterprise application integration, or maybe your system integration, and a lot more there. Very simple examples where I can make use of the logic application. Let's say I want to process and route some kind of orders across my on-premises systems and cloud services. I can make use of logic application. I want to send an automated email as soon as something gets changed in the storage account. I can use a logic application to perform that operation. Similarly, let's say I want to maybe send a mail whenever there is a new RSS feed coming in. I can create a logic application which would perform that automated operation. So the major thing with the logic application is you should have your business workflow ready. If you know the business workflow, you will be able to make use of the logic applications, and I don't need to write the code. Neeraj, here is your answer. With the logic app, you don't need to write the code. It is all automated in a way where I have got different kinds of things or components already available, which I can perform with the use of the logic app. So there are some key terms when it comes to logic applications. One is the workflow. So first is the workflow with the logic application. So with the workflow, you try to visualize, you try to design, build, you're trying to automate the overall business processes in the form of series of steps. That means you are basically designing the business flow of the application. You should know the workflow. Okay, this is operation A. After this, operation B has to be performed. After this, operation C has to be performed. So that's a workflow in place. Now there are again connectors and triggers available in the logic application. There are actions also available. Now what are these? So your overall logic application will need access to data, access to services, access to systems. This is where Microsoft has given us lot of managed connectors which help us to connect, access and work with the data. So there are connectors with respect to Gmail or Outlook or any of the services that you're trying to use. That means I need to connect with that service, right? So that's where I have got connectors. Then I have got triggers. So there are Microsoft managed connectors which provide triggers which would be firing whenever there is an event or let's say any new data is getting met with any of these specified conditions. As an example, let's say as soon as I upload or I modify anything in the blob, it needs to fire an email. So there are triggers for that. So whenever you're performing an operation, based on that, it is detecting that change. And each time the trigger is getting fired, the logic application engine will get executed to run the workflow that you have created. So whatever workflow you are running, based on the triggering, that workflow will get run, that will get executed. Then we have got actions. So actions are all the steps which will happen after the trigger. So each action would be mapping to an operation which is defined by the connector, or could be some custom API, or could be some custom connector. So that's where we have got the logic application available. So let's get started and create a function application which will help you understand the use case of the function application. So I'll create a function application right here. Let's go to create a resource, search for the, sorry, not the function app, but the logic app, guys. Apologies. So logic app, let's click on create. We will create a new resource group. Let's call this as Ayush logic app. No spaces allowed. Then we'll give the name to the logic app. Let's say I give the name as Ayush logic app. Location being Southeast Asia. Moving on to tags and reviewing and create. Now with the logic app, I get a designer. Okay, I'll get a designer view once this application is created. And within that logic application, I will be able to define my overall workflow. Let's go to the logic app resource. So this is where the logic application has got created, and we are on to the designer view. When you create a new logic application, there will be a designer view that you will get. So you can either go ahead with these default already available logics, like delete old Azure blobs. Then whenever a new file is created on OneDrive, you can perform some operation. Similarly, corresponding to HTTP request response, I will create a blank logic app. Okay, these are already pre-created. Let's not have a look at that. Now, I will search for connectors and triggers. The common ones are Outlook and RSS. The reason being, Microsoft default example comes with this. So whenever an feed item is published as a part of RSS feed, it will automatically send you that information on your Outlook so that you don't have to go to the RSS feed. So I want to first of all have a blob trigger. So I first select Azure Blob Storage. Now guys, there are a lot of triggers. Okay, I mean, you can search for different triggers based on your requirement. You see, I mean, I've got triggers with Adobe Creative Cloud, Service Bus, Twitter. So there are a lot of actions available. This also gives you integration with a lot of third-party services as well. Okay, I'm just taking a very simple example of Blob. So I select Azure Blob Storage. Now I have a trigger which says when a blob is added or modified. It is talking about the blob object properties. Okay. So we select this. Now, when you select this, you need to create a connection. This is where I'm trying to create a connection. Let's give this a name. Maybe I'll give the name as Ayush Logic App. And I'm integrating it with this storage account that we just created. And I'll click on create. So this is where I have created a connection with this storage account. Now I will need to select a container. So I'm selecting the container that we just created, which was samples work items. Let's select this. Number of blobs to return from the trigger. So it will return the information of the 10 blobs. How often do you want to check for the items? I want to check it every 1 minute. Now, what next? So as I told you, it's a workflow, series of events that I want to perform. So I go to a new step here. Now, whenever a blob is added or modified, I want to get notified about this change via email. So I can integrate with this a mail. Let's say I want to use the email option and it should be an Outlook mail. So there are two options actually, Outlook as well as Office 365. So in case of your enterprise account, it's actually Office 365. So right now I'm selecting Outlook. And I can perform these many operations. I can create a contact. I can create an event based on this. I can move my email. I can reply to an email. I can send an email. So I want to send an email. Now it will ask me to sign into my Outlook account. Which account do you want to use to send the email? So I am signing into my one of the Outlook accounts. And let's say I want to send an email to this email ID. And I want to specify the subject. Let's say unique ID of the file, the name of the file. So I say blob modified, and in the body I say hi, below blobs are modified. And then I want to add a content here, which would give list of file names. It would give list of files last modified. Then I want to have list of file item. I want to have list of file IDs, or maybe file display name. Okay. And I can save this. So it will give me these different information about the blobs getting modified, and it will send a mail to this email ID whenever something of this sort happens. So let's save this. Now after every 1 minute, this would kind of run. So I can also run this manually. Now what I will do is let's go back to the storage explorer. Okay, this is the subscription. This is my storage account. This is my blob container. This is the blob container. Let's upload a file to it. I will upload a file. Let's say upload this file. I will make some changes to the properties. I will do some changes on the metadata. So I will add a metadata. Let's say name as Ayush. I'm just changing the metadata properties of this blob. Save. Let's do it for this also. Let's go to properties and add a metadata where I'll say environment as production, and I click on save. Okay. Now, see, I haven't done anything here, but let me go to my mailbox and show you something. You see, I have got two mails, automatic mails. right? I did nothing. Below blobs are modified. I have got all the information that I asked for. So whatever we wrote here, list of file names, I've got the list of file names. iPhone X refurbished was the file that we uploaded. Then list of files last modified. We already got that information, the file which was modified. List of file items. Again, iPhone X refurbished. So it has given me all that data that I asked for. Similarly, you can see this. After this, I changed it for iPhone X. There were two files, right? One was this and one was this. I have got the email corresponding to both. So this logic application helps you do all of these things without writing a code. I hope this answers your question, Neeraj. I'm not written any code here. I've done all of the things which are automated using triggers, using different connectors, using different actions. Another very simple example, guys. Let's say I want to design an application to send some notifications. So as a part of this, I want to create an application which reads the data from some database, or maybe reads the data from an Excel sheet. I gave you the same example during the app service when we were talking about the differences. So to create that application where it reads the data from Excel and send out the information or notification to all the folks attending my session today at 8 p.m. IST, I can use Logic App. Let's say if I want to design something like a device tracking system, I can use Logic App to do that. I can ask person about which device the person has. Let's say your team is working into a model where your team has got a lot of testing devices and you are facing issue in terms of knowing about who owns the device. You can create an application to track the device. Very simple example. So I can use Logic application to perform any operation of different type. So that's about the Logic application. What was the connector here? So Neeraj, we had two different connectors. Let's go to the Logic App Designer. One was I connected with the storage account. That was the connector here. And here it was an Outlook connector. So storage account connector and a blob account connector. And what were the action? The action was sending an email. What triggered this email? Whenever something got modified in the blob, yes. What is equivalent in AWS for Logic App? We don't have something there, Sridhar. In AWS, you don't have something similar to Logic App. So talking about the business continuity and the disaster recovery. So business continuity represents the ability where you can perform the essential business functions during and after adverse conditions. Could be a natural disaster, could be any kind of catastrophic failure. And then it also covers the entire operation of the business, which would include your physical facilities or people or communications, transportation, different technology. So as a part of this module, we're going to talk about the technical aspects of the business continuity. And also it's important to remember that technology should always be considered whenever we are talking about the business continuity strategy. So you as an architect, whenever you're trying to design a solution, you should always ensure that you are keeping business continuity, resiliency, disaster recovery, things in the mind. You should always have a business continuity plan. If you look at the situation that world was dealing with, the COVID-19 situation, for IT organizations or businesses, technology organizations, or various other organizations in different sectors and domains, the business continuity plan was very important. And there were not, majority of companies did not have this business continuity plan in place. They were not prepared for such kind of event, just COVID-19, which may occur. So given that, they had to come up immediately with a business continuity plan. They had to ensure that, they had to give that immediate work from home. And you might have noticed, maybe some of you might have even faced that situation where either the organizations were shipping desktop to the work location or your base location or your hometowns or wherever you're based out of. Some organizations started giving the hardware people or organizations which were not able to do that, which were not able to procure the hardware, they gave you access to a virtual machine or a VHD, which you can, a virtual machine or maybe some kind of um, VDI, which you could access and perform the operations. Or maybe some of the organization may even have asked you to use your own personal devices to start the work. So always it is very important for you to think from a business continuity as well as a disaster recovery perspective. And that is where a technical strategy for business continuity will always help you to ensure that your internal and external applications or different workloads or different services should all remain resilient, should always remain operational whenever there is any planned downtime or maybe unplanned outages coming in place. So you should ensure that this kind of resiliency is built right into the system so that it can ensure that the business critical data is picked up and stored in a secure location. And also, data can be recovered within some reasonable amount of time whenever there is any unexpected outage or any incident or any disaster which is occurring. So, architecting for resiliency in a cloud environment will focus on your failure recovery rather than avoiding a failure. You cannot avoid a failure. If a disaster has to come, a natural calamity has to come, you cannot stop that. But you can reduce the changes or maybe reduce the impact that disaster may make on you. So rather than you trying to prepare for avoiding a failure, you better try to prepare to reduce the impact of that failure. So that's something which is very much important. So resilience means we are trying to basically ensure that you are quickly able to recover from any of the incident. That's the resilience. How quickly you are able to bring back your systems back to life. How quickly are you able to bring your application back to life? That's called the resilience. So I should be able to quickly start these stuff. As an example, let's say when tsunami came in Mumbai in India, things were all disrupted. Now, how quickly they could get back to life, that's the resiliency. Similarly, when there were different attacks, the 9/11 attack or any of those different attacks which happened, how quickly the city could or the country could come back to life, could be coming to a normal state, that's the resilience. So that kind of resilience is very important in your solution. Let's say you are owning an e-commerce application, you are selling huge number of products every minute. Assume due to a natural calamity or a natural disaster or any unintended calamity or whatever it could be, your system is down. The system is having impact on a lot of things there, right? When a system is down, it is impacting your business, it is impacting your cash flows, it is impacting your profits. So a lot of things are getting impacted. So you want to ensure how quickly you're able to bring it back to life. So the goal is to respond to a failure in such a way that you are trying to avoid the downtime or the data loss and ensure that your application returns to a fully functioning state following a failure. That's the focus of the BCDR. Talking about high availability and disaster recovery. These are two essential aspects of the resiliency. When I talk about high availability, which is HA, you would hear a term called as HA and DR. HA as in high availability, DR as in disaster recovery. So H is the ability of the application to continue to run in a healthy state despite of any localized or transient failure. So it typically relies on the redundancy of application components and the automatic failover. That's where the high availability is dependent on. Now, as a measure of the high availability, there is this HA functionality which can be enabled for different services. As a very simple example, when I am trying to use a virtual machine, what can I do to achieve a high availability? What can be done to ensure high availability? Come on, guys. HA, high availability for virtual machine. multiple VMs. Okay. What else? Geo redundancy. Geo redundancy, Mohsin, is for your disaster recovery case. Guys, we want to ensure high availability. So rebooting the server will not give you high availability. High availability means I should ensure that my systems are up and running for a larger period of time. So what were the options of high availability? Come on, guys, this is a very basic one. When you create a virtual machine, you get that choice of high availability, right? What are the two options there? Availability zone and availability set, right? The availability zone and availability set gives you the high availability there. So availability zone and availability set, these are the high availability options. When I use availability zone, my overall SL increased to 99.99% of the uptime guarantee. With availability set, I get 99.95% of uptime guarantee. And this availability zone is preventing from a data center level failure. Availability set is preventing from a rack level failure. So I can bring high availability into my system components. I can leverage these different functionalities in the cloud, which would ensure high availability is always built into my systems. So that's the high availability in place that you get. Similarly, what can I do for high availability of my web applications, app services? What can you do? Maybe I can deploy my application in different data centers and use a traffic manager to ensure that always my applications are up and running. Even if our application is down, there is another application which can handle the traffic. So that's the high availability. Then we have disaster recovery. So disaster recovery is the ability to recover from major incidents such as service disruption, which is affecting an entire region. And it basically can happen due to maybe catastrophic failure or natural calamity where a complete data center is gone or disrupted. So that's where disaster recovery comes into picture, which gives you provision, which would include your data backup and archiving, and would require you to have some manual intervention, like maybe you are trying to restore a database from a backup. Okay, so this is one common mistake that a lot of people do. Disaster recovery and backups are two different things. So there is very small difference between the two, but you will eventually come to know the difference. So both of them have got a different use case altogether. So whenever you're trying to design for resiliency, you should understand the availability requirements.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
And this is partially a function of cost that you're trying to incur due to potential downtime, which in turn impacts the overall budget which may have been allocated to implement HODR provisionings. Also, you will have to identify what is constituting your application availability. As an example, maybe I have an order processing application, and in which case do you think the order processing application would be considered operational? So let's say I have an order processing application system. In which state I would say that my application is functional or my application is operational? What do you think, guys? So you go to Amazon, and Amazon has got that order placing mechanism. In which case will you say that it is operational? When it accepts your order, right? Very true. So an order processing application would be operational when a customer is able to submit the order, as simple as that. Now, it may be possible that your order may get processed immediately, or it may get processed later on. But the important part was accepting your order. That's the major important thing. So that's what is the example of a case of HANDR. So I should ensure my application is functioning, and I should also consider the frequency with which a particular type of failure may occur. So also you should consider those cases as well. Now, comparing this with data backup. This is one of another critical part of the DR. Now let's say if the stateless component of your application are failing, you always can deploy them again because you don't have a data dependency. But in case your data is lost, the system cannot return to a stable state. So data should always be backed up whenever possible. And also it should be stored in some maybe remote location so that you can protect against the regional disasters. And this is distinct from data replication. This is different from your disaster recovery. When I'm talking about data replication, I'm actually talking about the disaster recovery part. So data backup is different from data replication. Your data replication means you're copying data in near real time. Could be synchronous, could be asynchronous. And I'm ensuring that my system can fail over quickly to a replica. That's where we are actually talking about DR. So disaster recovery will only be helpful when there is a disaster actually occurring. If a disaster does not occur, failover does not happen. So backup will be helpful for you to return to an earlier state of the system. As an example, let's talk about a notepad file or maybe a text file. So till the time you have the text file open, you have that ability to undo the changes. Let's say there were 4 lines written in a file and you add another 4 lines. Now, as of now, you can make all the undo operations. You can make all the changes there because the file is open. But let's say you deleted some 4 lines and you closed the file, you saved it. Now you have lost the ability to recover because once you now open the file, the undo operation will not function. So in this case, if I would have taken a backup of the file before making those changes, I could have returned to an earlier state. So hope this makes you understand that there is a difference between backup and DR. Now I talked about the HA options for virtual machine. While for virtual machine, you also have something called as DR. So DR means only when the virtual machine goes down in the primary region due to some of the issues, could be any kind of failures, then the secondary machine would be coming to life. That means basically a failover would happen, your primary is going down, and that's where the secondary is coming up. So only in case of the DR, the secondary machine is helpful. For backup, it is not helpful. So data application can reduce the time it takes to recover from an outage where it's ensuring that there is a replica of the data already available, readily available for you. But data replication, again, should never be considered as a substitute to the backup. Is it clear the difference between the backup, the use case of backup and the use case of DR? So both of these things are different. DR doesn't help me with backup, backup doesn't help me with DR. Perfect. Moving on to resiliency, where let's talk about the resiliency checklist where I'm trying to identify some requirements. So you need to identify the expected recovery time objective and recovery point objective. Two important terms, RTO and RPO. So recovery time objective, this is the maximum acceptable time that an application can be unavailable after an incident. That means there has been some incident that has occurred, and after this, what is the maximum time that my application can remain unavailable? That's called as the recovery time objective. That means if my RTO is, let's say, less than is 90 minutes, for example, then I should be able to bring my application back to life, back into the running state within the 90 minutes following the disaster. So always keep a RTO which is something acceptable. If you have a very low RTO, consider second deployment running in a standby mode. A lot of times people give a less RTO to their customers to just ensure that they're giving a better uptime. No, don't do that. I mean, that if my application is down, it may take me X amount to bring that up again. So have that proper commitment. Never ever have a less RTO. Consider all of the factors and then define the RTO of your application. Similarly, we have got recovery point objective. recovery point objective is the maximum duration of data loss that is acceptable during a disaster. So that means if I am storing data in a single database, and let's say there is no replication which is happening into some another databases, and I'm trying to perform some hourly backup. So in worst case, I would lose up to 1 hour of data. So that's the maximum duration of data loss which is acceptable. So your RTO and RPO are something which should be properly defined. These are the business requirements. RTO is not moreover related to SLA, but it's a time that is acceptable that, okay, if my application is down, I can handle for 90 minutes. And it's okay. My customer would not be impatient for that amount of time. I mean, if the website, something like a gaming website goes down for 90 minutes, it's fine. But if a banking application goes down for 90 minutes, it's not fine, right? So that's where RTO comes into picture. So you should conduct a risk assessment which would help you define the application's RTO and RPO. And then there is another common metric, guys, which is MTTR, which is called as mean time to recover. This is mean time to recover. Now, this is the average time it takes to restore the application after a failure. So after the failure, what was the average time that it took for me to bring my application back to life? So it is representing an empirical fact about the system. Also, which means that if my MTR is exceeding the RTO, then a failure of the system is actually representing one of the unacceptable business disruption, because system has taken more time than RTO to come into place. So MTTR should always be less than RTO. If MTTR is greater than RTO, that means your system is into an unacceptable state. So you can identify the expected and the actual service level agreements within Azure. There is an SLA which describes all the upfront commitments that Microsoft has done with respect to uptime and connectivity with all of us. Whether you are using the Azure at an individual level or whether you are trying to use Azure at an enterprise level, there are SLAs made, and you should identify the expected target SLAs for each of the workload in your solution. Because SLA will make it possible for you to evaluate whether the architecture actually meets the business requirement. I mean, as an example, let's say you have a workload which requires 99.99% of uptime, but maybe it is dependent on a service which has an SLA of 99.9%. And it's quite a possible case that service might not be a single point of failure. So in this case, I may have to come up with a fallback path in case the service fails, or maybe have some other measures which would help me recover from a failure of that service. So that's where next up we will be talking about the estimation of the SLA downtime. So if you look at this table, it talks about the cumulative downtime for various SLA. Now Microsoft has got this SLA available for all of us. So on this website, you will be able to see SLA of each and every service that you are using. So I mean, though you're using at an individual level, at a single user level, but yes, you are bounded by these SLAs. So if I go to compute, if I go to virtual machines, you will be able to see what SLA does Azure offer you. If it is a single machine, I get 99.9%. If I have a virtual machine with standard SSD, the SLA is 99.5%. Similarly, if you go down, you will be able to see further SLA details in terms of maybe you're trying to use an availability zone or availability set and a lot more there. So you are bounded by these SLAs when you're using each of these services. So whenever applicable, implement composite SLAs. I mean, if you look at an example here, I have got an app service and a SQL database example. So let's say app service web application has got an SLA of 99.95% and SQL database has a SLA of 99.99%. Now, both my application would work simultaneously. Alone, my web application cannot work. Alone, the database cannot work. They have to work in sync. So if you look at the composite SLA of my application, the overall SLA is 99.94%. That means probability of each service failing is independent, and that's where our composite SLA is 99.94%. Now, to increase this SLA, I can try to have some services which would work along with these, which could improve this SLA from 99.94 to maybe a bit higher. So I can improve the overall composite SLA by maybe creating some independent fallback paths. As an example, let's say if the SQL database is unavailable, during that time, I can store the transactions which might be happening into a queue so that those transactions can be processed at a later point of time. And if I take an example of queue, the queue gives you an SLA of 99.9%. So I've got an SLA of 99.9% with the queue. And with this, my SLA would increase further to 99.95% because I would have my application, which is web app, and then I could have a database or a queue running. So it overall gives me a better SLA where I can have my SLA improve to 99.95%. So you can have some services added which could bring down the overall downtime of your application. Next, talking about the application design. So as a part of the application design, we will be talking about the failure mode analysis, which is FMA. So FMA is the process of building resiliency into an application right in the design stage. When your developer is designing the application, coding the application, right at that point in time, you try to introduce all of these factors into the application. So the goal of FMA is very clear, where you're trying to identify what type of failures your application may experience. You try to capture the potential effects and impact of each type of failure of the application. And you are trying to identify the recovery strategies. So let's say if there is a web service or a API, there can be different points of failure. Maybe the service is unavailable where you see some 5xx errors. There could be throttling where, let's say, there are a lot of requests coming onto your application. There can be authentication issues where you would see HTTP 401 error. Maybe there could be slow response where the request is getting timed out. So there can be different types of errors or different points of failures which could be into your application. So as a part of this, you should try to avoid a single point of failure for the application. And that is where Azure provides you with different features for application redundancy across different set of services. All components, services, resources, or your compute instances should be deployed as multiple instances so that you can prevent a single point of failure from affecting the availability. Now, at the same point, your cost will increase because now it's not a single service running. You are actually running multiple of those services in parallel. And this is what happens in an enterprise environment, guys. You may be thinking my cost will increase, or maybe I will have to pay a higher amount, but think of it from an organization perspective. Think of it from a business perspective. Think of it from an enterprise perspective. When it comes to an enterprise, again, avoiding a single point of failure is one of the important aspects that you would want to design as a part of your application and have this functionality embedded into the application. Now, this would include authentication systems, mechanisms. There would be designing of the application, which you would be configuring to maybe use multiple instances. You would automatically be detecting failures. You would be redirecting some requests to non-failed instances where your platform is not actually doing this automatically for you. And this is where Azure has got number of features. So right from individual VM to maybe entire region, we have got wide variety of choices. If it is a single virtual machine, Azure provides an uptime SLA for individual VMs, which is again dependent on disk. So the page I just shared with you on the SLA where we went to compute and VMs. The SLAs that we were seeing were with respect to single VM, depending on the kind of storage that we were using. So if I have a single VM with this premium storage, I get a SLA of 99.90%. That's the max SLA I can get with single VM. That means if my machine goes down, my entire system is impacted. your entire system goes down. That happens with a single VM. So we have availability sets now. Now in availability sets, your SLA is increasing to 99.95%, and this is preventing you from a rack level failure. Now, in case there is a rack level failure, availability sets will prevent you. In this also, you would have multiple instances of your machine running, all divided into different hardwares within the data center. Then I further have availability zones to improve the availability deep down further with an SLA of 99.99%, one of the highest SLAs. So in availability zone, what happens is I try to keep my virtual machines running in different data centers in the same location. So even if a data center goes down, my virtual machine would continue to run. Then I have Azure Site Recovery, where I'm trying to prepare for disaster recovery. So ASR, where we are actually using the recovery service vault. So you're trying to configure your virtual machine with respect to DR. You're trying to create a replica of your virtual machine in a secondary region. So even if an entire region is impacted, my virtual machine will still continue to run. There would be a failover happening there. And then Azure gives you paired regions. So each Azure region is basically paired with another region, and the region pairs are located within the same geography so that they can help you with the data residency requirements. Because from a tax and law enforcement jurisdiction purposes, I would want to ensure that my data does not crosses the boundary of a given geography. Very simple example, GDPR, General Data Protection Right. So with this in place, maybe if I have my data in Europe, I might not want to bring my data out of Europe. I want to have it in the Europe geography. So you should always ensure that you're trying to design a solution in such a way that you are able to avoid a single point of failure. These are all design principles, very important. Your AZ304 is full of these kind of things. Moving on further then, I hope you all are awake. Next, talking about auto scaling and load balancing. Now, cloud applications should all be, are we implementing DR and portal? Yes, you do implement DR and portal, Madhuri. So with respect to different services, you get the functionality of implementing DR. I mean, as a part of a storage, I have that option of geo redundant storage. So that's again where I'm trying to ensure that DR is available in port your session or your AZ104 batch. Maybe I can quickly show you that. Should be fine. So let's go back. Avoiding a single point of failure. So have a quick view here. You're trying to create a virtual machine, which is a Windows 10 machine. So let me create a new resource. Let's call this as Ayush VM. And let me name this as Ayush Win 10 VM or maybe Win VM. And region being Southeast Asia. Now, if you look at the high availability options, first of all, guys. So we have got two different choices, availability zone and availability set. So availability zone will help you with respect to your deployments in different data centers within the same region. But whenever you're using these availability set, availability zone or VMSS, you should ensure that there are at least minimum 2 deployments of your resources. Now, this is the region. These are the availability options where we have availability zone and availability set. I'm not using these HA options as of now, but if you want, you can definitely use this. Availability set is something, or availability zone is something that you need to configure right here at the time of the VM creation. Once the VM is created, you don't have a choice to move or enable these options. You choose a size. I'm going ahead with DS2V2. I'll start with the username. I'll start with the password. And this is where I have RDP enabled. I can enable HTTP as well. Let's confirm these. Moving on to next disk. I'll keep the settings to default. Moving on to networking. Again, I'll keep the things to default. I'll just disable these things. And let's review and create. We're creating the VM. Who's this? We'll talk about the DR. Now, as of now, my virtual machine is running in Southeast Asia. Okay. So let this VM get created. So my VM has got created. Let's pin this to dashboard. Now, as a part of the disaster recovery, Okay, so one more thing, first talking about HA. So if I now go to availability and scaling, you see I don't have a choice to put my virtual machine into an availability zone. Okay, it can only be put up into an availability zone right at the time of creation. So you see here, I don't have any choices of putting it into any of these. So if you're configuring a VM for HA, ensure that you're doing it right at the time of the VM creation. And then talking about the disaster recovery, so you have this option of backup and site recovery. So this makes use of a service called as Recovery Service Vault, where you will need to first enable the backup, where I can click on enable backup. Once I click on enable backup, it will enable the backup for the VM where it is creating a recovery service vault. So the recovery service vault is getting created, and it's the recovery service vault which you will use to enable the backup as well as enable the disaster recovery. So let's go to our backup option now. So you can see backup has been enabled now. I can click on backup now to start the backup. But as I told you, backup and DR both are the two different things. That's where we have got the choice of backup as well as site recovery. So when I go to site recovery, you can see that it is displaying the primary region. This pink, so if you look at this purple colored region is the one which Microsoft has recommended for you. This pink colored one, this blue colored one is your region where you have the deployment. This is where you have the actual deployment done. The green colored one are the regions where you can do the replication, but Microsoft recommends you this data center. So this recommendation is all based on the concept of the paired region. Because I have my virtual machine deployed in Southeast Asia, corresponding to Southeast Asia, the paired region as per Microsoft is East Asia. So Microsoft recommends you this, but it's up to you what you want to go ahead with. You can also do the replication here. So you just need to click on review and start replication, and it will start with the replication. I will not do it right now because it takes almost 45 minutes to 1 hour for this replication to happen. You can try this at your own pace. It's just a one-click replication of your virtual machine, which will be getting started and done onto the another location. And on the backup front, it's like I can click on backup now and it will start doing the backup of my virtual machine. If I need to delete this backup or I want to remove this virtual machine, you will need to first stop the backup. So if you're trying to delete the complete resource group, it may not allow you to delete that because you have got backups in place. So you can say delete backup data. You'll need to type the name of the backup item, which is I use Windows VM here. Click on stop backup. It will stop the backup. Site recovery is used for replication of data. Site recovery is basically used to replicate your virtual machine and store SQL databases, Keshav. Not for replication of data primarily, but for your different resources. So you can see it has stopped the backup. Let's refresh this. And now you see it says the restore point for this backup item have been deleted and retained in soft delete state. Now by default on this recovery service vault, the soft delete is enabled. So I will need to first of all disable this soft delete. So let me just undelete this. Otherwise, guys, I mean, I'm just telling you this explicitly because you may face issues deleting your complete resource group and it may end up costing you the amount. During replication, it will replicate last backup. No, Sanjay, it continues to take the replication. I mean, you would see a only difference of 15 minutes. So everything that you do on the VM is actually getting synced right onto the secondary location. Okay, now let me go to the recovery service vault that we have created, which is this. And within this recovery service vault, guys, you go to properties, and within properties, under the security settings, you will have an option of disabling the software delete. So disable the software delete. And once you disable this software delete, it will then only allow you to delete the backup and the recovery service vault. So I'm explicitly telling you this so that you don't face any issues deleting the resources. A lot of time it happens that you have created the backup for your VM. Now it's not allowing you to delete the complete resource group because the recovery service vault has kept the backup in a software delete state. where it will retain it for 14 days, then only it will allow you to delete the resources. So for that, you need to disable this. Go back to your VM, go back to backup. Now it will allow you to delete the backup data. It's deleting this backup data. So it will stop the backup, it will delete the backup data. So it will stop the backup when it has deleted the backup data. Now post this, it will allow you to delete the resources as well. So you can see now it has deleted the backup. It is again asking me to enable the backup now. So that's how you can configure the DR as well as the backups for your Azure virtual machines.
Then there is multi-region deployment. In terms of multi-region deployment, you can consider deploying your application in different regions. This is basically making use of an active where you're trying to distribute requests across multiple active instances. Or if you want, you can use an active passive pattern where I always have one instance which is actually warm, where all your traffic is served using that instance. Only in case that instance goes down, then only the passive instances will come into picture where the failover occurs. So that's where you have got a multi-region deployment scenario. You can make use of the Azure Traffic Manager. This is just a name of a pattern training. It's just a design pattern that we are talking about. Active instance means currently your traffic is being served by that very instance. So think of instance as a virtual machine. That means all your traffic is being served from that very virtual machine. And passive means whenever your virtual machine which was surfing the traffic goes down, then these passive instances, it's more of like master slave. Perfect. So you can use Azure Traffic Manager as well to route your application traffic to different regions. So it performs load balancing at the DNS level as we just talked about it. So it would be routing it into different regions based on different kinds of traffic routing methods which we have got in place. Also, if you want, you can configure and test your health probe for load balancers and traffic manager, which would always ensure that your underlying instances are up and running. You can ensure that the health logic is always checking the critical parts of the system, always responding appropriately to these health probes. Also, the health probe for your traffic manager and load balancer are always serving some specific function. So for traffic manager, the health probe is determining whether to fail over to another region or not. For a load balancer, it is determining whether to remove a virtual machine from the rotation. So talking about the active passive pattern. So when I say active,
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
assume these are 4 virtual machines. And these all are in passive mode. That means only the traffic will go to this machine. Only when this machine goes down, the traffic will start going to these machines. So active and active passive. In active, let's say if I have 4 VMs, the traffic can go to any of these because all are in the active state. When I say active passive, I have 4 VMs. This is active, rest are passive. So traffic will only go to this active virtual machine. When this goes down, then traffic starts going to the passive one. These passive will then become active. So that's called as the active passive scenario. Make sense, guys? Now talking about some of the scenarios where I have got, so now, I mean, we have got availability set, we have got availability zone, we have got Azure site recovery, or basically you can say paired region. 4 different things. So talking about the scope of failure, what will be the scope of failure when we are talking about availability set? So availability zone, it's a data center, which is the scope of failure. The scope of failure is the data center level. And then when we talk about Azure site recovery or a paired region, the last choice is the region level failure. So whenever there is a region level failure, that's where the ASR and paired region comes into play. In terms of network latency, if I talk about availability set, will incur very less network latency. Availability zone will have a low network latency, and then paired region or Azure site recovery would have a medium to high network latency. In terms of virtual networking, for availability set and availability zone, we have got virtual networking available because all of these are part of the same data center, so there's no peering required. While for paired regions, you can always do a cross-region virtual network peering. So that's about the multi-region deployment and the different choices you have with respect to different set of services. Then talking about workload service level objectives. So you can configure workloads by service level objectives in case your service is composed of critical or less critical workloads. Then I can manage them differently. I can specify the service features. I can specify the number of instances to meet the different availability requirement. And this term workload means it's a basically discrete capability or computing task which can separate from another task. This is very theoretical term. Workload is very simple your virtual machine. Think of your workload as a virtual machine. This is a very technical definition. No need to worry on this. It's as simple as a virtual machine or any single piece of your application can be a workload. Now, moving on. So let's take an example when we are talking about workload service level objective. Anybody here who does not know what is an e-commerce application or online shopping application? Again, asking. Anybody here who has never been to any of the online shopping websites? Okay, I'm assuming that everybody has been to the online shopping website. Now, what are the different modules of an online shopping website? What are the different areas where you go? What are the different workflows of an e-commerce application? Very simple, guys. What are the different workflows? Shopping cart, UI, order management, payments, okay. Order purchase, okay. Order status, okay. Product catalog, cart, payment, review, inventory, shipping, purchase history, feedback. Right. So these are like different areas that you have talked about, right? Okay. Another question. What do you think would be the one workload out of these where you would see huge traffic? Out of all these things that you talked about, what do you think, what would be the one place where you would see huge traffic? Payments, tracking, festival offer, okay. Adding to cart. No. You have gone very ahead, very right. Search. Before you go to all of your payments or checkout, you basically do the product search. That's the first thing, right? You go to Amazon, you go to Flipkart, you go to Costco or whatever it is. What do you do first? You want to purchase a product X. You go into the search box and you type the name of that product X. So when it comes to e-commerce, one single thing that gets the highest amount of load or traffic is the search functionality. So when we talk about this workload service level objectives, what we are trying to do is we are trying to achieve a microservice based architecture. We are trying to modularize our components of the application. So when we say e-commerce, I can have a search functionality for which I can design a separate module or a separate workload. For my cart and checkout, I can break it into another module. I can break the recommendations into another module. I can create and track orders into another module. So that's where we have the workload service level objectives, which helps you to ensure that whichever is the individual workload which needs higher traffic, you should be able to scale that component independently. And that's where we are talking about the workload service level objective. So you can separate your web applications from the web APIs where we have Azure App Services. Also, these workloads may have different requirement for availability or scalability or data consistency, disaster recovery. So all these requirements should be driven based on the business relevance. There has to be a business relevance corresponding to all of these. So if your solution has got, let's say, a web application front end or a web API, always consider trying to decomposing them into different separate app services rather than combining them into one. Similarly, minimize the service dependencies. Minimize the number of different services which are being used whenever possible. You can ensure that you are understanding all of the feature, you're understanding all of the different service dependencies which are existing in the system. Apart from it, try to design tasks as well as messages to be idempotent. Your operation should not be repetitive in nature, or it should not happen that different operations are all resulting or basically producing a similar operation when you're trying to perform multiple times is producing a different result every time. It should not happen that every time when I click on search, it should basically search the product. It should not add a product to the cart. So that's what it means by design task and messages to be idempotent. So that's where we have the workload service level objective. Also, a lot of time I get questions from people that what are the questions that are asked in an interview to an architect? I mean, a lot of times I've seen people writing there as cloud architect, their solution architect. What kind of questions do we expect? So all these things that we are talking about, this is where all your questions will revolve around. Maybe you're trying to give an interview into an organization which is into maybe video content streaming. Now, again, try to relate it from all of these individual bits and pieces that we have talked about. Again, talking about this example of video content streaming organization, for example. Or let's say, guys, do you want to take an example of some another organization or maybe something that you have in mind? We can talk about that. We'll spend 5 minutes on it. Okay. No responses. We'll go ahead with video streaming organization. Think about Zoom. Think about GoToMeeting. Think about Cisco WebEx, JP Morgan Finance application. Okay. Seems you're from JP Morgan. We will talk about that case as well. Now, think about a video application where you have to design such an application or host one of their things on the cloud. What could be the important factors corresponding to all the things that we have talked about? Each of these things are fitting into their journey. So how we have fitted each of these things into e-commerce journey, similarly, all these systems or services will also fit into the video streaming also. Lot of traffic coming in, the video quality disrupts. Again, scalability is required. High availability is required. Think someday Zoom server is down. What happens? Half of the organizations cannot do the meeting with each other, right? So again, high availability is important for them. Authentication, authorization is important for them. Security is important for them. You might have heard this year when people started using Zoom, not this year, but the last year, there were a lot of security concerns which were raised just in and around the Zoom meetings, whether they are secure, whether they are not secure. So all of these small bits and pieces that we talked about, whether it's high availability, scalability, security, or geo application, or how your services would always be up and running, how the traffic would be served. All of these things are very important. Think about Hotstar. How many of you know Hotstar? Or how many of you don't know what is Hotstar? Quickly, guys, how many of you don't know what is Hotstar? It's a OTT platform. Usually all the cricket matches are live streamed on that platform. Now you imagine the kind of traffic that comes into that application. Can you imagine what is the amount of traffic that comes in? Amount of users that Hotstar serves when there is a live cricket match going on? Any random guesses? Millions, exactly. There are millions and millions of users who are live streaming that match. So you can imagine the amount of tremendous load that application is actually serving to the application is actually getting, and the amount of traffic that is coming in. and the way the application is basically serving it to the users. And all of their applications, all of their platform is actually running on AWS. That's just one example where they're using AWS. There are a lot of organizations using Azure or GCP or other clouds. But just trying to tell you how the cloud is helping you scale and ensure that you are able to still remain live when you're having this huge amount of traffic. There is also an article called as scaling for scaling for tsunami traffic. Just read that. That's basically by a person from Hotstar, where they have talked about how they are leveraging auto scaling in terms of ensuring the overall system remains intact, and also they are making use of the underlying Kubernetes services for their platform. And eventually they ended up creating their own auto scaler on top of the cloud provided auto scaling services. So that's how huge that service is. Okay, now talking about an example of this finance application that Vikram talked about. So if you think about a finance application, again, understand how important is it for you to remain live. If a banking application or if a trading application goes down for half a minute, think about the losses that organization makes, as well as the users who are actually using those application can make. So when it comes to your finance application, banking application, again, it is very important for you to ensure high availability is there. It is must, basically. I mean, you would not expect a downtime from these applications. A downtime from an application like Hotstar is even okay, but think about a downtime from finance application where you are dealing with money and rest of the other things. So that's where we have finance application, where high availability is required, scalability is required. Scalability, because you see when specifically talking about the stock market or the tradings, when these kind of things are happening, it's again a tremendous traffic flow. During COVID, you might have seen how the numbers were bumping up. A lot of times there is circuit breaking happening. So again, there is a huge load, huge peak on these applications, which again demands high amount of scalability. Security is again very important, specifically finance applications. All kinds of securities are must. And that's where you will see that these cloud providers also are following certain standard cloud or whatnot. They will need to ensure that these clouds are being compliant with the standards which these applications need. So if you look at just the Azure portfolio, Azure has got a lot of compliance and standards available. So if you look at this wide variety of compliance, you see these are all the compliance. Financial services, these are all PCI, 3DS, DSS, 617A4. I mean, only the people into finance background would be knowing what these standards are and why these are required. Similarly, people with healthcare would be knowing why high trust or why HIPAA, which is Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Similarly, there are data centers which are dedicated for US government. So these data centers are again, these data centers are being compliant with respect to all these standards. That's where these are dedicatedly created for US government and the federal organizations and are only being used by authenticated persons. So these are all global standards that Azure is compliant with, which is helping you and your organization use these clouds because of these compliances. If cloud is so secure in terms of attack, why financial institutions are not going to use or migrate to cloud like Indian banking systems? So it's not that these organizations are not leveraging cloud. So just to let you know, these organizations are leveraging cloud, whether you talk about the Indian banking systems or whether you talk about the foreign banking systems, all of these are as of today also leveraging cloud. It does take them some amount of time to first of all do a research in terms of how their application can be deployed and how eventually they will be moving on to it. So it's not that the applications are not running on the cloud. Behind the scenes, a lot of these banking systems are using Azure, are using AWS. So nothing like that. These people aren't using the cloud systems. They are using it. I mean, in case you have your colleagues in TCS or Infosys, where a lot of Indian banking projects are with these organizations, service-based organizations, you will see a lot of your colleagues working into these domains of cloud and helping these specific banking organizations with respect to different in different areas. So you need to ensure there is application level protection available, because Azure does provide you with the network layer protection. DDoS is denial of service attack. So in general, what happens, let's say your system is capable of handling 1,000 requests per minute. Now in DDoS attack, there will be attacker who will try to send 10,000 requests per minute to your system. Now, because your system is capable enough to only handle 1,000 requests, eventually your system will fail. There will be congestion in the network because your system cannot serve those 10,000 requests in a minute. And as a result, it creates congestion, and your actual legitimate users who might try to come to your system will not be able to perform the operation. This is one of the reasons today you see a lot of websites using the CAPTCHA. So you see today most of the websites, whenever you forget a password, you get that CAPTCHA dialog. So that CAPTCHA is because to avoid these kind of DDoS attacks, to avoid the bots, so that programmatically an attacker cannot send the request to your system, they would need to have a manual intervention in between. Apart from it, so yeah, I was talking about the network layer. So DDoS attack protects at the network layer. Azure does not protect against application layer attack, because it's difficult to distinguish between the true user request versus the malicious user request. So at an application level, Azure does not do that. And that's where I just give you an example of CAPTCHA. Similarly, there are a lot of different kinds of CAPTCHA today which are coming into place. So you might have seen wide variety of CAPTCHAs coming in. Like there's a picture CAPTCHA you see, then there is a mathematical CAPTCHA, there is a text CAPTCHA or voice CAPTCHAs. So these are all different kinds of CAPTCHA levels so that you can from DDoS attacks. Does that answer your query? Perfect. Financial institutions trust more on OCI Oracle. Again, I mean, it depends on the kind of application that they're trying to leverage. So though there is Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, but I haven't seen a lot of organizations using the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure specifically. If I talk about the infrastructure as a service, I would say it's really not that matured. So I would not say today financial institutions are trusting more on the OCI. Really not. I mean, that's not the fact basically. On contrary, if I talk about the on-prem systems, yes, they a lot of their dependencies are on the Oracle systems. They are also dependent on a lot of underlying applications which are somehow using Oracle forms or maybe the Oracle call interfaces, because all of them today have a native dependency on C language. And again, that has got a good interface with respect to Oracle databases. If you look at most of the banking applications which are old running, all of them are specifically either written in C or C++ or Java. Again, today, those applications are getting revamped. They're again kind of leveraging Python or a lot of AI and ML that are today being leveraged. So given that I mean, OCI Oracle only when it was on premises, not on cloud, that's where you will see more usage. But if you look at new applications, I've seen a lot of banking domains. I mean, I'll just give you an example of Goldman Sachs. Again, they are today leveraging Azure. They are leveraging AWS. Similarly, if I talk about Morgan Stanley, they're again using AWS, JP Morgan. I think they're also using AWS, if I'm not wrong, Vikram, as well as Azure, both. They do use both. Also, you will see these lot of these finance organizations not relying on one single cloud. That is another important point, guys. When it comes to these organizations, they don't just rely on one cloud. They want to be more cloud agnostic. So let's say what would happen tomorrow if one of their tomorrow, let's say the cloud provider that they were using is not able to serve them the service because of one or another reason, their entire system would go down. So they don't just rely on one cloud provider as well. They want to be cloud agnostic today, and that's where they're today relying on multiple clouds, not just one. Cool. Okay, next talking about the principle of the least privilege for access to the application resources. Again, one of the very important aspect from a security perspective. This is more from a Azure service perspective. So whenever you're trying to give somebody an access to a service, ensure that you are giving the right level of access. If somebody needs to be given an read access on a Azure resource, do not end up giving the right access, because if you give somebody an right access, or if you give somebody an overly permissive access to the different application resources, a person may end up deleting the resources. So always ensure you're following the principle of the least privilege. Also, this is very important because assume, let's say, you're providing somebody an access to read and write the data to the Azure Blob storage. Now, it is quite a possible case that if he's a malicious user or she's a malicious user, person may try to upload a 200 GB of file to your Azure storage and download that file 10 times. So uploading that 200 GB of file and then downloading that 10 times, you are incurring 2 terabyte of egress cost. So that's where it's very important for you to ensure that you are following the right level of access and following the principle of least privilege. And corresponding to this, we have got the role-based access control available in Azure. So right at the subscription level, right at the resource group level, and then at the resource level. At all the 3 different levels, we have got the access control available, where we have IAM, Identity and Access Management Services. So you can grant owner, contributor, reader, or any different level of access to the different users. Next, talking about the data management. So data management, again, is another aspect where we will be looking at the replication of the data. Now, when it comes to replication of the data, so replicating data is one of the general strategy where you're trying to handle the non-transient failure within the data store. We have got wide variety of data store choices in Azure. Database is something we are yet to cover. We have got Cosmos DB SQL database that we will be covering in the tomorrow's session. So different storage technologies are providing you with the built-in replication choices, and that is where it's very important for us to consider both the read as well as the write paths. Depending on the storage technology, you may have multiple writable replicas, or there could be a single writable replica, or there can be multiple read-only replicas. So you want to maximize the overall availability, and that's where your replicas can be placed into multiple regions. However, this would lead to increase in the overall latency. Whenever your data is getting replicated, it will increase the latency, and replicating across different regions would be done asynchronously. That means there can be potential of a data loss in case replication fails. But today, most of your database are globally distributed database. So you've got geo application of the databases available, whether it's Azure SQL DB or whether it's Azure Cosmos DB. Both the databases supports the geo application. It's a single click data application that you get. Apart from it, these will enable you to have a configuration of the secondary database, which is the replica in the other regions. And apart from it, the secondary databases will be able to kind of query and perform the failover in case your primary data center is going down or there is an outage. corresponding to it. With Azure SQL database, you can also create an auto failover groups. That's only possible with the SQL DB as of now. So you can facilitate automatic failover, and with Azure Cosmos DB, it additionally does support you with the multi-master configuration where you have multiple write regions. You have got customizable conflict resolution mechanisms as well there. Okay, moving back to the Azure application of the data within Azure storage. So as a part of the data store, you have got Azure data storage or Azure storage account, where again you have got automatic replication enabled within the data center. So you have got different choices: LRS, GRS, ZRS, RAGRS, GZRS, RAGZRS. GRS is something which is highly used in case you're looking forward to have read access on the secondary data center and the secondary copies. You can also go ahead with RAGRS. So this is one such service in Azure where replication is automatic. That means you don't need to do anything. It's a platform provided replication. Just your job is to choose the right replication. 304 Vikram, not 303. 304 is more of theory and concepts. It's more on design. 303 is more on implementation. So that's where within the Azure storage, you can choose the right level of replication that is required for your application. Again, depending on what is your business use case, you can choose the right level of Azure storage. For virtual machines, do not rely on RAGRS replication to restore the VM disk VHD files. So for virtual machines, you don't have the replication similar to the storage. For VMs, you will have to make use of the Azure Site Recovery, which is ASR. So this is where you make use of the Azure backup and consider making use of the managed disk. Managed disk are managed by Azure, so you don't need to take care of any of the underlying infra level complexities. You don't need to spin up a storage account. You don't need to take care of the blob storage and rest of the other stuff. All of that is pretty much handled by Microsoft. So you get a better resiliency for VMs in terms of the availability because disks are all isolated from each other, and hence they help you with respect to avoiding the single point of failure because the infra layer is abstracted away from you. And that's where, if you remember your 104 sessions when you created a virtual machine and you attached a disk, that was all a managed disk. It was just simply a disk attached. You did not spin up any storage account. You did not uploaded any VHD files. So that's where you can always make use of the Azure backups or basically the site recovery for your virtual machines. So let me quickly talk about these two things.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So from a storage account standpoint, if you look at this is where you see the replication choice. This is a platform provided replication where we have LRS, GRS, RAGRS. The reason I don't see any of these ZRS choices because the location is Central India. If I select Southeast Asia, which has got availability zones, you will see rest of the other options as well. So this is where we have got the different replication choices, and you can pick the one which which is best fitting in the requirement of your application. So if you go to all services, you will see there is something called as, if you search for site recovery, you will see a service called as recovery services vault. So you need to spin up a recovery service vault. In case you already have a virtual machine available, like let's say I have this VM. So from the virtual machine also, you can go to the backup option and you can turn or enable the backup. And this will kind of help you create a new recovery service vault. So you can create a new recovery service vault from here as well. This will enable the backup for you. So these two things are different. Site recovery means you're configuring your application and you're creating your another virtual machine in secondary region. Backup will help you only to kind of recover your data back. So yes, these are two different things. There are additional data management considerations. So these are some of the best practices. As a part of this, there is sharding. So for your databases, you can consider using sharding to partition the database horizontally. This is again one of your data management techniques, so nothing is specific to Azure. Then there are different concurrency options when you deal with the databases. Also document data source failover and failback processes, and then test it. That this is again third point that you look at. This is something which really people miss. If you look in organizations or enterprises, documentation is again one area where special attention is paid. Right? You might have seen always documentation is given a very much priority or a high priority when it comes to enterprises. While if you are doing something at an individual level or you're doing freelancing, you would not worry about documentation. Now, the reason documentation is very important is, let's say tomorrow you are on leave, another person in team can actually read the documentation and perform some operation. If somebody has to do a force failover, for example, and you are not available on the day, there can be someone else for whom the documentation can be very helpful, and that person can actually perform all the failover and failback processes and bring your systems back to life again. Similarly, periodic backup and point-in-time restore. So you can have regularly and automatically backup data done for your different applications, and also verify that your data and the applications are all getting backed up rightly. And these can help you in terms of always restoring your systems to some point in time. Also ensure that no single user account has both access to production and backup data. Always you should keep two different accounts for this. Your production and backup data should not be using one single user account, because let's say if that account is compromised, your production is also gone, your backup data is also gone. So ensure you have two different accounts for production and backup data. Lastly, validate your data backups. A lot of time I have seen in organizations, people think that they've enabled backup, everything is working fine. They don't do DR drills, they don't do backup drills. But when a real requirement of data backup comes in, that at that point in time, they figure out that the backup that is happening is actually not the intended backup, or it's not basically the data that we needed. So always ensure you're regularly verifying that the backup data is what you are expecting it to be or what you intend it to be, and not something else, so that there are no surprises at a later point in time. Lastly, talking about some of the monitoring and disaster recovery practices. So these are some of the best practices for monitoring and alerting in your applications. So implement the best practices for monitoring and alerting in your application, where you should have proper monitoring, proper diagnostics, proper alerting available. There is no way to detect failure in your application and alert someone to fix it in case you don't have any of these things configured. We have looked at alerting earlier, we have looked at monitoring, we have looked at diagnostic earlier. So all of these three things are important, right? When we were looking at web apps, we looked at how monitoring alerts can be created, how diagnostic logs can be generated, how you can look at different matrices, different thresholds of, or basically different metrics like CPU utilization, average CPU, average memory utilization, HTTP errors, and so on and so forth. Measure remote call statistics and make the information available to the application team. So if you are not tracking or you are not reporting the remote call statistics in real time, at least provide an easy way where this information can be reviewed, so your operation teams will not have an instantaneous view into the health of your application. If you only are measuring average remote call time, you will not have the enough information where you would be able to reveal the actual issues. So always summarize the remote call matrix where you could have latency, throughput, different errors, maybe 99 or 95th percentiles, which will help you in terms of solving the issues. Track the number of transient exceptions and retries over the appropriate time frame. So if you don't track or monitor these exceptions, or if you're not trying to, let's say, perform retry attempts over time, it may be possible that the issue or failure is getting hidden by the application's retry logic. So it should always happen that application is able to retry from the time where it is actually failing. Also track the progress of long-running workflows and retry on failures. So long-running workflows are often composed of multiple steps, right? There is it's not just one single step, it's multiple steps, which is basically composing that flow. So ensure all of your steps are independent of each other. so that let's say 4 steps are already successful and there is a failure happens, it should happen from the earlier 4 steps should not be run again. That's where it is important for you to track the progress of long running workflows and retry on the failures. Implement an early warning system as well, which can alert your operators. Implement the application logging. So logging should be enabled in production. Then do logging at different level. Do logging at application level. Do logging at the server level. Have the application logs. Have the data logs. Have the field request logs. So there are different kind of traces or logs that you might want to enable corresponding to the application that you have. So do enable those as well. Also implement logging using an asynchronous pattern. That means in case your logging operations are synchronous, they would be blocking your application code. So always ensure that the logging operations are implemented as asynchronous operations, which will always ensure that you are able to unblock your application code. So these are some of the best practices from the monitoring perspective, from the alerting perspective, and then always test your monitoring systems. So do the testing of the overall disaster recovery, create an overall fully tested plan where you can recover from any type of failure which is impacting your system. Have a multi-site disaster recovery architecture. Have owners for different areas. So it should not be just one single person which is taking care of all. When you're actually performing a real-time drill operation, or when actual failover is required, or when actually your system is down, that single person will not be able to help you bring it back to life. You will need a complete set of team. You will need different people to ensure different bits and pieces are all working together to bring the system back to life again. So have individual owners for your different areas. Definitely there can be one single architect architecting that application, but then from an implementation part, you should have individual owners which are dedicated for it. Documentation, again, as we talked about. Backup, again, another part that we talked about. Implement operational readiness testing. So perform testing, do failover. This is again a drill operation basically. So you can do time to time drill, check the backup is what you intended to be, perform timely failovers, do check the failovers. I mean, recently, if you would have seen, there was a issue with the Microsoft South Central US data center. That time Microsoft did kind of initiated a warning to different services which are running in the South Central US. So different organizations, people using the services in that data center were issued a warning that you should be prepared for a DR plan also. So that is where, when nobody was kind of, or all the folks or projects which were running on those location where they were not having a DR plan, went ahead and kind of created a DR and then also tested that. So this becomes very important. You may initially not have planned for it, but I mean, you can leave your dev or stage environment, but for production, always ensure you should have a secondary site in place. Lastly, perform data consistency checks. So if your failure is happening in a data store, again, there can be data inconsistency. So whenever your store becomes available again, again check if your data is replicated or there is data which is duplicated, there are double entries, or the data is again what you intended to be. So these are some of the best practices from the overall architecture of the application. Okay.
Alright, so guys, next in our list we have the storage services of Azure. So let's go ahead and have a look at them. So guys, essentially there are 6 services that you should know of while you're using Azure in terms of storage. The 6 services are Blob, file storage, tables, queues, data lake storage, and Databox. So let's discuss them one by one. The first one being Blob. Now what is Blob, guys? Blob basically means binary large objects, right? So if you have binary files and you want to store them on Azure, Blob storage is the answer for you, right? So it can store anything from music files, or it can store video files. It can also store text documents. Any kind of file that you want to store on Azure can be stored on Blob. Now, Blob also can be used with in conjunction with your websites, and it can basically act as a storage server for you, right? It also enables you to host content which is publicly accessible over a link. It can also host static websites on its storage. So that is what Blob is, guys, right? So most of the time you would see that companies, if they have a website, all its static content is actually picked up from the Blob, right? So this was about the Blob, guys. Our next service is file storage. Now, what is file storage? File storage is basically a shared file storage that can be used with multiple computers. That basically means if I have 5 servers, right, and let's say they need a particular file for their working, and all these 5 servers basically need the same file. So what I can do is I can basically create a drive, or I can create a storage point on file storage, and all these 5 servers can be used to basically mount the file storage drive on them, right? And any change that is done from one server on the central repository of file storage, all those changes would be reflected on all the next 4 servers. The use that I can think of for file storage is, let's say you have an application which writes data onto a particular file, right? And basically this application of yours is spread across multiple servers to ensure it is highly available, right? Let's say you have an application which basically writes data, right? And this application is spread across 5 servers. Now, what happens is we've already discussed the role of a load balancer. You hit the load balancer and you're randomly assigned a server and you work on it. Let's say you worked on server 1. As a customer, you would not know which server you're working on, correct? Let's say you worked on server 1, right? You saved your changes and now those files are now saved on server 1. But the next time you hit the URL, now you are on server 3. If you are on server 3, you would not realize it, but your work, you would expect it to be there on server 3 as well. Now here comes a problem. If there is no central storage for all these 5 servers, they will be asynchronous in nature, in the sense that they will not sync data with each other. Whatever changes are done on the first server, the third server, the fourth server, and the fifth server will be unaware of it, right? And that is when arise the need of a central storage, and that is what file storage is for, right? It basically uses the SMB protocol. So basically SMB 2.1 and 3.0 is compatible with file storage. And recently even Linux platforms like Ubuntu, CentOS, and even macOS have started supporting SMB, right? So it essentially would recommend you to use SMB 3.0, but there are some OS versions which could have SMB 2.1. For example, if you're using Ubuntu 16 or Ubuntu 14.04, they are basically using SMB 2.1, right? So it has the backward compatibility as well for older OS like Ubuntu 14.04. So if you want to mount drive on Ubuntu, which basically is hosted on Azure file storage, you can do that using the SMB protocol. There are a list of softwares that have to be installed. More on that we can discuss when we study file storage in detail. But for now, because we are in a tutorial session, I just told you what file storage is used for. So if you were to ask, or if you were to think of a use case where you need a central storage kind of a thing, now you know that you have to use Azure file storage. Moving on, guys, our next service is Azure Table. Now Azure Table is basically a NoSQL data store, right? And it can help you to store structured data, right? It basically can store structured data. It has tabular columns and tabular rows in which you can save data, but it is NoSQL in nature, which means the data does not have to be in symmetry, right? Your next data could have 8 columns, the third row could have 2 columns, the fourth row could have just 5 columns. It could take any kind of data, but the only condition is that the data should be structured among columns, right? So if there is any kind of need for storage of data of this kind, you can use Azure Table. Our next kind of storage is Azure queues, which basically is used with stateless systems, right? Systems which do not know of what all jobs are executing on the counterpart or on the replicated servers of their application. For example, let's say there is an image processing website, and what it does is the moment you upload an image, you can process the website process the image according to your need, right? So what happens in this case? Let's say there are 200 people on the website and they have all pressed the process image button together. Now what will happen? There are 200 images that have to be processed, and obviously not all 200 images can be processed at the same time. So what happens is the images are processed one by one, and let's say in the backend server where the processing is done, there are 5 servers who are doing the processing. Okay. Now all these 5 servers, they pick up an image at random from the queue. So let's say the queue is first in, first out. Whichever image comes first goes out first as well. So whenever the job of the first server is done, let's say it was doing a processing on an image and the image processing is done, it picks up another image from the queue. The second server would also do the same. The third server would also do the same, right? So what happens is, let's say the first server, it processed image 1. Now the second, third, fourth and fifth server, they would not know whether the first image has been processed or not, and they can process it again. So for those kind of scenarios and for solving those kind of situations, we had queues, which basically streamline all the content which has to be processed, and whichever content is taken up by a particular server, it deletes it from the stack and then puts the second image or the second object which basically has to be processed, right? So for these kind of scenarios, you use Azure queues. Our next kind of service is data lake storage. Now data lake storage is similar to that of not a blob, but tables, Azure tables. So data lake storage can store data, but it is basically used to store data for big data analytics. It specializes in that particular course segment. So if you have a big data analytic use case and you want to store data for that, data lake storage should be the choice for you, right? So this is about data lake storage, guys. The next service that we have is Azure Data Box. Now, what is Azure Data Box? Now, you might think of your company. Let's say you're working for a company and you have all the servers on premise, right? You have been working since 15-20 years in the sector that you are, your company, and you did not have cloud at that time. And what you have done is you've bought your own servers, you have hosted your own applications, but now the cost incurring for those servers is too high when you compare it with the cost which is there in cloud computing when you opt for cloud computing. So now what I have decided is basically that you want to migrate all your applications to Azure Data Box, okay? Or to Azure. So let's say there are 5 petabytes, or let's say 1000 terabytes of data that you have to transfer on Azure. Now in businesses, time is very important, guys. Time is money, basically. You must have heard of that phrase. So everything is required at a fast pace, and if you want to transfer 1000 terabytes of data, imagine the data transfer costs which would incur to you, and also it would take a lot of time to upload 1000 terabytes of data via internet to Azure, right? You would agree on that. Now, to solve problems of this scale, when you have a large amount of data that you want to transfer onto Azure cloud, what Azure does is it basically gives you a physical device on which you can load your data, right? So Azure Data Box is a service in which you can basically request a box kind of a system from Azure, which basically ships to your company. You can load all your data onto it, and then that box is again shipped back to Azure cloud, and all your data is again uploaded to Azure cloud from their data center directly, right? So this not only reduces the time taken to transfer data, but it also hugely reduces the cost that you would incur in the internet charges, because 1000 terabytes is not less data, guys. Now 1000 terabytes is very less when I talk about a company which is existing since 15 years, and when you talk about multi national corporations, the data can be in petabytes, right? And if you have a petabyte scale data that you want to transfer to Azure, it would take weeks, if not months, to transfer that kind of data. So that is where Databox comes in, and Azure Databox can basically support around 5 petabytes of data at one time. Right now, if 5 petabytes of data is less for you, you can request multiple boxes from Azure too, and multiple boxes will reach your location. You store your data onto it. You copy your data onto it and then request Azure back that you can take away your data boxes, and they will take the data boxes back to the data centers and transfer their data directly. Right, this will reduce your time to around 1 week of time. So your data of petabyte scale can be transferred to Azure in less than a week, and at the same time you would also save on huge internet costs. Right, so guys, this is what the Databox service of Azure is. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and do this hands-on on Azure Blob Storage. So let me quickly switch on to my Microsoft Azure portal, which is this. Alright guys, so this is my Microsoft Azure portal. What I want to do is I want to show you guys how the blob storage works in Azure. Right, so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go into storage accounts, and over here you will find that there is a storage account called demo environment. Why is it here? Because I created virtual machine with the name demo environment. Right, and obviously the virtual machine requires some storage. If you go inside this, you will see that you have the 4 options that we discussed, that are blob, files, tables, and queues. What we are interested in is blob, so we'll just click on that, and you can see that this has boot diagnostics for the new VM Linux that we launched earlier, right? So all the logs for that VM are basically going inside this container. So basically, if I go inside this container, you can find that these are the 2 text files which are present. Will have the log data of that VM that we launched, right? So, but we're not here for that. What we basically want to do is I'm going to show you guys how you can use blob. Now, no matter what you are working on, if you want to create a blob storage for yourself, you will have to create a storage account, right? In our case, this was the VM storage account. If you are starting afresh on Azure, you will not have any storage accounts over here, right? So let's create a storage account first, and let's try to name it something relevant which might go with the demo that we're doing. So the resource group that we want to add it in is demo environment, and the storage account name that we want to give is, let's say, Intellipaat -Azure. Let's say this is the one that we want to give. Okay, where is the location that we want the storage account to be in? As discussed earlier, we'll choose the nearest location to us. So in that case, the nearest location would be Asia Pacific, South India. Let's try to choose this location. Right now, how do you want the performance? It could be either standard or premium. We can discuss this later, probably when we'll discuss this service in detail in our further sessions. But for now, let's let it be at standard, right? Put everything at default, and now let's click on review plus create. When you do that, it will ask you it'll basically show you all the information with respect to the storage account that we are creating. If everything looks good, just click on create. Once you have clicked on create, guys, your storage account will take some time, and then it'll become ready for use. And like earlier, I specified all you have to do is go to resource groups. Let's say this is the demo environment that we created earlier. I'll go inside this, and now I can see all the things that I had launched are present over here. Even the storage account that I'm creating that is basically being launched right now, I can see that also over here. As you can see, it's Intellipaat Azure. This is the storage account that I created, and now it is visible inside demo environment resource group. On the other hand, if I go to all resources, I'd be able to see all the resources that are there on my Azure account, but this looks a little messy. And that's why resource groups are pretty helpful, guys, because I know that my resource that I've deployed sits inside a specific resource group. And that resource group, basically, I can name on the basis of what task that particular resource is going to do. Since ours is a demo session, what we have done is all the resources that we are basically deploying are inside the demo environment resource group, right? And right now we just deployed this storage account, which is Intellipaat Azure. And as you can see, it has been successfully deployed. Now let's go inside the storage account. And like we saw earlier, you see a similar user interface over here. You have 4 options, either to go inside blob or to go inside files or tables or queues. Let me demonstrate to you how blobs work. So we'll go inside blobs, guys. And as you can see, there are no containers over here. What are containers? Containers are nothing but root folders, right? For example, on Windows, you have the desktop folder. So desktop folder becomes the root folder. Or to give you a better example, let's say you go to the C drive of your computer, right? Whatever is inside the C drive is the root of the drive. If you create a folder inside that drive and you then put files inside that folder, that is no longer the root directory, right? So whenever you are uploading files on blobs, the first thing that you need is a root directory, and that root directory is nothing but containers, right? So let's go ahead and create a container. So I click on a new container and let's name this container, let's say as Intellipaat, okay? And now let's click on OK. All right, so my new container is now ready. Now you would have noticed that there is something called as access level. And right now the access level is private. More on this I'll explain to you as we move along. So right now we have not changed it to anything. It's private and let it be at private. Now what I'll do is I'll go inside this container and it says no blobs found, right? So what I can do is I can upload some files onto this container, and for doing that I'll have to click on upload, and now I'll have to select the file. So these are some images that I have on this system. So what I'll do is I'll just select a random image, and now let's upload this image onto my blob. All right, so this image is now uploaded on the blob. And what I can do is I can just click on this image and I can see all the information with respect to it. It's 88 KB in size. This is the last modified time. This is the creation time. Now here is something interesting, guys. I have the URL to the file that I have uploaded, right? Now this URL can be embedded anywhere. It can be embedded on a website. It can be embedded on a post that you're making to social media. This basically is a file which is now hosted on the internet, and anywhere, anyone who has access to this particular link would be able to see the image that you have just uploaded. Awesome, isn't it? Right? So what I'm going to do is let me copy this link and let me open it in a new tab, right? And I'll hit enter. So right now it says resource not found. The specified resource does not exist. Now why do you think this happened? This happened because we did not give access to the container for general public use, right? What does that mean? If I click on the container and I click on change access level, it's right now private, which means I can only access this blob.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Through the Azure portal or through CLI or through some other way, but only that way would be working. Now if I want anyone and anywhere who wants to access this file, I'll have to go ahead and choose anonymous read access for blobs only, right? So when I do that, I've just selected blob over here and I click on OK. Now the permissions for the files inside this container has changed. And what does that mean? That basically means if I refresh this now, I would be able to see this image over here, right? Similarly, if this link is copied by you and pasted on your browser, you also would be able to see this particular image, right? So guys, this is what a blob storage is. You can use blob storage to dump data such as logs, such as images, such as videos. That could be either private if your application does not want to use it and you just want to keep it there for just keeping it there. Or what you can do is you can provide it a public read access on the blob level. That is, for all the files will have public read access, and those files will then be able to use by just going to their link. Let me upload one more file for you guys so that you are clear with the concept of defining permissions. So I've defined the permissions on the container, so I don't have to do anything now. I'll just upload the images, and this is a new image which has been uploaded. And now if I go inside the image and I copy the link, and if I paste the link over here, you can see I am able to see the screenshot even here, right? The moment I go out and I change the access level to private and I click on OK. Now if I refresh, okay, so it did not change the permissions of the files, not visible. Okay, so that basically took some time for the permission to get allocated on the container, which basically means like if I go out and if I change the access level again to blob, and if I refresh these files, yes, I'm able to see them, right? And again, if I go out and if I change the access level to, let's say, private again, and if I refresh, the first refresh, it is there. The second refresh, it is there. But if you wait for some time, like a minute or so, this access will basically be gone. As you can see, it now says resource not found, right? So with a click of a button, you can basically control all the files permissions which are there inside a container and grant them public or private read access. Alright guys, so guys, this was a brief demo about blob storage on Azure. Let us come back to our slides. Right, so guys, I hope now you're clear with what blob storage is. Now let's move forward and talk about our next set of services, which are the database and the analytics service in Microsoft Azure. Right, so basically there are 5 core services that you should know of when you're dealing with Azure in terms of database and analytics. So the first service is the SQL database service, which basically is a database as a service, right? You do not get an access to the operating system on which this database is installed. You basically get access to only the database, and basically, if you remember what we have studied earlier, for a service which does not gives you access to the operating system, but in turn gives you access to a platform kind of a thing where you can interact with the service and probably upload something onto the software being used, is called platform as a service. So Azure SQL database is basically a platform as a service, which not only gives you the independence from the infrastructure side, but at the same time it is highly scalable, and it can provide you up to 212% of return on investment. That means that whatever money you are going to spend on Azure SQL database, the benefits that it is going to provide you is going to give you back 212% of the money that you would be investing in using Azure SQL database. Isn't that interesting? Right? So guys, this was the first service among the database analytics services in Azure. Our next service is Cosmos DB. Now guys, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service again, just like SQL Server. But in this case, what happens is your database is extremely highly available, which means it is distributed throughout the world using Azure regions, and it is highly available, right? So basically what happens is when you launch a Cosmos DB cluster, it distributes or it creates a replica of the database in multiple regions as you specify, right? And the cool thing about Cosmos DB is whatever region you want to close or want to stop, and probably you do not want your database to be replicated in a particular region, you can do that with the click of a button. If you want it again in some other region, you can again do that with a click of button. So everything is fast, everything is at one, the whole control is at one central place, and you can replicate your database accordingly with that one platform or with that one Cosmos DB dashboard that you get, right? Now again, you have multiple models that you can implement in Cosmos DB. For example, you can implement multi-master replication, or you can implement multi-write regions replication, which basically means usually when you have a distributed database which is highly available, you have one region where all the writes take place, but the read can actually be done from any of the regions where the database has been distributed. But in case of Cosmos DB, you also have the option of configuring multi-write regions, which basically means that let's say I'm in India and I'm a user who's using your application. Right now, if I am using your application, probably the website is being served from the nearest edge location of my location. For example, you must have enabled content delivery network on your website if you want to decrease the latency on your application. Right now, to decrease the latency of your application, you've implemented CDN. So I am being served the website from the nearest location of my home from where I'm accessing your application. And at the same time, the application itself is also accessing the database, right? Now imagine the website is fast, but the processing that it does, that is the data that it has to fetch from a particular database, it exists in altogether a different region, which is on the other part of the world, right? On the other side of the world, right? That will again increase the latency of your application. So you don't only need your front-end component to be highly distributed, you also need your backend and your database to be highly distributed and highly available, right? And that is the sole reason when you are dealing with a audience which is spread across the globe, you also have to take care that the processing that each of these guys are doing would also be available to them in the lowest time possible. And for that, what you have to do is the backend processors or the backend servers and the database servers also have to be near them, so that whenever they're writing any information, that also information can be written faster. Now, if you have a write one and read anywhere kind of a distribution, in that case, you will have to write at a central location. Let's say the central location is the US, and your databases, which are basically the read replicas, are actually distributed throughout the globe. What are read replicas? Read replicas are basically the copy of the central database from which you can read the data. And these read replicas basically get synced or basically are synced with the central database with the so whatever you write on the database is automatically and quickly replicated on the read replicas as well. So it's very fast, right? So in terms of reading the data, you can get a very low latency, but in terms of writing the data, if you want low latency as well, then you need to have multi-write regions, and that is exactly what this feature is for. So in a nutshell, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service which provides you with a large scale deployment of databases throughout the globe, and it also gives you the option of deleting or replicating your database on a new region entirely with a single click of a button, right? So that is what Cosmos DB is for you guys, right? The next set of or the next service that we have is the Data Factory service. Now, what is the Data Factory service? It is basically an ETL service, which is an extract, transform, and load service, which basically can take data from multiple sources and then transform the data according to what has been coded in the application using a particular service, which can be used in conjunction with Data Factory, and then load the resultant data into a BI service which can be used to analyze the data, right? So usually when you're doing this kind of an infra setup, you need a lot of planning, you need a lot of mediators between the technologies which are being integrated. For example, the data can be coming from multiple sources such as social media websites, it can be coming from emails, it can be coming from chats, it can be coming from reviews, it could be coming from anything, right? So all these data sources are basically first of all aggregated, and the data is first put in the raw form in one particular place. Then what happens is, according to the logic that you have specified for the transformation of this data, for example, you probably want to see the data in a particular view. So that basically means you would have to first transform this raw data that you've got from multiple sources into a structured format. So that is what transformation is. So once you have the resultant data that you feel is the correct way of getting the data or representing the data, the next step that you need is, obviously, if there are a million rows in your data set, you won't be able to find what you are actually looking for, or basically it might take a lot of time for you to analyze a million rows of data that you have just created. So what you can do is, or what the industry came up to this particular problem was that they created a business intelligence application. What is a business intelligence application? It takes in the data set and it quickly creates patterns, quickly creates graphs, which can actually help you to better understand the data, right? So Data Factory also happens to have the integration capabilities with a lot of BI tools. The most prominent one is Microsoft's own Power BI tool, but it also can integrate with Tableau and other BI systems. Right. Similarly, it can be integrated with multiple data ingestion systems as well. So it's a total ETL system that you can deploy on Azure and connect your various sources and outputs and get the resultant output. Okay, so guys, this is what Data Factory is. Our next service is Event Hubs. Now, what is Event Hubs? Event Hubs is basically a place where you can again take in a lot of data. Just like Data Factory, you can extract data from multiple sources, but in this case you're not actually extracting data, but the multiple sources from where the data is being generated, the data is being pushed onto Event Hubs. Okay, so the data is pushed onto Event Hubs, and the Event Hubs job is to process this data and see where this data has to go next, right? For example, let's say the data is coming from a social media website, right? So you analyze, okay, so this data came from a social media website, it has to go to this particular service. This data is coming from this particular website, it has to go to X or Y particular service. Similarly, you have millions and millions of data coming every second, or data packets coming every second, and the sole job of Event Hub is to basically analyze each packet and redirect it to the corresponding consumer of that packet, right? So this is what Event Hubs is for you. So this is done very fast. So the speeds claimed by Azure is around 1 Gbps. That is, it can process 1 GB of data per second. So the messages coming to Event Hubs can be processed that faster, and it also does parallel computing of each data packet, right? So this is how, or this is what Event Hubs is for, guys. Now obviously Event Hubs cannot be just used alone, right? You have to use it in conjunction with a host of applications. For example, the producers, that is the data producing resources, have to first combine with an Event Hub, and then you have to define the rules in Event Hub as to what data goes where, or what data goes to which consumer, right? And then your consumers are defined on, and they are basically connected to Event Hubs, right? So basically Event Hubs, in the most basic sense, is a singular point of data ingestion. So you don't have to worry about where should I send my data. Send all your data to Event Hubs, and Event Hubs will decide where your data packet has to go based on what rule you have defined inside that system. Okay, so guys, this is what Event Hubs is. Our next service is Data Lake Analytics, right? So we already saw what Data Lake is. So Data Lake is basically a storage for big data analytics, right? So Data Lake Analytics is basically a distributed cloud-based data processing infrastructure, right? So it is basically architected to perform data processing on the big data. I mean, the data that you stored on Data Lake has to be processed by something, right? And that processing can actually be done by Data Lake Analytics. So it is basically, the architecture is based on Yarn. So Yarn is basically a component of the Hadoop ecosystem, and it can also and basically pairs with the Azure Data Lake Store, or where basically we have stored all our data and can perform the analysis on the scale of big data analysis. That is, big data is huge amount of data with variety of data in it, right? So all the data has mixed and matched fields, right? The data is in the rawest form possible, and the processing can be done only by using selected tools which can actually make that happen. If you use simple tools or if you use traditional tools, the time taken by those tools to process this amount of data will be huge, right? And that is why you need Hadoop tools to basically make this process faster. And Azure has used the same technology that Hadoop uses and has made it even faster for you, right? So data lake analytics is used in big data analytics. It will basically used for processing data. And what data? The data which you store on Azure Data Lake Store, right? So this is what data lake analytics is, guys. Moving forward, guys, now let's move on to our next domain, which is the AI and machine learning domain in Azure. Alright, guys, so in Azure, you basically have three core services in the AI and machine learning domain. The three core services are cognitive services, then you have bot services, and then you have the awesome machine learning studio. So let's understand each of these services one by one. The first service is the cognitive services. Now, what are cognitive services? Cognitive services in Azure are basically APIs or SDKs, which have been developed for a developer, which can be integrated in his application. And these APIs and SDKs basically interact with the machine learning models which have been created in Azure, right? So cognitive services would include services like Vision, which basically gives you image processing capabilities. It also has text analytics services, which can basically do natural language processing for you. So all these services in Azure are ready to use. And to use them, you'll have to integrate them with your applications. And those integration can happen with the help of APIs, it can happen with the help of SDKs. And once your application is integrated with these services, you're charged on the basis of the number of requests that you make to these particular services. For example, the Vision service in the cognitive services of Azure is pretty awesome. Any image that you upload, it will tell you each and everything in the image, whatever is present. And how is that possible? Basically, Azure has processed thousands and millions and even billions of images already, right? And they have trained their image processing machine learning model in a way that now it gives accurate results, right? So instead of creating your own machine learning model for image processing, you can actually use the Azure's machine learning model and you can get your work done. So it might have used deep learning, it might have used only machine learning, we do not know. But the results are very accurate. And if you want to use AI and machine learning capabilities of Azure, so the models which are trained by Azure, if you want to use them directly, you can actually use the cognitive services of Azure, and to integrate them with your applications, you have several APIs and SDKs available to you. So this was about cognitive services, guys. Now there's a derivative of the cognitive services that Azure has launched, which is basically called the bot service. Now what is the bot service, guys? The bot service is basically a chatbot which has been developed by Azure, which is totally based on AI, and it basically makes uses of the natural language processing service or the capabilities which are basically there in the cognitive services of Azure. It makes use of that, right? And it is very to the point, and you don't have to train the model to become expert in the conversation that you're having, but it can actually learn from every conversation that you have with the AI chatbot of Azure, and you can actually tweak its setting so that it becomes custom designed for you, so that your customers get the right answer every time they ask a question from the bot service of Azure, right? So in a nutshell, Azure bot service is nothing but a chatbot service. It's a pre-built chatbot service which you can integrate in your application. And this chatbot service has already been trained by Azure, and it gives accurate answers to questions. But obviously you'll have to tweak it according to your applications. You'll have to do some settings so that it answers the correct way of answering the answers would be according to you and according to your domain of application. Okay, so guys, this was the bot services. Our next set of service is the machine learning studio. Now, what is the machine learning studio, guys? It's basically a very simplified version of using machine learning. For example, the most simple language that I think for starting off in data science is R, right? So as a beginner, if you start using R or start learning R, you will have to spend some time to first of all understand the syntax, how it works, etc. And then you'll get a hang of how to create models, how to train them, how to test them, etc. Right? What Machine Learning Studio says is you do not have to learn any programming language. It has drag and drop interfaces. So all you have to know is data science, AI or machine learning conceptually. And if you understand or if you have the principles of the data science concepts understood pretty well, what you can do is you can start off by creating your own machine learning model by just doing drag and drop from the UI of the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and you'll be up and ready with your first model in under 5 minutes. Of course, for a specific set of data set. Obviously, you will not be taking millions or billions lines of data set, otherwise that will take a little more time. But yes, you can create your own machine learning model with Azure Machine Learning Studio without knowing any programming language, right? So that is the power of Machine Learning Studio, and the most coolest feature of it is it has a drag and drop user interface. So everything is drag and drop. You just drag and drop whatever you need, whatever data set you need, whatever algorithm you want to implement, whatever thresholds you want to implement, just drag and drop everything and it will work like a charm. Okay, so guys, this was the Machine Learning Studio application for you. The next set of services that we're going to discuss, guys, are the identity services in Azure. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the core Azure services in the identity domain, right? So guys, probably the most important service when you're dealing with identity in Azure is Azure Active Directory. Now, what do you mean by identity? Identity basically means when you want to give a particular person some access to a particular resource that is being used on Azure Cloud, right? So Azure Active Directory is basically a fully managed multi-tenant service from Microsoft that basically offers identity and access to particular users in your organization. Now, if you're acquainted with how a Microsoft Windows server works, you would know that there is a server Active Directory as well, right? There's a Microsoft Server Active Directory as well, in which you can specify for your on-premise applications which users have access to what extent, right? For example, some people can just have read access, or some people can have read and write access, or some people can even have admin access to a particular application, right? And the most important part about Azure Active Directory is that it can integrate with your on-premise server Active Directory and can also authenticate people who are there on the on-premise infrastructure and want to use the on-premise resources or on-premise software can also be authenticated using Azure Active Directory. And if those on-premise users then you want to use resources on Azure, that also will be authenticated using Azure Active Directory, right? Now, how does all this works? So it's a very simple concept, guys. What you can do, you can actually add users in Azure Active Directory. Right? Now you can add individual users and you can assign individual roles to each user. For example, if there is a SaaS application which you have deployed on Microsoft Azure, giving access to that particular SaaS application to a particular user would be possible by just adding a user and giving him the access of that SaaS application, right? And you can also do a mass allocation of a particular permission. For example, let's say you want to give administrator privileges to a set of people. Now, how would you give that? So one way is whenever there is a person who comes into a company whom you think can be given admin access, you will add his user and provide him the admin access. Or what you can do is you can actually define a group on which you have specified admin resources or admin privileges, and whoever users will be added to this particular group will get those permissions or will get those privileges automatically, right? So in this case, what you will be doing is whoever is coming into the organization, you're just adding him to the group and the permissions inheritance takes place automatically because that group has been assigned the admin privileges. Similarly, if you want to create some other group, for example, you want to create a group for some SaaS application, you can also do that, right? And this concept is a part of Azure Active Directory. And again, in a nutshell, Azure Active Directory is nothing but it's basically a directory in which you can add users and specify what these users can do on Azure or on-premise software, right? And these users can be managed in two ways, or either you can manage them individually by creating a user time and again, or what you can do is you can add these users to already existing groups that you have created with the respective permissions, and they'll inherit all the properties which have been specified to that group. Okay, so guys, this was the Azure Active Directory, and this was about the identity domain in Microsoft Azure. Moving forward, guys, now let's talk about the management tools in Microsoft Azure that are very important for you to know while you're working as an Azure professional. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and understand the management services of Azure. So the first service is Log Analytics, guys. Now what is Log Analytics? So basically the full name of this service is Log Analytics Workspace. Now what you can do with Log Analytics Workspace is you can dump all the logs with respect to what is happening on a particular Azure resource onto this workspace. Now how do you do that? The first thing that you do is you basically go to your management console and you go to Log Analytics Workspace. Over there you will have to create a Log Analytics Workspace and specify the name anything, right? It's pretty straightforward. Once you have specified that, the next step would be to add a data source. So if I were to show you quickly, I can just jump on to my management console. I can go to Log Analytics Workspace, which is somewhere over here. Here it is. Now here's a sample Log Analytics Workspace that I've created. I'll just go inside it, and as you can see, it says connect a data source. So you can basically connect Azure virtual machines over here, or you can specify some other sources if you want to. And you can also specify Azure activity logs to stream over here, right? So this will start accumulating logs in this workspace. Once that is done, we'll have to specify monitoring solutions as to how you want to read the logs and what do you want to do with respect to a particular level of logs. For example, you have info level, you have critical level in logs, right? This basically tells you that a particular command failed or a particular command passed. So if the level field of a log, if it, let's say, info, that means it's fine, it can go ahead. But let's say the level field in the log. So what do I mean by level field? A level field is nothing but you can specify in your log notation that whenever there is an error, I would specify a term such as level, okay, and I would specify that is equal to critical. But if things are okay, it's just for a know-how as to which command has been executed and that command executed successfully. In that case, I can specify the level as info. Okay, and then I can specify in my monitoring solution that whatever log comes in, check the level field in that log. And if the level field is critical, you can flag that log basically. So all that can be configured inside the monitoring solution. So if I were to click on view solutions, you can actually check out what all monitoring components you can actually add on your Log Analytics Workspace. So as you can see, you can add Azure Security Center, you can add Optimized Catalog. So there are a lot of things that you can basically add on to monitor logs, right? You can choose according to your will. It is available in Azure Marketplace.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So once you specify the monitoring solution, your log starts to flow in, and in your monitoring solution you have to specify which logs to flag, and that's how it's gonna work, right? So this is the Log Analytics service in Azure, guys, and it helps you to manage your Azure resources effectively, pinpoint where the problem is occurring, go over there and see the logs, see on which command the problem occurred, fix that problem, and then go ahead with your daily routine. So this is what log analytics is, guys. The next service is cost management and billing. So this is basically a native application of Azure, guys, which helps you to manage your bills in Azure, right? So for a few things which I can tell you on the top of my head, which comes in is that you can manage a budget. You can specify that my Azure budget or my Azure bill should not go over a particular limit. You can specify that, or you can, so when you say it should not go over a particular limit, that means if it goes beyond that, all your Azure services will be stopped. But when you are in a business, you actually don't want that. So this particular limit is called a hard limit. That is, you want to limit it to that particular cost. There is another kind of limit which is called a soft limit, which basically means it will alert you that your budget has been crossed, and you can actually make forecasts also in this particular service based on your usage. Let's say you have used Azure heavily for 5 days. So it gives you a forecast that if you happen to use Azure in this similar fashion, this is what your bill is going to be at the end of the month, right? And then you can actually see what kind of tweaks you can make in your services so that your bill comes down. So all of this is possible in cost management and billing services of Azure. Now this also is under the management domain. Reason being, it helps you in managing your Azure resources in a better fashion. The next service, guys, is a very important service, which is an automation account. Now what is an automation account, guys? It is nothing but it's a way of deploying Azure resources. So how do you deploy Azure resources? So we have seen few of the resources in this session today, wherein we deployed a virtual machine, we deployed a storage account. So all of that was possible one by one. I mean, I had to go manually into that service. I had to click on add, I had to specify a name, and that's how, my resources were deployed. But in automation account, what happens is you can create runbooks. Now, what are runbooks? You basically specify a code wherein you specify all the resources and their names and their configurations that you want to deploy. And then you upload that runbook onto the automation account, and then you run that runbook. Then what it does is it automatically creates the resources for you. You don't have to do anything. Just put that runbook over there, click on play button, and it will create all the resources for you with the exact same configurations that you have specified in the code. It is particularly helpful when you're setting up a large infrastructure wherein you'll have to deploy thousands or 2,000 machines, where the 2,000 machines are basically divided into multiple sets. It could be backend server set, it could be database server set, it could be front-end server set, all of which will have different kind of configurations. And if this is the kind of a scenario, then runbooks would be of great help. And that's where automation account also comes in, which basically helps you to play those runbooks. Okay. Our next service is Metrics, guys. Now, Metrics is a service which helps you to visualize what all is happening on your Azure resource. For example, what is the network throughput? What is the CPU usage, right? What is the memory usage? All of that you can see inside Metrics. Now, you can actually check a 24-hour log as well in Metrics and see at what point of time does your resource or the particular metric that you're checking, could be CPU usage, could be memory usage, is actually rising. And then you can plan accordingly as to how to plan how to scale your infrastructure at that particular time, right? So this is what metrics are useful for. It basically gives you an overview of how things are going. So if you think about it, it is nothing but metrics. It is nothing but logs, which is basically getting visualized in form of graphs. But nonetheless, it's very helpful, and that is a service which is being provided to you by Azure by the name Metrics. Alright guys, so these were all the services in the management domain, guys. Our next up, we'll be discussing a hands-on. So enough of theory, I guess. We have discussed probably most of the important services which are there in the Azure portal. Now what we'll be doing is I will be showing you an application which basically exists on my local host, and what we'll try to do is we'll try to migrate that to Azure, and we'll choose the services based on the knowledge that we have gained today. We'll choose the services accordingly. Then we'll set up the infrastructure, and then we'll see how it works on the cloud. So guys, let's go ahead and do that. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and let me show you what all we are going to do. So the first thing that we're going to do is basically I have a website that I've already created on my local host, which basically can upload data to Azure blob storage through the website. So I'm going to show you guys how I have configured it and how can it basically upload data to Azure blob, right? So the second point is create a new container and upload files to this container from the website, right? So we'll be creating a container and our website we're going to configure to upload files to this particular container. Third thing is we have to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now what is happening is my website is basically storing data on the localhost MySQL engine. What the hands-on expects us to do is we'll have to deploy MySQL database on Azure, and the website should basically push the data onto the MySQL database, which will be there on the Azure portal, right? So this is the third step. And the fourth step, finally, we want our final website to be uploaded on Azure web app, and basically we have to deploy it using the local git method. What it is, don't worry about it. As you move along, you'll get it. All right, so let's start off with the first point right now, which is demonstrate the website on the local host. So let me switch on to my browser. So guys, this is my Azure portal, and if I have to demonstrate to you my website, it basically exists on localhost Azure 1, right? So this is my website, guys, and what it does is it basically can upload data onto Microsoft Azure. But right now what I have not basically configured it to connect to my Microsoft Azure storage account. I'll show you how we can configure it, right? So once a file is uploaded on the blob, it also makes an entry of it in the database, right? Now, where is the database? The database exists on my local host. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open the MySQL console, right? And my MySQL console basically has a database called images. So if I do a show databases, you can see that there is an images database. So this is the database that my website will be interacting to. So let me just use images, and in this database what I have is a table. So if I do a show tables command, you can see that I have a table called names, right? But right now there is no data inside names. So if I do a select star from names, as you can see, it is empty set, right? So when this website will be uploading file, when it will be successfully uploaded, the next step would be to basically put the data inside the database as to what is the name of the file. Okay, so let me show you the code, guys. Let me show you how the code looks like. This is my index.php. Let me just open it. All right, guys. So guys, this is how my code looks like. So the first thing that I'll have to do is basically I will have to enter a deployment key over here, which will basically be my connection string. And the second thing that I'll have to do is I'll have to enter the container name, which I'm going to create in a little while, right? So let's first jump on to our Azure portal, and what we want to do is go inside our storage account. So guys, this is my storage account, and what I want is the deployment key. So in the storage account, you will have to go to access keys, just go inside that. And here you will find two keys. You can take any of these two keys. So what I'll do is let's say I take key 1, and this is the connection string. So I'll have to copy this, and I'll have to come back to my code, and I'll have to replace it over here. So let's replace the deployment key. And now I will have to remove this part out of the deployment key. This is not required, right? So this we will remove, and this is my deployment key, guys. All right, next step is to basically enter the container name. Now the hands-on basically expects us to create a new container, so let us do that. So let's go inside overview and let's go to blobs. So I have a container in Intellipaat over here. Let's create one more container and let's call it new, right? And let's give the access as blob, and let's click on OK. All right, so my container is now ready and it's called new. Let's name the container over here. So my container name is new. Okay, everything else looks good. So right now this is basically the connection information for my MySQL database. So right now it is going to upload the data onto my local host MySQL. All right, so let's see if I can upload a file now. Let's save this index.php. Let's come back to our website. Let's refresh it once. And now let's choose a file which we want to upload. Let's go inside. Let us try to upload, let's say, database. So this is an image which is called database. Let's select this and let's click on submit. So it says blob uploaded successfully and new record created successfully. So let us verify that in our database. So I'll do a select star from names. As you can see, there is a new entry over here which is 680345573. This is the name which has been assigned by my website. So this is basically a random name. The reason for that is that it could be that you are uploading duplicate files, and if you upload duplicate files you don't want the names to coincide. So what I'm doing is I'm assigning a random name to every file that I'm uploading. Right, so this is the file which has been uploaded and we can check it over here. If I click on checklist, this is the file which has been uploaded, and if I click on this file now, I can download that file basically from Azure. It says blob not found, and the reason for that is that I'll have to change the URL inside my list website, which is basically if I click on checklist, this is the list.php. I'll have to change some code here. I'll show you that. But first, let's go inside the new container. And as you can see, there's a PNG file over here. Now this PNG file, I can directly download from my list file. But in order to do that, what I'll have to do is I'll have to click on this file and I'll have to copy this URL. And I'll have to see what is the prefix over here. So the prefix is this. So I'll have to copy this prefix. And now I will have to go inside my code and open the list.php code. And this is the URL that I'll have to replace. So let's replace it. All right, great. Now let's save it. Come back to our website. This is the list.php. Let us refresh this once. And now when I click on the file, you can see that I've downloaded the file automatically. Let's click on this file. And this is an image which has been downloaded. Now let's try something else. Let me show you the image first and then I'll try to upload it. So what I'll do is I'll go inside downloads and let's say I want to upload this machine file. So this machine file looks something like this. Okay. Now we're going to upload this machine file. Let's go inside our website. Let's choose a file and now let's select the machine file, which is basically this. This we will upload. We'll click on open and we'll click on submit. So it says blob uploaded successfully. If I go inside my container and I refresh it, you can see there's a new entry over here. Even in my database, if I refresh, there's a new entry over here. And now what I can do is I can basically just go to my list, refresh it. This is the new entry. Click on it, file gets downloaded, click here, and this is the file which was uploaded. So what is basically happening over here is this file is now hosted on Blob, and any of you, if you click on this link, you will be able to download it. But the problem is that this website right now is only available on my local host, and I have to make it available to the world. Now how can I do that? So first thing first, let us go back to our slides and see what is our next step. So our next step is that I want to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now my database which is being updated is on my local host. But what I want is that it should be updated on my Azure MySQL database. Now let's see how we can do that. So the first thing that I will do is I'll have to go back to my Azure dashboard. I'll have to go to services and I'll have to go into databases. And this is the database that I want to launch, Azure database for MySQL Server. Let's select it. Let's add a database. I want to include it inside my demo environment resource group. The server name, let's specify it as Intel1, right? The admin username, let's specify it as Intel. The password, let's specify it as Intel@123. Okay, it says your password cannot contain all or part of the login name. No issues. Let's name it as Azure@123. Same is the case over here. Alright. And where do I want to launch it? I want to launch it in South India. The version is 5.7, which is great. Now let's change the amount of specification that we have for this server. Let's click on configure server. I want a basic configuration. I basically want one core and I want the least amount of storage, which is 5 GB. Auto growth, no, I don't want it. Backup retention period, the least is 7 days, which is fine. And I think that's it. Let's click on OK. Now the server has been configured. Now let's click on review plus create. Okay, so our username is Intel, my password is Azure@123, and now let's click on create. Alright, so my deployment is underway, which basically means my MySQL database is now getting deployed. Let's wait for some time. We'll wait for it to be complete, and then we'll proceed with our demo. Alright guys, so my deployment is now complete. So I can just click on go to resource and I am in. So this is my database, guys. Now in order to see or in order to access my database, this is the server name that I'll have to use. So let's go ahead and select this. So my server name is this. Let's copy it and let's come back to our command prompt. And what we want to do is MySQL -h. This is the connection string or the server name. Next thing is I'll have to specify the username, which in my case is this. So let's copy it, paste it here. Next thing that I want is the password. So the password is Azure@123. Now this will give me an error, guys. It says client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. So let's solve that. So we'll go inside connection security. And what I want to do is I will specify my client IP, which is this. Alright, that's been added. Also guys, turn this enforce SSL connection off, because right now we don't want to get into making an SSL connection since this is a demo. Alright guys, everything looks good now. Let's click on save. And once this rule has been saved, what we'll see is that we should be able to connect to our database. Alright guys, so it says it has successfully updated the connection security. And now when I go back to my command prompt and I try to enter the same command with the password Azure@123, you can see I have successfully connected to my MySQL database on Azure. Now if I do a show databases right now, you can see there are only the default databases present. So let us change that. So I'll just exit, or before exiting, let us just create an empty database, which is images. So we'll use images and let's create a table. So create table names, and the names will be name space varchar 20. So we have created it, and now let's just go to our code. So the code is over here. This is my code, guys. Now I will have to specify the server name. So server name in my case would be this. Let's copy it. This is my server name. My username is this, and my password is Azure@123. Okay, everything looks good. Let's save the file. Similarly, in index.php, let's do the same changes. My server name is this. Let's copy it. My username is this. Let's copy it, and my password is Azure@123. Alright, let's save the file, and now let's go to our website. Let's try to check the list. Let's see what it shows us. It shows us empty because there's no data in the Azure SQL table. Great. Now let's choose a file, and now let's try to upload some random file. Let's click on submit. It says blob updated successfully, new record created successfully. Let's check that. So I'll just do a select star from names, and I can see that there is a new entry over here. If I do a checklist, this is the new entry. If I click on this, I can download the file, and this is the file that I basically uploaded. Great. Now my website is updating data onto Azure database, and at the same time it is uploading data onto my storage account, inside the container, which is new, right? So let's go inside blobs. Let's go into new, and this is the new file which was basically just uploaded. Great, guys. Now what I want to do is I want to make this website public, right? This website is working fine over here, but I want this website to be used by everyone in the world. Now, how can I do that? In order to do that, I will have to go on to home, and we studied or we saw a service which can basically just upload our website and not ask us to install any software. It will not ask us to log in into the operating system, do some configuration, nothing. It will just give us a dashboard through which we can upload our website. So let's go ahead and do that. So the service that I'm talking about is App Services. So let's go inside App Services and let's click on Add. So now it will ask me which resource group. So I'll say demo environment. Name of the instance, let's specify it as Intel demo. All right. Okay, it's already been taken. So let's specify Intel Azure. All right, this seems to be available. What do you want to publish? I want to publish the code. The runtime stack, it's actually PHP 5.6. This is the one. What is the region that we want to deploy it in? We want to deploy it in South India. So let's select that. South India, this is the one. Great. Let's change the size of the server which will be launched. So basically we are in dev or test environment, right? And this is the minimum configurations that we can launch. All right, let's click on apply, and now let's click on review and create. So this over here, we can basically do all the change, all the necessary review as to what all we are launching. So we just selected PHP 5.6 and we specified the name of the app. That's all we did, right? Now let's click on create. Now guys, what will happen now is it will basically deploy a server on which it will install PHP 5.6, it will install Apache, and then it will give me a URL. And when I go to that URL, I will basically see a sample app, right? It is not giving me access to the operating system. It is not asking me to install any software. All that was done over here was we selected the runtime stack, which was PHP 5.6. We specified the server configuration, and that is all. That is all we need to configure, and that is all we get access to. Now, once it gets deployed, I'll show you guys how you can upload your code onto this particular web app. So as you can see, it is already deployed. Now let's go to resource, and this is the resource, guys. The status is it's running right now, and if I browse this web app right now, it will basically show me a sample web app which has been deployed on it, right? Let's wait for that website to appear. Since this web app has just been launched, it might take some time for the web app to show the website, but nevertheless, it will show the website. So let's wait for it to actually show us. Let me try stopping it and refreshing it once. All right, it's going to take its sweet time, so let's give it that. All right, so as you can see, hey app service developers, your app service is up and running. Time to take the next step and deploy your code. Great, so this is what we want to do. Now, to deploy your code, you will have to go inside Deployment Center. So let's go inside that. So once we are inside Deployment Center, it's asking me where is my source control, right? So my source control is basically on my local, right? So, but my local is not a Git repository as of now. So what I can do is I can just go on my code, which is over here, Azure 1. This is the folder, and let me just right click here and click on Git Bash, right? Let me just make the text a little bigger for you so that it is visible. All right, so guys, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize an empty Git repository, so git init, and now I'm going to add all the files in the Git file system. I'm going to stage it for the Git file system. So once this process is done, I'm going to commit it, git commit -m, and this is my first commit. Now it's going to save the files. Great, so the files are saved. Now what I want to do is I want to upload this particular code onto my Azure web app, right? So going back to the portal, I do have a local Git where I have my code checked in. So let's select this option and click on continue. Now it's asking me which build provider to choose. Don't worry about here, don't worry about what is Azure Pipelines and what is Kudu Engine. Basically, if you select Kudu Engine, you don't have to do any configuration. More on this we can discuss in the further sessions, but right now just select the Kudu Engine and click on continue. And now it says your local Git repository URL will be generated upon completion. Branch would be master, app service is build service. Great, let's click on finish. So now it is basically going to set up the Git environment for me on the web app server, and what I will get is basically this URL, which is my Git URL. So this URL I'll be using to upload my code. But before that, I will also have to set the credentials for my Git system. So to set that, I click over here, FTP credentials, and I'll go to user credentials. And I can specify anything over here. Let's specify a username. Let's say the username is Intellipaat, and let's say the password is Intelli@123, Intelli@123, and now let's click on save credentials. So it says saving credentials was a success. Great. Now what I can do is I can just close this, and now I'll just have to go to my resource. I'll have to go to deployment center, and now I will just take the Git URL over here. Alright, so this is a Git URL. Let's copy this, and now git remote add Azure, and let's try to paste this link now. Yes, so this was the syntax, git remote add Azure, right? And now what I want to do is I want to push my code onto Azure. So git push Azure master. I'll hit enter and it'll ask me the credentials. So credentials is Intellipaat and the password is Intel@123. Oh, authentication failed. I think I forgot the password. No issues, guys. So I can just specify it again. So it's Intel@123 and Intel@123. Let's save the credentials. Okay, credentials are saved. Let's go back here, git push Azure master, and now it should basically push my code onto the web app. Now it will take some time over here, guys. Don't worry about the time. It'll take around a minute or so to upload your code. So let's wait for that time and let's hope everything goes well. Alright, the process has started. So it is updating the branch now, copying all the files. Great. So my code is now uploaded on the app and it says it will restart in 10 seconds. Great. So meanwhile, what I can do is I can go to my web app and I can just refresh this. And as you can see, my website is now available over here. Alright, if I click on checklist, you will see an error, and I'll tell you why that error would be there. It says connection failed. Client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. Now, how can you solve that? Just go to home and go to your database, go to connection security and allow access to Azure services. Just click on. And as a security feature, just remove the IP address that you used earlier. And now let's click on save. So now my security settings will get updated, and then I would be able to use my website on the web app. Alright, so my settings are about to be updated. Let's wait for that time and then we'll go ahead. Alright guys, so my data has been updated successfully. So if I go here back and I click on refresh, you can see the list is now being generated. Let's try to upload a file, guys. Let's try to upload this Word file. Okay, let's click on open and let's click on submit. It says blob updated successfully. Let's check that. Let's go to our resource group. Let's go to our storage account. Let's go inside blobs. We'll go inside our container. And this is the docx file which was just updated. And if I refresh the list, I can see the docx file over here as well.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
If I click on it, I'd be able to download it. And guys, with this, we have successfully completed our demo. But let me show you a very awesome thing that comes with connecting Git to your web app, right? So now I can just simply go to my index.php and let's say I want to change this heading. Okay, so let's try to change the heading. I'll just go down, upload to Azure Blob, and let's add a little bit of text over here. Let's say welcome to Intellipaat. Okay, let's save it, come back to our Git terminal. Let's do a Git status. You can see that index.php has been modified. Great. Let's save this file. Let's commit this file, updated index. Great. And now let's push it. So git push Azure master. It'll again take a minute or two, and then our files will get updated on the web app automatically. Alright, so my code has been updated. Let's go ahead and check it. So let me just refresh this website. And as you can see, my code has successfully updated over here. It says upload to Azure Blob, welcome to Intellipaat. And this is exactly what we changed. Alright, so guys, with this, we have successfully completed our demo. Let's summarize what all we did. So let me come back to my slides. So we demonstrated the website on the local host, which was working fine. Then we created a new container, and then we uploaded all the blob files over there. After that, we also deployed a MySQL database on Azure, and the localhost website was then able to insert data onto the MySQL database on Azure. And then finally, we also deployed an Azure web app, and we deployed our website using the local git method. And finally, we also checked if we updated anything and we pushed through our git method. The files were successfully being uploaded onto my Azure web app, right? So with this, guys, we have successfully completed our demo. Our next topic is basically quiz. So let's go ahead and see some of the questions that we can answer after attending this session. Alright guys, so our first question is, which of the following is not a platform as a service? And the options are MySQL database for Azure, App Service, Azure VMs, or is the answer none of these? Okay, so if you want, you can pause the video and think about it. So did you guess the answer? So yes, the answer is Azure VMs. The next question is, can we deploy a Azure VM without a virtual network? So the options are yes, no, or none of these. So what do you think? So yes, you guessed it right. The answer is no, right? Let's now move on to our third question, which is, what is Azure Active Directory used for? Is it A, monitoring, B, identity management, C, automation, or D, none of these? Now guys, I will not give you the answer for this particular question, so you'll have to answer it to me in the comment section below, alright?
Let us first understand what exactly is an Azure certification. So this certification is a level of Microsoft Azure cloud expertise that an IT professional obtains after passing one or more exams that Microsoft offers. Basically, it is to demonstrate and validate the technical cloud knowledge and skills one has obtained. Now, what are those certifications? That we shall discuss as we move forward. Here, I'm going to discuss some of the major Azure certifications, and after that, we will quickly discuss about them. Now, moving forward, first one is Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate, that is AZ-103. Next one, the Azure Developer Associate, that is AZ-203. Third one, the Microsoft Certified Azure Solutions Architect, that comes under the expert level, that is AZ-300 and 301. Last one is the Data Lake and Data Factory. So it is usually to perform big data engineering on Microsoft Cloud Services and commonly known as 70776. Now let's have a quick glance at these certifications. So now for the AZ-103 certification, this falls under the associate level. With this certification, Microsoft aims to help the candidates learn and acquire a wide range of skills that are required to be a cloud administrator, such as managing various cloud services, security, networking, storage, and many more. Previously, a candidate had to pass AZ-100 and AZ-101 certification exams in order to achieve this certification. But after receiving constant feedbacks from learners about the exam being difficult and with too much syllabus, Microsoft Learning decided to merge these two certification exams and name it as AZ103 certification exam, with 70% of the syllabus from AZ100 and 30% of the syllabus from AZ101 exam. Next we have the AZ203. So guys, this is another associate level role-based certification exam by Microsoft Azure. With this certification, Microsoft aims to help the candidates learn all the skills required in the development domains such as designing and building cloud applications, services, and many more. Before AZ203 certification exam was introduced, AZ200 and 201 were in the picture in order to get certified as an Azure Associate Developer. But both of these exams got retired and AZ203 took their place. Right. Again, after receiving constant feedback from learners about the exam being difficult and with too much syllabus, Microsoft Learning decided to take the similar step for this certification exam as well, and the AZ203 exam came into the picture. And this exam pulls in approximately 70% of its objectives from the AZ200 exam and approximately 30% of its objectives from the AZ201 exam. Now moving forward to the another exam, that is the AZ300 and 301 exam. This is the first role-based certification exam that is launched at the expert level. With this certification, Microsoft aims to help the candidates learn the most advanced Azure skills along with learning to design a secure, reliable and scalable solution for businesses. After this certification, a candidate is expected to have gained expertise in computer, networking, security and storage. Even though the certification also covers the skills of the Azure Administrator and Azure Developer Associate level certifications, but they are not a mandatory prerequisite for the certification. In order to achieve this certification, you will have to pass the following exams, which are AZ300, that is Microsoft Azure Architect Technologies, and AZ301, that is Microsoft Azure Architect Design. So again, these two above exams are the replacement for the old 70535 exam, that is Architecting Microsoft Azure Solutions. Now moving forward, that is the 70776 certification exam. So this certification requires candidates to get accustomed with implementing big data engineering on Azure. So the learners must have skills on Microsoft Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake Analytics, Azure Data Factory, and Azure Stream Analytics, and subsequently perform big data best practices using the same. As informed by the Microsoft Learning, the certification name 70776 is about to be expired and no replacement exam name is being given to it yet. However, the replacement exam would consist of all the topics from the current curriculum with a few topics removed or merged with a different topic. Right. So let's move forward. So guys, there is a huge amount of vagueness when it comes to choosing who should go for which certification, right? So moving forward with the video, let us discuss which certification is for whom. So for AZ103 exam, candidates taking this exam are expected to have sufficient knowledge of various services across full IT lifecycle, applications and their environments. At least 1 year of experience in an IT administration and in hands-on with server provisioning, monitoring, resource management is recommended. Now for AZ203 exam, in order to pass this exam, the candidate must have at least 1 year of experience of developing scalable solutions indulging in all phases of software development. And the candidate must be skilled in at least one cloud supported programming language. So this exam requires a candidate to be proficient in software development phases such as solution designing, development, deployment, testing and maintenance. Now we have AZ300 and 301 exam. If we first talk about AZ300 exam, then a candidate must have expert level skills in at least one of the expert level domains. This exam requires a candidate to have sound knowledge of various concepts in IT operations such as networking, virtualization, business continuity, data management and disaster recovery. And for AZ301, in order to pass this exam, the candidate must be skilled in Azure administration and Azure development. So skills in DevOps are also recommended. So the candidates taking this exam are expected to be able to build Azure solutions according to the business requirements, such as making decisions that help the business become secure, solutions making the business more scalable. Now moving forward to 70776. So this certification is for the candidates who design analytic solutions and build operationalized solutions on Azure. Candidates who are familiar with the features and capabilities of batch data processing, real-time processing and operationalization technologies. And of course, the data engineers. Now let's move forward. So guys, in order to be well prepared for Azure certification exams, you must know what are the objectives of the exam, right? So following the same order as before, let us first discuss the curriculum for AZ-103 exam. Due to constant feedbacks about the exam being difficult, Microsoft has divided the entire exam syllabus into 5 modules. So in order to ease the exam preparation, let us discuss each of these modules below. Manage Azure subscriptions and resources. So guys, this percentage figure that you see here basically indicates the relative weightage of the questions from each of the modules. If the percentage is higher, then you should expect more questions from that module and vice versa. So in this module, you need to be thoroughly prepared with the managing Azure subscriptions, resource groups, analyzing resource utilization and consumption, and managing role-based access control, that is RBAC. Second, we have implement and manage storage, where it holds the weightage of 15 to 20% in the exam, covering the topics like creation and configuration of storage accounts, Azure files, importing and exporting data to Azure, and implementing Azure backups. Third, deploying and managing virtual machines, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering topics in creation and configuration of virtual machines for Windows and Linux, managing Azure VMs, and automating their deployments and managing their backups. Third, we have deploying and managing virtual machines, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering topics in creation and configuration of virtual machines for Windows and Linux, managing Azure VMs and automating their deployments and managing their backup. Fourth one is configure and manage virtual networks, which holds a majority of weightage of around 30 to 35% and covering topics in create connectivity between virtual networks, implementing and managing virtual networking, network security groups, Azure load balancer, monitoring and troubleshooting virtual networks, integrating on-premises network with Azure virtual network. And the fifth one and the last one is manage identities, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% in the exam. Managing Azure Active Directory and AD objects, users, groups and devices, implementing and managing hybrid identities and multi-factor authentication are being covered in this module. So now for AZ-203 exam. So guys, the entire exam syllabus has been divided into 6 modules based on the feedbacks again. So developing Azure infrastructure as a service compute solutions, which holds a relative weightage of 10 to 15% in the module. So in these modules, you need to be thoroughly prepared with creating containerized solutions, implementing batch jobs by using Azure batch services, and implementing solutions that use virtual machines. Second, we have develop Azure platform as a service compute solutions, where it holds a weightage of 20 to 25% in the exam, covering topics like creating Azure App Services, web apps, and API apps, Azure App Service mobile apps, and implementing Azure functions. And the third one is the developing for Azure storage, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering the topics in developing solutions that use blob storage, relational database, Cosmos DB storage, and storage tables. And the fourth one is the implementing Azure security, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% and covering topics in implementing access control, authentication, and secure data solutions. Now the fifth one is monitoring, troubleshooting, and optimizing Azure solutions, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% in the exam. Instrumenting solutions to support monitoring and logging, integrating caching and content delivery with the solutions, and developing code to support scalability of apps and services are being covered in this module. And the last one is connect to and expand Azure services and third-party services, which holds a weightage of 20 to 25% in the exam and covering topics in establishing API gateways, integrating Azure search within solutions, and developing an app service logic app. And similarly, for AZ-300 and 301 exam, it covers topics in deploy and configure infrastructure, implement workloads and security, create and deploy apps, implement authentication and secure data, develop for the cloud and Azure storage, determine workload requirements. Then after this comes the designing part. That is the design for identity and security, design a data platform solution, design a business continuity strategy, design for deployment, migration and integration, design an infrastructure strategy. Now at last for 70776. Though this certification is on the verge of retirement, but its syllabus is not going to be any different than the current version. However, few transition will be there, like the removal of few topics or just merge them with any topics, right? So if we talk about such objectives, then design and implement complex event processing by using Azure Stream Analytics, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, which includes the topics like ingest data for real-time processing, design and implement Azure Stream Analytics, implement and manage the streaming pipeline, query real-time data by using the Azure Stream Analytics query language. Then the next one is design and implement Azure SQL Data Warehouse solutions, again holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, including the topics like design tables in Azure SQL Data Warehouse, query data in Azure SQL Data Warehouse, integrate Azure SQL Data Warehouse with the other services. Then design and implement cloud-based integration by using Azure Data Factory. To implement datasets and linked services, move, transform and analyze data by using Azure Data Factory activities, orchestrate data processing by using Azure Data Factory pipelines, monitor and manage Azure Data Factory are the topics included in this. Now the last one is manage and maintain Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory and Azure Stream Analytics, holding a majority of weightage in the exam, that is 20 to 25%. So this module covers the topics and provision Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Factory, Stream Analytics, implement authentication, authorization, auditing, manage data recovery for Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Azure Data Lake. So this module covers the topics and provision Azure SQL Data Warehouse, Data Lake, Data Factory, Stream Analytics, implement authentication, authorization, auditing, design and implement storage solution for big data implementations. So that's all for the objective part. So now let's move forward and discuss about the exam pattern followed by how you should prepare for this exam. No doubt, the Microsoft Azure certification exams are one of the most challenging exams in the IT industry. Although the number of questions in this exam are subject to change over time, you can expect around 40 to 60 questions in this exam, and also you can expect different questions formats and tie-ups in this exam, including review screen, mark review, multiple choices, short answer, hot area, repeated answer choices, drag and drop, case studies, the best answer and active screen. All the questions in this exam can follow any of these question types. You will get around 150 minutes to complete the examination with an additional 30 minutes of sitting time. For the good results in the exam, it is required to follow the weight associated with each exam module during your Azure exam preparation. The pricing depends on which location you are taking your exam from. For example, if you're taking your exam in USA, then it is going to cost you around 160. But if you're taking it in India, then you will have to pay an amount of 4800 INR. And the pricing is subject to change without a notice from country to country. As the pricing does not include applicable taxes, you need to confirm with your examination provider for an exact fee. If you're a student, then you can get a fee reduction in the exam if you can submit your valid education credentials. Moreover, Microsoft Partner Network Program member, Microsoft trainers and academic program members are also eligible for the reduced pricing. Most of the Microsoft technical questions require a passing score of 700. Any score greater or equal to 700 will be marked as passed. Otherwise, it will be marked as failed. Most of the short questions in this exam are 1 point. If any question is worth more than that, then it will be indicated in the question part itself. Also note that there are no penalty for an incorrect answer. The exam is available only in English language. Now we know of the examination pattern. Let us discuss few of the tips for the exam preparation. How to prepare for this exam. The first tip is to plan the module structure and study accordingly. For an example, if you are going to start with app services and containers, then make sure you have already covered the topics of creating the app services, containers, container images and Docker files, so that you know the basics of implementing app services in the container. Or if you are going to implement the Azure backup, then you must know about how to create and configure the storage accounts along with the configuration of Azure files, so that you know the basics of implementing the configurations and storage account. You would require a lot of questions and verified study materials on Azure in order to earn good passing scores. You can refer to the official curriculum and study guide to plan your module study and get the right information. After that, practice simple test online. Once gained enough knowledge with this, then you should be able to step up into the next part of practicing hands-on. And this is the most crucial part in your learning journey. So guys, you can easily perform hands-on in Azure services since Azure provides a free tier option for newbies and you get a $300 of credit in your Azure account. So in addition to that, check for the online training so that in case you have queries related to the subject, then you can clear them right away and experts' help is always recommended. Last but not the least, join the forums related to Microsoft Azure and search for questions related to your subject and check out the questions asked by the other people and go through the answers posted by audiences. It will always be helpful for you. Last suggestion from my end is that go for dumps only when you are thoroughly prepared with the subject. You might be able to clear the exam and get certification from it, but believe me guys, you won't be job ready, as during the interview without the practical approach, you won't be able to crack it or be able to answer the questions by interviewer, because you took the shortcut to get certified, right? So be aware of the shortcuts, do a thorough study with the proper implementations in Azure and rise up in your career path. Alright, so now you might be wondering how to take time for all this research and study. That is where we at Intellipaat are here for you. We understand that you as professionals face problems to take out time for upskilling from your personal life, right? So that is why we have done all the hard work for you and have come up with the comprehensive courses on AZ103, AZ203, AZ300 and 301 and Azure Data Lake and Data Factory. And each course is curated by the industry experts, which includes the different case studies and assignments based on each module along with the industry oriented projects. If you're interested, then you can go through the course details with the link provided in the description box. How AZ103 came into existence? So guys, previously Azure had launched two new role-based certifications, that is AZ100 and AZ101 as a replacement of 7535 for the Microsoft Azure Administrator role. But recently on May 1st, 2019, both the AZ100 and 101 exams got retired and replaced by AZ103 exam. So if one is willing to become a Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator, then they should focus on AZ103 exam preparation. That is how it came into existence. So all of a sudden transition from AZ100 and 101 towards a new AZ103 certification? There must be a reason behind this change, right? That we shall discuss as we move forward. So guys, in the early stages of the Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate certification, Microsoft Learning received a lot of negative feedbacks about the new AZ100 and 101 exams being very difficult for people to crack. Based on the feedbacks, they decided to combine the AZ100 and 101 certification exams into a single AZ103 certification exam, that is Microsoft Azure Administrator Certification exam. The combined AZ103 exam is not merely a merging of the full AZ100 and AZ101 certification exam. The AZ103 exam pulls in approximately 70% of its objectives from the AZ100 exam and approximately 30% of its objectives from the AZ101 exam. As a result of the transition, the AZ100 and 101 certification exams are now retired as of May 1, 2019 and are no longer be able to scheduled or be taken. Additionally, the transition exam AZ102 is also retired, as a single AZ103 exam is the singular part to earning the Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate certification. For those of you who are early achievers out there, I understand this may be a bit frustrating for you, but this change will simplify the certification process to attain it and is a good change to be made, right? Next is why you should opt for AZ103 certification. So today, Microsoft Azure Administrator is ruled out to be one of the most esteemed job titles in the cloud industry. How? Since Azure is one of the pioneers in providing the cloud services and it has got majority of its shares in the cloud market worldwide after AWS, which means greater job opportunities, and no doubt it is being majorly used by majority of the Fortune 500 companies. Moreover, Azure Administrator profile guarantees attractive pay packages along with a solid career growth opportunities. According to the latest report, the average pay of an Azure Administrator ranges between $100,000 per annum, and an experienced Microsoft Azure Administrator can earn up to $120,000 per annum. So I guess this should be enough to satisfy a candidate who is willing to go for AZ103 exam preparation. Moving forward, in order to be well prepared for AZ103 exam, you must know that what are the prerequisites required for the exam, right? So you need to have at least intermediate server administration knowledge and skills, should have a basic knowledge of PowerShell, and a general familiarity with the cloud computing concepts. Now let's move forward and discuss about the exam objectives. So guys, due to constant feedbacks about the exam being difficult, Microsoft has divided the entire exam syllabus into 5 modules in order to ease the exam preparation. So let's discuss each of these modules below. Manage Azure subscriptions and resources. So this percentage figure that you see here basically indicates the relative weightage of the questions from each of the modules. If the percentage is higher, then you should expect more questions from that module and vice versa. So guys, in this module, you need to be thoroughly prepared with managing Azure subscriptions, resource groups, analyzing resource utilization and consumption, and managing role-based access control. Second, implement and manage storage, where it holds a weightage of 15 to 20% in an exam, covering the topics like creation and configuration of storage accounts, Azure files, importing and exporting data to Azure, and implementing Azure backups. Third is deploying and managing virtual machines, holding a weightage from 15 to 20%, covering topics in creation and configuration of virtual machines for Windows and Linux, managing Azure virtual machines, and automating their deployments and managing their backups. Fourth one is configure and manage virtual networks, which holds a majority of weightage around 30 to 35% and covering topics in create connectivity between virtual networks, implementing and managing virtual networking, network security groups, Azure load balancer, monitoring and troubleshooting virtual networks, integrating on-premises network with Azure virtual network. Fifth and the last one is manage identities, holding a weightage from 15 to 20% in the exam. So managing Azure Active Directory and Active Directory objects, users, groups and devices, implementing and managing hybrid identities and multi-factor authentication are being covered in this module. Now let's move forward and discuss about the exam pattern. No doubt the AZ103 exam is one of the most challenging exams in the IT industry, right? Although the number of questions in this exam are subject to change over time. You can expect around 40 to 60 questions in this exam, and also you can expect different questions formats and types in this exam, including review screen, mark review, multiple choices, short answers, hot area, repeated answer choices, drag and drop, case studies, the best answer and active screen. All the questions in this exam can follow any of these question types. You will get around 150 minutes to complete the examination with an additional 30 minutes of sitting time. For good results in the exam, it is required to follow the weight associated with each exam module during your AZ103 exam preparation. The pricing depends on which location you are taking your exam from. For example, if you're taking your exam in US, then it is going to cost you around $165. But if you're taking it in India, then you will have to pay an amount of 4,800 Indian rupees. And the pricing is subject to change without a notice from country to country. As the pricing does not include applicable taxes, you need to confirm with your examination provider for an exact fee. If you're a student, then you can get a fee reduction in the exam if you can submit your valid educational credentials. Moreover, Microsoft Partner Network Program member, Microsoft trainers and Academy program members are also eligible for reduced pricing. So guys, most of the technical questions require a passing score of 700. AZ103 is not an exception. Any score greater or equal to 700 will be marked as pass. Otherwise, it will be marked as fail. Most of the short questions in this exam are 1 pointer. If any question is worth more than that, then it will be indicated in the exam part itself. Also note that there are no penalty for an incorrect answer. The exam is available only in English language. Now we know of the examination pattern. Now let's discuss few other tips for the preparation of the exam. How to prepare for AZ103 exam. The first step is to plan the module structure and study accordingly. For example, if you're going to implement Azure Backup, then you must also know about how to create and configure the storage accounts along with configuration of Azure files, right? So that you know the basics of implementing the configurations in storage accounts, right? You would require a lot of AZ103 questions and verified study materials in order to earn good passing scores, right? You can refer to the official curriculum and study guide to plan your module study and get the right information. After that, practice sample test online. Once gain enough knowledge with this, then you should be able to step up into the next part of practicing hands-on, and this is the most crucial part in your learning journey. You can easily perform hands-on in Azure services since Azure provides a free tier option for newbies and you get a $300 of credit in your Azure account once you're signed, which is valid for almost a year. Practicing hands-on will not only help you in cracking the exam, but it will also get you ready for your future job roles. In addition to that, check for the online training so that in case you have queries related to the subject, you can clear them right away and experts' help is always recommended. Last but not the least, join the forums related to Microsoft Azure and search for questions related to your subject and check out the questions asked by the other people and go through the answers posted by the audience itself. It will always be helpful for you. Last suggestion from my end is that go for dumps only when you are thorough with the subject. You might be able to clear the exam and get certification from it, but believe me guys, you won't be job ready as during the interview, without the practical approach, you won't be able to crack it or be able to answer the questions asked by the interviewer because you took the shortcut to get certified, right? So beware of the shortcuts, do a thorough study with the proper implementations in Azure and rise up in your career path. Now, you might be wondering how to take time for all this research and study. That is why we at Intellipaat are here for you. We understand that US professionals face problems to take time out for skilling up from your personal life. That is why we have done all the hard work for you and have come up with a comprehensive course on AZ103 certification exam. So let's move forward. How AZ203 came to existence. So guys, before 203 certification exam was introduced, AZ200 and 201 were in the picture in order to get certified as an Azure Associate Developer. But both of these exams got retired and AZ203 took their place. That is how it came into existence. Everything happens for a reason, and there must be a reason behind this change, right? That we shall discuss as we move forward. Reason for this change. So guys, in the early stages of Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate certification, Microsoft Learning received a lot of negative feedbacks about the beta exam being very difficult for people to crack, which are AZ200 and AZ201. Based on the feedbacks, they decided to combine the AZ200 and AZ201 certification exams into a single AZ203 exam, that is the Developing Solutions for Microsoft Azure Certification exam. So guys, the combined AZ203 exam is not merely a merging of the full AZ200 and AZ201 certification exam. So this AZ203 exam pulls in approximately 70% of its objectives from the AZ200 exam and approximately 30% of its objectives from the AZ201 exam. As a result of the transition, the AZ200 and 201 certification exams are now retired and are no longer be able to scheduled or be taken. Additionally, the transition exam AZ202 is also retired as a single AZ203 exam is a singular path to earning the Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate certification. And guys, for those of you who are early achievers out there, this may be a bit frustrating for you, I know that.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
But this change will simplify the certification process to attain it and is a good change to be made. Next, why you should opt for AZ203 certification. So guys, today Microsoft Azure Developer is ruled out to be one of the most esteemed job titles in the cloud industry. How? Since Azure is one of the pioneers in providing cloud services and it has got majority of its shares in cloud market worldwide after AWS, which means greater job opportunities, and no doubt it is being majorly used by majority of the Fortune 500 companies. According to the latest report, the average pay of an Azure developer is more than $120,000 per annum. And it isn't a secret that an experienced Microsoft Azure developer can earn up to $200,000 per annum. So I guess this should be enough to satisfy a candidate who is willing to go for AZ203 exam preparation. Moving forward, in order to be well prepared for AZ203 exam, you must know that what are the prerequisites for the exam, right? So you need to have at least 1 year of experience in development of scalable solutions that span through the entire software development lifecycle, including software design, development, deployment, testing, and maintenance. You should have a prior experience and knowledge with the Azure platform. Also, you must have a past experience in developing applications using the programming languages such as C#, Python, etc. Now let's move forward and discuss about the exam objectives. Due to the constant feedbacks about the exam being difficult, Microsoft has divided the entire exam syllabus in 6 modules in order to ease the exam preparation. Let us discuss each of these modules below. Developing Azure Infrastructure as a Service Compute Solutions. So guys, this percentage figure that you see here, that is 10 to 15%, here basically indicates the relative weightage of the questions from each of the modules. If the percentage is higher, then you should expect more questions from that module and vice versa. So in this module, you need to be thoroughly prepared with creating containerized solutions, implementing batch jobs by using Azure Batch Services, and implementing solutions that use virtual machines. Second, develop Azure Platform as a Service Compute Solutions, where it holds a weightage of 20 to 25% in exams covering topics like creating Azure App Service, web apps, and API apps. So also it covers the topics such as Azure App Services mobile apps and implementing Azure functions. Third, developing Azure Storage, holding a weightage of 15 to 20%, covering the topics like developing solutions that use blob storage, relational database, Cosmos database storage, and storage tables. Fourth one is implementing Azure Security, holding a weightage of 15 to 20% and covering topics in implementing access control, authentication, and secure data solutions. Fifth one is monitoring, troubleshooting, and optimizing Azure solutions, holding a weightage of 15 to 20% in exam. Instrumenting solutions to support monitoring and logging, integrating caching and content delivery with solutions, and developing code to support scalability of apps and services are being covered in this module. And the last one is connect to and expand Azure services and third-party services, which holds a weightage of 20 to 25% in exam and covering topics in establishing API gateways, integrating Azure Search within solutions, and developing an app service logic app. Now let's move forward and discuss about the exam pattern. No doubt, the AZ203 exam is one of the most challenging exams in the IT industry. Although the number of questions in this exam are subject to change over time. You can expect around 40 to 60 questions in this exam, and also you can expect different question formats and tie-ups in this exam, including review screen, mark review, multiple choices, short answer, hot area, repeated answer choices, drag and drop, case studies, the best answer, and active screen. all the questions in this exam can follow any of these question types. You will get around 150 minutes to complete the examination with an additional 30 minutes of sitting time. For good results in the exam, it is required to follow the weightage associated with the exam module during your AC203 exam preparation. The pricing depends on which location you are taking your exam from. For an example, if you're taking your exam in USA, then it is going to cost you around $165. But if you're taking it in India, then you will have to pay an amount of 4800 Indian rupees, and the pricing is subject to change without a notice from country to country. As the pricing does not include applicable taxes, you need to confirm with your examination provider for an exact fee. If you're a student, then you can get a fee reduction in the exam if you can submit your valid educational credentials. Microsoft trainers and Academy program members are also eligible for reduced pricing. Most of the Microsoft technical questions require a passing score of 700. AC203 is not an exception here. Any score greater or equal to 700 will be marked as passed, otherwise it will be marked as failed. So most of the short questions in this exam are 1 point. If any question is worth more than that, then it will be indicated in the exam part itself. Also, note that there are no penalty for an incorrect answer. The exam is available only in English language. As we know of the examination pattern, now let's discuss few of the tips for the preparation of the exam. How to prepare for AC203 exam. So guys, the first step is to plan the module structure and study accordingly. For an example, if you're going to start with the app services and containers, then make sure you have already covered the topics for creating the app services, containers, container images, and Docker files, so that you know the basics of implementing app services in the container. You would require a lot of AC203 questions and verified study materials to earn good passing scores. You can refer to the official curriculum and study guide to plan your module study and get the right information. After that, practice sample tests online. Once gain enough knowledge with this, then you should be able to step up into the next part of practicing hands-on, and this is the most crucial part in your learning journey. You can easily perform hands-on in Azure services since Azure provides a free tier option for newbies, and you get a $300 of credit in your Azure account once you have signed, which is valid for almost a year. Practicing hands-on will not only help you in cracking the exam, but it will also get you ready for your future job roles. In addition to that, check for the online trainings so that in case you have queries related to the subject, you can clear them right away. And experts' help is always recommended. Last but not least, join the forums related to Microsoft Azure and search for questions related to your subject and check out the questions asked by other people and go through the answers posted by the audience itself. It will always be helpful for you. So guys, the last suggestion from my end is that go for dumps only when you are thorough with the subject. You might be able to clear the exam and get certification from it, but believe me, you won't be job ready. As during the interview, without the practical approach, you won't be able to crack it or able to answer the questions by interviewer because you took the shortcut to get certified, right? So beware of the shortcuts. Do a thorough study with the proper implementations in Azure and rise up in your career path. Now you might be wondering how to take time for all this research and study, right? That is why we at Intellipaat are here for you. We understand that you as professionals face problems to take time out for skilling up from your personal life, right? That is why we have done all the hard work for you and have come up with a comprehensive course on AC203 certification exam. If you're interested, then you can go through the course details with the link provided in the description box.
Before AZ 300 and AZ 301 was introduced, 7535 was the examination conducted to certify as an Azure architect. Let's see the reason behind this change. We all definitely have a good number of applications on our phone. Every time there's a new update for the application, you'll receive a pop-up notification asking you to update the application. The same way, Azure had new features added to it every year once. Every time there is an update, the examinations also have to be updated, hence the transition. The scope of the 7535 exam was to focus exclusively on design and architecture elements and eliminate tactical implication details. But Azure AZ 300 and AZ 301 focuses on Azure Architect technologies and Azure Architect design respectively. Now, as we know why this transition has happened, let's see what is taught in Azure AZ 300. In Azure AZ 300 and 301, the test consists of 139 questions. Azure AZ 300 follows the following objectives. The Deploy and Configure Infrastructure module consists 34% of questions in the examination. Implement Workloads and Security module has 23% of the questions based from this module. Create and deploy apps has 10% of the questions in the examination. Implement authentication and secure data, 8% of the questions are based on this domain. Develop the cloud has 25% of the questions based from this domain in the examination. Next, let's see what is taught in Azure 301 and what percentage of questions are asked from each module. Azure AZ 300 follows the following objectives. Determining workload requirements, which has 10 to 15% of the questions based on this domain. Designing for identity and security has 20 to 25%. Designing a data platform solution has 15 to 20%. Designing a business continuity strategy has 15 to 20%. Designing for deployment, migration and integration has 10 to 15% of the questions. And last, designing an infrastructure strategy has 15 to 20% of the questions based on this domain in the examination. Next, let's see on why you should learn or opt for AZ 300 and 301. To become an Azure Solution Architect expert, you need to get certified by Microsoft. What happens once you get certified? Your chances of getting hired gets increased by 25 to 30%. Also, in addition to that, you also get paid more compared to the peers who are not certified. Next, let's see what are the prerequisites required to learn AZ 300 and AZ 301. For admin, you will need basic networking knowledge, basic OS knowledge, knowledge of PowerShell, basic understanding of Active Directory concepts including domain, users and domain controllers, and basic understanding of database concepts including table and simple queries. For development, you will need experience with Azure, programming in at least one Azure supported language which is C#, C# script, JavaScript, Java or Python. In addition to that, a minimum 1 year of experience in developing scalable solutions through phases of software development is also required to learn AZ 300 and AZ 301 at a faster and better rate. Now, let's move on to the basics required for the examination. The AZ 300 and AZ 301 exams are one of the most challenging exams in the IT industry. Although the number of questions in the AZ 300 exam is subject to change over time, you can expect around 40 to 60 questions if you are taking this exam now. You can expect different question formats and types in this exam including review screen, mark review, multiple choice, short answer, hot area, repeated answer choices, drag and drop, case studies, build list, the best answer and active screen. Just like in the case of number of questions, it is not necessary that you will get all these types of questions in the exam, but all the questions in the exam will follow any of these question types. You will get around 150 minutes to complete the examination with an additional 30 minutes of sitting time. For good results in the exam, it's required to follow the weight associated with each exam module during your AZ 300 exam preparation. The pricing depends on which location you are taking your exam from. For example, if you're taking the exam in US, then you'll have to pay about $165, but if you are taking it in India, then you'll have to pay 4,800 rupees. The pricing is subject to change without notice from country to country. As the pricing doesn't include applicable taxes, you need to confirm with your examination provider for an exact fee. If you are a student, you are eligible for a fee reduction in the exam if you can submit your valid educational credentials. Microsoft Partner Network Program members, Microsoft trainers, and Academy Program members are also eligible for reduced pricing. Most of the Microsoft technical questions require a passing score of 700. AZ 300 and 301 is not an exception. Any score greater than or equal to 700 will be marked as pass, otherwise it will be marked as fail. Most of the short answer questions in this exam are worth 1 point. If any question is worth more than that, it will be indicated in the question part itself. Also, note that there are no penalty for incorrect answers. The exam is available only in English language. As we now know what the examination pattern is, let's see a few tips to prepare for the exam. How to prepare for AZ 300 and AZ 301. The first step to take when constructing your study plan is to plan accordingly and knowing your modules. You will need a lot of AZ 300 and AZ 301 questions and verified study materials to earn a good passing score in AZ 300 and 301 examination. Refer the official study guide to get the right information. Once you're done with that, practice sample tests online. With this knowledge, I think it is safe to step up your game by practicing hands-on. This is the most important step in your learning journey. Are you wondering how you would perform hands-on for the Azure services? Let me tell you how. Azure provides a free tier option for newbies. You get a $300 credit in your Azure account once you sign up, which is valid for almost a year. This will not only help you in cracking the exam, but it will also get you ready for your future job role. In addition to that, check for trainings online so that in case you have any queries related to the subject, you can clear them right away. An expert's help is always recommended. Last but not the least, join forums related to Microsoft Azure. Look up for questions pertaining to your subject, check out the questions asked by other people and also go through the answer. It may always come in handy. At last, a suggestion. If you search, there are numerous shortcuts to getting yourself certified in any particular exam, like going through exam dumps or previously conducted Azure exams. Although that might help you crack the exam, it will take away the experience you get when you learn everything in depth. And believe me, I've been to and conducted numerous interviews for Azure profiles. People who get certified, they are not job ready. Why? Because they took the shortcut to get themselves certified. So beware of all these shortcuts. Do a thorough study with proper implementations in Azure and rise up in your career ladder. Now you might be wondering how to take time out of all this research and study. That is where we at Intellipaat are here for. We at Intellipaat understand that you as professionals face problems to take time out from skilling up from your personal life. That's why we have done all the hard work for you and have come up with a comprehensive course on AZ300 and AZ301 certification exam. If you are interested, you can go through the course details with the link provided in the description box.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.